A few brats who are still wet behind their ears actually dares to steal our merfolk tribe's treasure? Simply tired of living. Do you all think that you can leave after stealing the treasure? In this ocean, our true spirit sea race is the true king. An enormous merfolk was galloping on the surface of the sea, riding the wind and waves akin to flat land. Their speed was actually several times faster than this large ship. They were unbelievably stinky, but the fury on their faces currently was evident to all. These few fellows actually robbed their treasure depository pavilion. What was even more aggravating was that there was actually also the merfolk clan's sacred item in it. Under their fury, the merfolk tribe dispatched large numbers of troops and chased after. As far as the eyes could see, it was full of fish heads into the distance. There was a dense and black mass, unable to see any end in sight. Roughly counting, there were likely no fewer than several thousand. These thousands of merfolk, the vast majority were lesser sublime heavenly stratum, but there were also quite a few hundred that were greater sublime heavenly stratum. And these few people on the boat, only Su Peiyun and Huang Haoyan were upper greater sublime heaven. The others were all middle greater sublime heaven. Once caught up, they would be dead for sure. What to do here? We're dead for sure. Damn it. How did they find out so quickly? With the few of our strength, we'd definitely be dead beyond a doubt if caught up. Huang Haoyan swept a glance over everyone and said in a solemn voice. As for the man in white clothing, he was directly overlooked by him. A middle greater sublime heaven, what use could he be of? Big brother Yen, didn't you lure away 3,000 sea folk previously? Why don't you try luring away again? Su Peiyun suddenly looked at Huang Haoyan, her eyes full of hope. Huang Haoyan's face turned black, and he nearly cussed out. He merely made use of some methods before to gain an advantage by trickery. Actually, he did not dare to show his face at all. Gotta be joking. One person luring a few thousand people, even if he grew 10 heads, it would not be enough to chop either. Pei-yin, you aren't aware. After I use that method, I need half a month before I can use it again. Right now, Sai. Huang Haoyan told a fib. Su Peiyun did not suspect anything either, but the sense of loss in her eyes could not be concealed no matter what. The man in white said that, I have a way, but I don't know if it will work or not. Su Peiyun smiled coldly when she heard that and said, even Big Brother Yen has no way. Then what method can you, a measly little middle greater sublime heaven, have? Don't annoy me. Toward this brainless fellow, Su Peiyun found him displeasing to the eye no matter how she looked at him. Running to the Thistle South Sea region all by himself. In the end, he could not even find where north was. What method could this kind of moron possibly have? As for taking out these incredible heavenly pills, the few people guessed that this fellow was probably some alchemy great family's descendant. It was just that he did not bring his brain out of the house. Rather, it was Huang Haoyan who suddenly spoke up. Treat a dead horse tentatively as if it was still alive. Peiyun, let's hear it. Su Peiyun was anxious in her heart, but also had no plans and could only nod her head. Huang Haoyan said in a solemn voice, what idea you have, quickly say it. The man in white said, run. Everyone fell down. Freaking hell. What kind of crap idea was this? Still need you to say run? Huang Haoyan felt a wave of anger from being played and said in a great rage, punk, you're messing with me? The man in white smiled and said, what I mean is, let's run first. After I recover strength, I'll have a way. As he said, the man in white ignored everyone's strange gazes and went to meditate in a corner of the deck by himself. Huang Haoyan was angered until he ground his teeth. But now was not the time to blow his top. Running was number one. He gritted his teeth and said, Peiyun, throw all of the sea spirit pearls obtained this time into the array formation. Activate the array formation to the highest setting. There's only this method now. Su Peiyun bit her lips lightly. Finally, she still nodded her head. The sea spirit pearl was a specialty of the true spirit sea race. Consuming one was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. They plundered the merfolk clan's lair this time and obtained a large quantity of sea spirit pearls. Originally, they planned on using it to break through. In the end, they had no choice but to use them to flee now. Sure enough, the moment the sea spirit pearls were thrown into the array formation, the speed of the ship soared at once. Although it still did not compare to those merfolk, they could not catch up in a short time. Only then did Huang Haoyan and the rest heave a sigh in relief. Su Peiyun looked at Yi Yuan and said in a great rage, "You this fellow, getting on the boat without our permission. Now you're still acting completely fine here. How can you be so shameless?" This man in white was precisely Yi Yuan. That strike from the Pill Alliance's alliance chief made him almost die. The shattered void practically tore him apart. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yi Yuan comprehended the second level of spatial rule. That was how he escaped by a fluke. Even so, he drifted in the void for 2 months too, before he finally got out. However, he arrived in a foreign place, all around him being the ocean. Suddenly descending upon Thistle South Sea region, Yi Yuan had a stunned face. It was all the same all around. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only randomly find a direction and proceed all the way. But he ran into heaps and heaps of sea monsters along the way. The moment these sea monsters saw him, they pounced over to kill him without heed for their lives. Furthermore, these sea monsters were extremely strong. This sea was their natural battlefield. In this place, they far surpassed same-rank humans. Their strength could not be underestimated. But unfortunately, they ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan killed all the way over, killing for a month's time before finally seeing Huang Haoyan and the rest. In the end, he did not expect that this bunch of guys were even more of a troublemaker, provoking a clan of sea monsters. Seeing Su Peiyun fly off the handle, Huang Haoyan frowned and said, "Peiyun, now isn't the time to haggle over this. If we can get out by chance, it won't be too late to denounce him publicly then." When Su Peiyun saw Huang Haoyan speak, she was very obedient. But she was full of unhappiness when she looked at Yi Yuan. You guys, quickly look ahead." At this time, a companion suddenly cried out in surprise. When Huang Haoyan heard that, he was greatly surprised. Could it be that there was true spirit sea race obstructing in front too? If that was the case, they would really be dead for sure. However, he looked in the direction pointed by his companion and immediately had a stupefied look. There were corpses of the sea folk everywhere on the surface of the sea. The undulations coming off of some corpses were very powerful, enough to be grand completion, greater sublime heaven. Suddenly, Huang Haoyan's eyes lit up and he said, "Could it be that there was a limitless sublime heavenly stratum senior who passed by here? If we can find him, there will be hope of surviving." Su Peiyun's eyes also lit up, and she came in front of Yi Yuan and questioned, "Hey, you came from this direction earlier, right? Did you encounter any senior?" Yi Yuan was still regulating his breathing and ignored her. When Su Peiyun saw that Yi Yuan did not even pay attention to her, she immediately flew into a great rage. "Punk, we kindly took you in, but in the end you actually put on airs on the boat. Do you really think that this young lady doesn't dare to kill you?" Under her fury, Su Peiyun suddenly smacked a palm over. But it hit nothing. Yi Yuan's body was already standing on the side of the ship. He already finished recuperating. His strength recovered to its peak again. Yi Yuan turned to Su Peiyun and smiled as he said, "I didn't encounter any senior, but I have a way now." "A way? What method can you have?" Su Peiyun said disdainfully. But, just as she was talking, Yi Yuan already leaped and jumped into the sea. At this time, those merfolk were merely a dozen over miles away from the boat. With Yi Yuan jumping, he faced off against the merfolk army in virtually an instant. This scene stupefied Huang Haoyan, Su Peiyun, and the rest. What does this guy want to do?" Su Peiyun said in surprise. "Who cares about him? If he wants to seek death, it can't be blamed on us." "Let's quickly go," Huang Haoyan said. The stupefied ones were not just them. There was also the merfolk army. They never thought that there was actually someone who dared to jump down from the boat at this time. Wasn't this courting death? Could it be that this boy was tired of living? Yi Yuan looked at the merfolk leader and said coolly, "Give me face and give them a way out. How about it?" The merfolk leader was enraged and said, "Where did this punk come from, to dare spout nonsense in front of this general? Smash over for me. Tear him to shreds." Having received the order, each and every one of them in the army flashed their harpoons and spears and they charged over toward Yi Yuan. Several thousand people in a mighty contingent. This kind of power made the expressions of the few people on the ship change. They knew that in this ocean, There would often be conflicts between races. The fighting was even more terrible than on the mainland. But the interior of these races was incomparably united. An army of 3,000 humans was absolutely not the match for 3,000 merfolk, let alone that there was only Yi Yuan alone facing them. On the ship, a companion suddenly cried out in surprise, "I understand now." The method that he spoke of was to challenge the entire merfolk army by himself. Is this guy a moron? Su Peiyun. Two people were taken aback and also came back to their senses. It was just that, in their view, this was no different from courting death. Su Peiyun rolled her eyes and said, "A fool who overestimates his own ability. Him coming to Thistle South Sea region alone to Rome is a very foolish behavior to begin with." The army got closer and closer to Yi Yuan. Finally, they clashed. Boom. Waves splashed. Yi Yuan's skinny figure was instantly engulfed by the army and seawater. Huang Haoyan shook his head and said, "The ignorant is fearless. A shame. This guy didn't even block for a second." With regards to Yi Yuan's behavior of seeking death, Huang Haoyan and the rest did not have much pity. What he found regrettable was that Yi Yuan could not tie down the merfolk army in the slightest. The merfolk army was still rushing towards them. But very soon, they discovered that something was not right. The huge wave had been churning endlessly. Furthermore, it was extremely irregular, completely different from before. And the speed of the army's advance also gradually slowed down. Suddenly, a figure rose into the sky, bringing along a pile of minced meat which exploded. The eyes of the few people on the boat became wide saucers. However, this figure disappeared in a flash and landed in the merfolk army once more. Is my eyesight failing? Just now, was it that boy? Huang Haoyan was shocked until he was even stammering when speaking. Su Peiyun also had a look of shock as she said, He actually didn't die? That's the merfolk army. Under the assault of an army of several thousand merfolk, not only did Yi Yuan not die, he actually still had the leeway to retaliate. How could they not be shocked? What was more, this guy was just a mere middle grader sublime heaven. Before long, the changes in the merfolk army became more and more apparent. The army was already in utter disarray. Huang Haoyan saw it clearly. The merfolk leader also had no choice but to lead his men to rush back to the central army. Amidst the army in waves, a blood-stained white figure appeared and disappeared, appearing bizarre and mysterious. The more Huang Haoyan and the rest watched, the more shocked they got. The more they looked, the more jittery they became. This guy actually killed the entire merfolk army until they were in a sorry state with his power alone. They naturally did not know that along with Yi Yuan comprehending spatial rule coupled with this month of frenzied killing, he already comprehended the second form of great Tao transformation. The form of the all-encompassing sacred tree already grew into a seedling from a sprout. The transformed swords already evolved from 2 to 8. Furthermore, the power increased greatly. Unless he similarly encountered second-form powerhouses, otherwise, Yi Yuan was virtually invincible in greater sublime heavenly stratum. Coupled with that Yi Yuan's power was profound and his breath was drawn out, as well as that he was highly proficient in formation Tao. It was also akin to flat ground in the army. Unless a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse appeared, otherwise, to Yi Yuan, there was not much difference between killing one and killing 1,000. However, in the eyes of Huang Haoyan and Ko, who did not know the inside story, it was totally different. At this time, his companion suddenly said, "Brother Haoyan, when that boy got on the ship before, his aura was very chaotic. Furthermore, he came over from the sea region. You look, so many true spirit sea folk died in the sea region, they wouldn't have all been killed by him, right?" Impossible. Huang Haoyan seemed to have had his tail stepped on, nearly jumping up. Shaking his head repeatedly, he said, "So many sea folk, unless it's a limitless sublime heavenly stratum senior. Otherwise, how can it be possible?" Talking until here, he could not carry on speaking, because he knew that it was extremely likely. At least, there was more than 90% probability. If it was not Yi Yuan, that would also be too coincidental. Turning back to look at those countless corpses, Huang Haoyan felt rather parched. He wouldn't have killed all the way over, right? Huang Haoyan looked at Su Peiyun and revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. When ordinary humans entered the sea, They would have many methods to evade these sea folk. Unless one's strength reached limitless sublime heavenly stratum, otherwise who dared to kill all the way over? In the ocean, the numbers of the true spirit sea race simply could not be tallied. Their numbers were hundreds, even thousands of times of the human race. Furthermore, in the ocean, the strength of these sea folk increased greatly, far surpassing same-rank humans. Under this kind of circumstances, he killed his way over. Even thinking about it felt scary. The smile on Su Peiyun's face did not look any better than Huang Haoyan's. In her heart, Huang Haoyan was the chosen one. When Yi Yuan just appeared, she looked down on him from the bottom of her heart, and her words were very unpleasant too. In the end, he was unbelievably impressive. Luckily, Yi Yuan did not have malicious intent. Otherwise, when she made a move to deal with Yi Yuan earlier, he would have directly killed her. Just her bit of strength, it was really not enough to look at in front of Yi Yuan. The merfolk leader cried out strangely repeatedly and disregarded his subordinates too, turning tail and running. He shouted, "Wawawa! This boy is too strong. We're not a match. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat." Yi Yuan seemed to be in his own backyard amidst the army of thousands. Killing here and there. Nobody could stop him at all. The merfolk leader was extremely strong and barely managed to escape death. But one arm was severed by Yi Yuan too. How could this merfolk leader still dare to continue fighting? Came quickly, left quickly too. With a howl, the merfolk army disappeared without a trace, only leaving behind a pile of corpses floating on the surface of the sea. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely fast. With a few ups and downs, he already caught up to the large ship. When his figure landed on the deck again, the few people on the boat immediately tensed up fully. This guy was simply a ruthless murderer. Senior, just now. I've offended you just now," Huang Haoyan said with a deathly pale complexion. The combat power that Yi Yuan displayed struck deep terror into him. Thinking of how his group of people was even posturing in front of him, there was a feeling of courting death. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to stoop to his level and said indifferently, "Where's this place?" Huang Haoyan hurriedly said, "This place is the Thistle South Sea region." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Thistle South Sea region? How far is it from the Five Light Heavenly region?" It was his first time hearing this name. Yi Yuan only knew that the Rain-Clear continent's domain was massive. The five great heavenly regions could not completely cover it. The borders of the Rain-Clear continent were the Endless Sea region. These sea regions were the forbidden areas for the powerhouses on the continent. Because there were countless powerful life forms in the ocean, even a Saint Sovereign Heaven could not rely on their individual power to cross the sea region too. Because there were some existences rivaling Saint Sovereign Heaven in the ocean, and even more terrifying existences. He did not expect that he actually came to the sea in an accident arising from many causes. It was just that, did not know what coordinates the sea region was in the Five Light Heavenly region, and how far away it was. Yi Yuan was very concerned about the Five Light Heavenly region's situation. Although he knew that the Five Light Heavenly region and the black-robed old man likely had a bleak chance of survival, but not getting the news, he still could not give up. It was just that, on the vast ocean, where would he go to inquire about the news? Five Light Heavenly region? That's the Central Plains. It's at least several decades of journey away from here. Furthermore, there's even a myriad demons mountain separating in the middle. Senior actually came from the Five Light Heavenly region, Huang Haoyan said in surprise. There were countless great demons in the myriad demons mountain. There were even a whole bunch of Jade Sovereign Heaven-level true spirits. It was very hard for Huang Haoyan to imagine how Yi Yuan came here from the Five Light Heavenly region. Although he repelled the merfolk army alone, it was also impossible to be a limitless sublime heavenly stratums match, let alone talk about Jade Sovereign Heavenly stratum true spirits. Yi Yuan became even more mysterious in the eyes of the few people there. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he could not help feeling his head swell. Several decades of journey, that was really too far. With his current speed on food, traveling 100,000 over miles a day was par for the course. Several decades of journey, that would have to be calculated in hundreds of millions. Yi Yuan did not reply Huang Haoyan's questioning and continued asking, "Looking at your attire, you don't look like a fisherman on the sea. Could it be that the land that you guys are living on actually doesn't belong to the 5 great heavenly regions? Huang Haoyan nodded and said, the 5 great heavenly regions occupy 80% of Rain-Clear Continent's domain. But our land of heavenly south just happens to be part of that 20%. Oh, I heard my father say that our land of heavenly south is called the land of barbaric south out of your mouths. The few of us are all the land of heavenly south's southernmost tips calm south city's people. Speaking of the land of barbaric south, Yi Yuan had some impression of it. When he was in the martial secure heavenly sect, he had naturally read many records before. Among them were records of the land of barbaric south. There were even legends that Chua Bufan's disappearance was actually going out to sea from the land of barbaric south, and he had not returned to this day. It was just that this version was untenable in the eyes of many people. After all, there were far too many powerhouses in the sea. However, the 5 great heavenly regions were separated by a myriad demons mountain from this place, so there were very few records. Yi Yuan knew about the myriad demons mountain. In this mountain, there were countless true spirits. There were probably even more Jade Sovereign Heaven-level true spirits than humans. He heard that there were even Saint Sovereign Heaven-level true spirits in it. Therefore, no matter which faction, they all did not dare to make a move against the myriad demons mountain. Even Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses did not dare to easily climb over the myriad demons mountain too. Unless one's strength reached Saint Sovereign Heaven level, only then could they suppress the great demons there. He did not expect that he drifted in the void and actually ran so far all at once, directly being thrown into the sea. Arriving here was not all bad either. At least, he would not be pursued by the Pill Alliance. But the problem was, he wanted to take revenge and could not go back for the time being as well. With his current strength, there was simply no way to cross the myriad demons mountain. Could it be that he really had to cultivate to Saint Sovereign Heavenly Stratum before he could return? At that time, he would not be afraid of the Pill Alliance anymore. Except, how long would it take? When Yi Yuan was drifting in the void, he had once thought of many ways to seek revenge. He firmly believed that as long as he hid in the dark, he could cause heavy losses to the Pill Alliance. But now all of it could not be used anymore. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly, anger looming in his eyes, Huang Haoyan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Finally, Yi Yuan let out a long sigh and said, since I came, I might as well stay and make the best of it. Bring me to Calm South City then. Huang Haoyan was taken aback when he heard that and said, Senior wants to go to Calm South City? Why? Can't I? Yi Yuan retorted with a question. Huang Haoyan shook his head repeatedly and said, No, no, no. Of course you can. If Senior wants to go, we naturally welcome you. How could he afford to provoke Yi Yuan? He hurriedly agreed. Along the way, Yi Yuan asked a lot about the situation in the land of Heavenly South. Calm South City was a major city in the south and was quite strong, because the Heavenly Stratum powerhouses here would suffer the attack of the true spirit sea race from time to time. Here, there was no difference between ascenders and native forces. As long as one was strong enough, they could survive. No one would discriminate against an individual for being an ascender. Yi Yuan understood this point too. This was because the sea folk were too powerful. The number of true spirit sea folk was simply an astronomical figure. Even if one stacked with human heads, the pressure on the various races on land was tremendous too. Regardless of whether it was a native faction or ascenders, they all had to face the threat of the sea race. They had no choice but to stick together and unite against the foreign forces. Although the sea was rich in produces, the living conditions were not as good as on land. Therefore, the true spirit sea race would follow the current during the morning and evening tides and attack the city. Their goal was nothing more than to plunder the materials and treasures of humans. Furthermore, the true spirit sea race was bloodthirsty. Every time they reached a place, there would be a bloodbath. Therefore, the various races' heavenly stratum powerhouses on land were irreconcilably hostile with the sea race. But the sea was vast and also an excellent place to train. Therefore, the various races' powerhouses would often head to the sea in groups. Firstly, to hunt for treasures. Secondly, it was to train. Huang Haoyan, this group of people's trip was precisely to go and train. It was just that they did not expect to cause such a big commotion. Logically speaking, you guys only stole some treasures. The merfolk tribe shouldn't have gone so far as to be so irreconcilable till death, insisting on hunting you all down. Did you guys steal something incredible? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. Huang Haoyan shook his head and said, there are quite a few good stuff, but there's also no amazing treasure. Yi Yuan said, let me see. Huang Haoyan did not dare to disobey. The few people took out all of the treasures obtained, virtually covering half of the deck. When Yi Yuan saw, he could not help rolling his eyes too. This bunch of guys could really cause trouble. After stealing so many treasures, it would have been strange if the merfolk tribe did not go crazy. Fortunately, the merfolk tribe was not considered strong. He could barely manage to handle it. If a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse came, Yi Yuan would have long run by himself. After checking it, Yi Yuan did not discover anything peculiar either. But there were a few items that Yi Yuan felt were rather good. Among them was a conch-like item that caught Yi Yuan's attention. What is this? Yi Yuan asked. The few people shook their heads one after another. Clearly, they did not know what that was. Yi Yuan looked at it carefully for a moment but did not have a clue either. This conch gave him a mysterious aura. But as for what the mystery was, he could not say for sure either. In the end, he could only give up. Yi Yuan threw the conch back and said coolly, all right, I can't see through it either. Aren't your families all pretty impressive? Go back and let your elders take a look. Maybe they can discern something. Huang Haoyan looked at Yi Yuan with some surprise. He even thought that Yi Yuan wanted to look at the treasures because he planned to rip them off. In the end, Yi Yuan did not even look at them. How could he know that as the martial secure heavenly sex elder, Yi Yuan had seen before God knows how many good items? How could he eye these little things? This merfolk tribe was merely a small tribe. It was far too lacking compared to the martial secure heavenly sect. Of course, even if there was good stuff, Yi Yuan was disdainful to rob them using this sort of method too. The party sailed for close to a month and finally returned to the shore. Only after traveling for more than 10 days did they reach Calm South City. Calm South City was very grand. An extremely powerful array formation was even reinforced on the city walls. Yi Yuan measured it with his eyes. It had probably already reached the level of rank 3 heavenly formation. This array formation was a defensive grand array. Most likely, even if dozens of limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses besieged it, they would not be able to breach it too. Entering the city, Yi Yuan said to the few people, you all return to your respective homes and find your families. I'll walk around on my own. The moment Huang Haoyan heard, he felt like he was granted amnesty and was just about to open his mouth, but he heard Su Peiyun say, Senior Yi, you've just arrived here and are a stranger in a strange place. Why don't I be your guide? Seeing that Yi Yuan had the intention of rejecting, she hurriedly said again, Senior, calculating the time, our Calm South City is currently organizing the 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit right now. The Thistle South 9 cities well-known alchemy masters are all gathered here. When Huang Haoyan by the side saw that Su Peiyun was so warm toward Yi Yuan, it felt like he was chewing wax. But he had to admit this really moved him. Having just arrived, understanding the alchemy path strength of the land of Heavenly South was also within reason. As for Su Peiyun's thoughts, Yi Yuan knew a little too. This last probably wanted to rope him in. He was not narcissistic to the point where he thought that he was everyone's darling. This girl's fear toward him was probably a little greater. After all, slaughtering all directions in the army of several thousand merfolk. The impression that this scene left in the hearts of the few people was too shocking. Huang Haoyan was probably thinking too much. However, Yi Yuan did not care about Huang Haoyan's thoughts. As long as he did not provoke him, everything could be discussed. If he provoked him, Yi Yuan did not mind sending him off. He rowed their boat, gifted them heavenly pills, and repelled the merfolk army. It was already sufficient as repayment. In fact, the value was far more than that. They owed nothing to each other anymore. 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit? A little interesting. Come on, Yi Yuan said. He knew that there were 9 large cities on the shore of the Thistle South Sea region. The purpose was to resist the invasion of the true Spirit Sea race. This Calm South City's array formation was probably not what an ordinary person could set up to. There was clearly an even greater backer behind the 9 cities. That, our Huang family is also taking part in the 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit and I'm just about to go over to take a look. Why don't we go together? Huang Haoyan thickened his skin and asked. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, indifferent to it. When Su Peiyun saw Yi Yuan agree, she was naturally overjoyed. Such a terrifying existence. Once he broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, he would surely be a powerhouse of a region. Even her father might not be able to do anything to him too. As for the 9 cities heavenly pill summit, she was really not counting on Yi Yuan for anything. She knew the Yi Yuan must have come from an alchemy faction, but Yi Yuan himself was an ascender. Furthermore, his cultivation realm was not high. No matter how strong he was, he could not be very strong. The more likely situation was that Yi Yuan was a top disciple that some powerful faction was taking great pains to groom, and he came out for a trial this time. Therefore, bringing so many powerful heavenly pills on him was also not at all surprising. 300,000 heavenly crystals going once. 300,000 heavenly crystals going twice. 300,000 heavenly crystals going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to Sky Blessed City's family head Qin for obtaining the 6th grade One Heart Life Crossing pill. Also, congratulations to Water Billow City's Masters Wafang for winning the laurel again. Water Billow City again. Water Billow City has already taken down 3 cities and is seated firmly in the top spot. Masters Wafang is incredible. This One Heart Life Crossing pill, he can actually refine the realm of 6th grade, truly remarkable. The poor host, Com South City, they are still empty until now. The 9 cities heavenly pill summit this time, they will probably be at the bottom again. Yi Yuan few people had just entered the venue when they felt that the atmosphere here had already reached a climax. The 9 cities heavenly pill summit had already been held for 5 days. Right now, the competitions between all parties had already reached a white-hot stage. The 9 cities heavenly alchemists had undergone a total of 15 rounds of competition. Currently, Water Billow City took first place 5 times and firmly occupied the throne of first place. While the host, Com South City, was already shaved bald, which was very embarrassing. On the way here, Su Peiyun already introduced the rules of the 9 cities heavenly pill summit. Yi Yuan was already perfectly clear about it. Each round, the 9 cities would each send out a heavenly alchemist to refine a kind of heavenly pill. The type of heavenly pills could be different. But after the refining was completed, the summit's judge would carry out a comprehensive evaluation according to the heavenly pill's refining difficulty, quality, as well as practicality and other areas, to determine which city won. After judging, the heavenly pill that won would be auctioned on the spot, while the other heavenly pills were destroyed on the spot. When Yi Yuan saw the situation at the auction, he was slightly surprised too. He originally thought that this land of barbaric south was very remote. The heavenly medicine techniques were bound to be very backward. But who knew that the strength of these heavenly alchemists was quite good? The One Heart Life Crossing pill was a very high difficulty kind among grade 3 heavenly pills. It was not far from heavenly imperial pill. That's Wafang could actually refine 6th grade. This showed that his strength was extraordinary. At least, this Wafang's strength was not the slightest bit weaker when compared to those Pill Alliance establishment lords that Yi Yuan had challenged before. Ha ha, Sui, your Com South City's heavenly alchemists really didn't improve at all. In the last 9 cities heavenly pill summit, you all took first place once at any rate. This time, it looks like you're going to be shaved bald. In the VIP area, Water Billow City's city lord was currently mocking Com South City's city lord, Su Yi, who was also Su Peiyun's father. Su Yi's expression was grim until it was almost dripping water. Behind Su Yi, several heavenly alchemists were all blushing with embarrassment, but they could not find the words to retort. The 9 cities heavenly pill summit this time, they really had a complete loss of face. Sun Yunjing, don't you be arrogant. This 9 cities heavenly pill summit is only halfway through, Sui said with a cold snort. Water Billow City's city lord, Sun Yunjing, was indifferent and said with a loud laugh. Hoo-hoo? Yes, it's only halfway through. But as far as I know, Guling is already your Com South City's strongest grade 3 heavenly alchemist, right? Who else are you planning to send onto the stage later? Sui could not help choking when he heard that. He discovered that Com South City actually had no one that they could use anymore. Even the strongest was defeated. How could they even fight? The host was shaved bald. It was really utterly humiliating. Uncle Sun, what you said is wrong. Your water billow city is close to heavenly South City. Being in a favorable position, you had the advantage in timing, geographical, and human conditions, and have always been number one. That's why you became stronger and stronger. What's the use of bullying our calm South City? If you have the ability, beat heavenly South City. At this time, Su Peiyun's words interrupted Sun Yunjing's reproving. When Sui saw Su Peiyun, he had a look of pleasant surprise as he said, "Little Su, you're finally back." Su Peiyun smiled and said, "Father, Yuner just went to train. Do you have to be like this?" The father and daughter, two people, clearly had a very good relationship. Su Yi's eyes, when looking at Su Peiyun, were full of doting. It could be seen that Su Peiyun was Su Yi's beloved daughter. Hoo-hoo. Little girl Su is still so razor-tongued. Heavenly South City is the capital city of the land of Heavenly South. How can we compare? Want to compare? It's also comparing between the Thistle South 9 cities. Otherwise, what's the point of this 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit? Sun Yunjing said with a laugh. Humph. In the end, it's still our lack of resources that led to the decline in alchemy Dao. You guys won unscrupulously. Su Peiyun argued strongly. Sun Yunjing laughed and said, "You lass, all right? This city lord won't stoop to the level of a junior like you. However, Sui, the next round is about to begin right away. Who are you all planning to send up to the stage?" This 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit was not just a dispute caused by personal feelings. It was also a fight for resources. Each city would obtain the resource bias of Heavenly South City based on their rankings. One had to know the judge of this 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit was a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist sent by Heavenly South City. It was evident that Heavenly South City attached great importance to these 9 cities. It was just that calm South City suffered repeated defeats with each battle, forming a vicious cycle. Coupled with that, they were lacking talents. That was why they got bogged down deeper and deeper. Sui had a black face and said to an old man beside him, "Elder Gu, I can only trouble you again." Guling sighed slightly and walked over towards the pill refining area. Sui could only hope for Guling to outdo himself now and win the round. It was just that this hope was very bleak. "Dad, let me introduce someone to you. This is a friend that Yuner got to know outside called Yi Yuan. It's all thanks to him that your daughter could return safe and sound." Su Peiyun introduced Yi Yuan with an excited look. Sui gave Yi Yuan a glance, lacking in interest. Yi Yuan was merely middle grader sublime heaven. Sui reckoned that he just warded off some danger for his daughter. That was all. Later, he would give Yi Yuan some benefits and compensate a little, and it would be considered settled. Maybe this boy even had the intention of currying favor with those in power and deliberately did so. Amen. "Thank you very much, little brother," Sui said coolly. How could Yi Yuan not perceive Suyi's vigilance? However, he did not care either and just said indifferently, "Don't mention it." Yi Yuan's attitude made Sui a little unhappy. Furthermore, his current thoughts were more on Guling. Hence, he could not be bothered to pay attention either. Su Peiyun saw that the atmosphere was a little stiff and could not help secretly panicking. It was just that the occasion did not allow it. It was inappropriate for her to explain too much as well. She could only divert the topic and talk about the 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit. But she saw that Yi Yuan was absorbed in it and felt slightly relieved in her heart too. "Senior Yi, I've incurred your ridicule. Our calm South City's alchemy path strength is bottom tier among the 9 cities. Although Master Gu is impressive, he's powerless to turn the tables too," Su Peiyun said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Guling's strength isn't weak. It's just that he has some minor defects when refining pills, which results in his quality being worse than others. If he fixes these minor problems, he won't be weaker than the others." At this time, this round of alchemy competition already started too. What kind of visual prowess did Yi Yuan have? When he was at the Pill Pavilion, he was an existence who guided grade 4 heavenly alchemists. Guling's pros and cons, he understood them at a glance. If one really wanted to talk about which of these 9 cities heavenly alchemists was weaker or stronger, it was not definite too. After all, the 9 cities were existences on the same level. Although there were differences in resources, it was not to the extent of being too different. However, pill refining was like this. The details determined success or failure. Some minor problems would cause the final difference in quality. Su Peiyun thought that Yi Yuan was consoling her and said with a bitter smile, "When Master Gu is in his best condition, the one heart life-crossing pill can only reach lower 5th grade. 6th grade is absolutely impossible. He's far worse compared to Master Zhuofang." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Zhuofang's strength is also just like that. If Guling gets rid of those minor problems, he'd probably be even stronger than him." Talking about pill refinement, Yi Yuan was also overcritical and very serious. His current strength was God knows how many times stronger compared to when he was battling in alchemy with Song Yongning. The likes of Zhuofang were really very ordinary in his eyes. Hoo-hoo! What high-sounding sentiments. A measly little greater sublime heavenly stratum actually looks down on grade 3 heavenly alchemists. Where did your courage come from? Sun Yunjing was not far away from them. These words naturally landed in his ears and he immediately felt very displeased. If you were a grade 3 heavenly alchemist and postured a bit, forget it then. A bullshit greater sublime heavenly stratum was also posturing. Sui frowned slightly too, his impression of Yi Yuan worsening. In his view, Yi Yuan saying this was intentionally for him to hear. The purpose was naturally in order to ingratiate to him. It was just that you, a greater sublime heavenly stratum, spouted a stream of empty rhetoric in front of a group of city lords. Who gave you the courage? These words were not kissing ass, but getting kicked by an ass. But besides Su Peiyun, Huang Haoyan was secretly delighted. Yi Yuan provoked a group of city lords. He probably would not gain anything good out of it. At that time, City Lord Su Yi naturally would not like him. Yuner, bring this friend of yours for a stroll in the city. Su Yi gave face to his daughter and was already very tolerant of it. But Sun Yunjing was unrelenting and stopped him and said, "Don't! This little brother looks down on even grade 3 heavenly alchemists. He probably has some real skills. This city lord really wants to hear what brilliant opinions do you have." Su Yi's face turned black, immediately feeling upset. This Sun Yunjing was intentionally putting him on the spot. Su Peiyun saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward and hurriedly said, "Uncle Sun, sorry. This friend of mine only said this to comfort me. I'll bring him away at once." Finished saying, she hurriedly pulled the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves, hinting for Yi Yuan to leave. Who knew that Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you want to hear, I'll tell you about it then." Zhuofang's approach is very orthodox. It should have been taught by an expert. If my conjecture is right, he should be from Heavenly South City, right? In contrast, Guling's approach is much wilder. When refining, he doesn't have a proper method system. Most likely, he fumbled his way into becoming a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. However, Guling is pretty good. His foundation is very solid and his talent is decent too. If he cultivates the proper way, it's also not impossible to step into grade 4 heavenly alchemist in the future. The review dumbfounded the group of city lords. With regards to these two people's background, although it was not some big secret, it was absolutely not what a greater sublime heavenly stratum could inquire about. But Yi Yuan said it without the slightest error. But Su Peiyun was shocked and said, "Senior Yi, you're really too incredible. Master Zhuofang has once studied under Heavenly South City's Master Wu Deng's tutelage. It's just that very few people know about it. As for Master Guling, he had once obtained some lucky chances before, and fumbled his way into becoming a heavenly alchemist." A city lord spoke up. Zhuofang and Guling are both top-tier grade 3 heavenly alchemists of the 9 cities. This information can be inquired as long as one has the intention of doing so. The moment everyone heard this, they came back to their senses and their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were even more contemptuous. It was just that Su Peiyun and Huang Haoyan both knew that Yi Yuan was not someone from Heavenly South at all. How could he possibly inquire about the information deliberately? Hence, there was only one possibility. It was that he perceived it himself. Disregarding other things, just this visual prowess alone was scary enough. "Sui, you got to watch over this beloved daughter of yours carefully." Sun Yunjing looked at Yi Yuan and said meaningfully. The subtext was that this boy was very scheming and expended considerable effort in order to fish your daughter. How could Sui not discern it? His face immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. His impression of Yi Yuan was not very good to begin with. Now he was even more displeased. If not looking on the account of his daughter's face, he would have long had people break his legs and tossed him out. A greater sublime heavenly stratum posturing in front of a bunch of city lords. Were you aware of the occasion or not? Su Peiyun's pretty face turned red, immediately blushing heavily. But the Huang Haoyan by the side was furious. He gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, "City Lord's son, food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be said indiscriminately. Peiyun is my Huang Haoyan's woman. I'm afraid that it's inappropriate for you to carelessly matchmake people like this. Right?" With that said, Su Peiyun's pretty face turned even redder, almost stuffing her head into her neckline. Yi Yuan was rather surprised by Huang Haoyan's bluntness. This boy had always been obsequious in front of him, but did not expect that he was actually so staunch at this time. Could be seen that he really liked Su Peiyun. Sun Yunjing was taken aback and suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Interesting, interesting. You're Huang Nanshan's son, right? Hoo-hoo? This city lord apologizes to you. You young people's matters, I'm really not too clear about it." His laughter was unbridled and had an even deeper meaning. The other city lords also started laughing out loud one after another. Sui almost wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. How could he not understand what these guys were laughing about? They were laughing with him. Your daughter was really promiscuous. Girl, what on earth is going on here? Sui said with a black face. He rarely lost his temper at his daughter, but this time he reached the limit of his patience. Dad, Su Peiyan also panicked for a moment at a loss on what to do. Nothing's going on. It's just that your daughter is very filial and wanted to win me over for you, that's why she brought me here. But it seems like you don't really welcome it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Win you over? Hoo-hoo. You, a greater sublime heavenly stratum, what's worth winning over? You boy, really know how to gild gold onto your own face. Think that having done a bit of homework, you really feel that you're amazing. Sun Yunjing said with a snicker. Yi Yuan gave Sun Yunjing a glance and said profoundly, "You're very cocky." Sun Yunjing's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, do you know who you're talking to or not?" Yi Yuan ignored him but looked at Su Peiyun and said, "Originally, I wasn't interested in joining South City. But now I've changed my mind." Su Peiyun was overjoyed when she heard that and said, "Senior Yi, is what you said true?" Right now, Su Peiyun suddenly felt a little grateful towards Sun Yunjing. If not for him provoking Yi Yuan repeatedly, Yi Yuan probably would not join South City. At least, she could be sure that the faction behind Yi Yuan was definitely much stronger than South City. In fact, it was not inferior to Heavenly South City. The moment Sun Yunjing heard, he only felt amused and said, "Boy, you can really pretend. You mean that when you join South City, we'll all have to be more careful." When the group of city lords heard that, they all laughed loudly without ceasing. In their view, Yi Yuan was simply a moron. How could he be worth winning over? They really did not know what kind of bewitching soup Su Peiyun was forced to drink, to actually acknowledge him. Yi Yuan gave Sun Yunjing a glance rather surprisedly and said, "Looks like you're not too stupid either." Finished saying, Yi Yuan flicked his finger, only to see a ray of sword light fly straight for Guling. Bang! Guling's pill refinement was directly interrupted crudely. He was currently fully concentrated on refining the pill. Suddenly being interrupted, he also went into a rampage. "Brat, are you courting death?" Guling arrived in front of Yi Yuan like the wind and roared. Yi Yuan's sudden move directly stunned everyone. Did he join South City to deal damage? Ha 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 ha. Really a pig teammate. Thought that he would say some harsh words. In the end, he directly made a move to interrupt his own people's pill refinement. Facing Guling's wrath, Yi Yuan appeared calm and collected. Waving his hand, he said, "You don't need to refine anymore. According to your refining method, it's impossible to win Zwafong all your life. Remember, I'm about to say next carefully. Just nice. Make use of this auction time to repeat it in your head. Finish him off in the next round." Yi Yuan ignored Guling's wrath as well and started talking on in a flow of eloquence. He had observed for a long time and was fully aware of some of the minor problems in Guling's pill refinement. Giving guidance at this time, it struck the vitals directly. In the beginning, Guling was almost rampaging under his rage. Luckily, Su Peiyun kept holding him back, that was why he did not blow up. But very soon, the expression on Guling's face changed. But Sun Yunjing said disdainfully, a greater sublime heavenly stratum teaching a grade 3 heavenly alchemist alchemy, this is simply a joke. If randomly saying a few words can make people become stronger, then anyone can become a heavenly alchemist. However, the expression on Guling's face became more and more serious. There were also many grade 3 heavenly alchemists present. Their faces actually revealed thoughtful looks too. At this time, even Sun Yunjing discovered that something was wrong too. He did not know alchemy, but it did not mean that he was a fool. Guling's current expression was just like a student, just short of kneeling down to Yi Yuan. Sun Yunjing's brows furrowed slightly and he asked someone next to him, Master Jiangli, could it be that what this brat says is really something? Jiangli's strength was even a bit stronger than Zuofang. It was just that currently no one could force him out yet. But at this time, the expression on Jiangli's face was noticeably showing he was surprised. Seeing Sun Yunjing asking, he nodded and said, the few points that he talked about are all Guling's shortcomings. Actually, I've long discovered it too. Guling's strength isn't weak. It's just because of his uncultivated origins, many details couldn't be controlled, resulting in the poor quality. I didn't expect that this boy just take a few glances and perceive it. This boy isn't simple. Sun Yunjing felt his scalp tingle when he heard and said with a frown. But, can just saying these few sentences make Guling become strong? Jiangli shook his head and said with a smile, how is it possible? Knowing is one thing, doing it is another matter altogether. Moreover, Guling's pill refinement has long already formed a fixed style. Its writing habits are very hard to change. Even if he knows, it's also impossible to have any improvements within a short time. The moment Sun Yunjing heard, he immediately felt relieved and said with a cold smile, I want to see how this brat cleans up the mess. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said to Sui, arrange for a secret room. I want to give him a small sermon. Sui was taken aback. Then he immediately came back to his senses and hurriedly made people go arrange it. When he walked out of the secret room, there was an additional glimmer of brilliance in Guling's eyes. He did not expect that pills could still be refined this way. To him who had an uncultivated background, Yi Yuan's casual guidance made him feel like he suddenly saw the light. At this very moment, he was full of awe for Yi Yuan. Old Gu, still going up? I want to say that your strength is pretty good too. But, continue losing like this old face of yours will be completely lost. When Zuofang saw Guling get on the stage again, he could not refrain from mocking. Guling's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, who wins and who loses is still unknown. Zuofang did not care and said with a smile, Ho-ho, being guided by a junior, you're really able to give up on this old face. You wouldn't really think that in less than an hour you'll be able to surpass me, right? Guling snorted coldly and said, that will only be known after competing. Zuofang laughed loudly and said, looks like you really take it seriously. Being taught by a junior, if you were to still lose, you probably won't be able to go out in Comp South City in the future anymore, right? Guling knew that he could not win him with words, so he could only give a cold snort and stop talking. This round of alchemy competition was starting again very quickly. The 9 cities' heavenly alchemists made a move once again. Everyone's eyes were naturally focused on Guling. The heavenly alchemists present were all not weaklings. It was just that they also could not see that there were overly obvious changes to Guling. Everything seemed to be the same as before. Continuing to refine step by step, it was simply impossible to win. Hoo-hoo, this is a big joke. A grade 3 heavenly alchemist was actually guided by a junior. The key is that there aren't any changes still. Looks like this time, South City is really going to become the laughingstock of the 9 cities. After everyone goes back, today's matter can probably serve as a joke for a year. What's going on with City Lord Sui to actually accompany a junior to mess around? Many people were all discussing animatedly. Clearly, they were not optimistic about Guling. When these words landed in Suyi's ears, it made him even more upset. Earlier, he was quelled by Yi Yuan in a few words, thinking that Yi Yuan was really formidable. Looking at it now, he was simply fooling people. Yet, this guy was still sitting by the side like nobody's business. Master Jiangli, Is there anything different? Compared to others, Sun Yunjing still believed in Jiang Li more. It was also Jiang Li's assessment that cowed Sun Yunjing. Jiang Li stared at Guling for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "There's not much difference. I said it earlier, habits are the scariest. How can it be changed so easily? This battle, Guling will still lose for sure." The moment Sun Yunjing heard, he immediately settled his heart back in place. Jiang Li was his trump card. Sun Yunjing trusted his vision very much. Even he said that it would not work, then it definitely would not work. Sui. Looks like this little brother can really transform the rotten into something magical. Guling changed until I almost couldn't recognize him anymore. Ha ha ha. Sun Yunjing started his great mockery art again. Actually, the 9 cities were of the same breadth and branch. They resisted the true Spirit Sea race jointly and at the same time were also in a competitive relationship. The 9 great city lords also secretly competed with each other. This was also the situation that Heavenly South City was willing to see. The 9 cities' Heavenly Pill Summit was the best opportunity to show off to begin with. It was naturally impossible for Sun Yunjing to let it slip by. Sui had a dark look and did not play along, but gave a cold snort and said to Yi Yuan, "Brat, do you want to explain it? Because of you, calm South City and this old man have already incurred the ridicule of experts today." Yi Yuan's gaze was on Guling the entire time. Without even looking at him, he just said coolly, "You just watch, isn't the result not out yet?" Sui was taken back, immediately gnashing his teeth in hatred. This boy was really cocky to the extreme. By the side, Su Peiyun was extremely awkward. She discovered that bringing Yi Yuan was simply a mistake. Now, she had already ridden the tiger and found it hard to dismount. But the combat power that Yi Yuan displayed in the sea still made her unwilling to give up. Huang Haoyan sensed Su Peiyun's awkwardness. Gritting his teeth, he said to Yi Yuan, "Senior Yi, Peiyun and I both respect you very much. I'm afraid that it's not appropriate for you to do so, right?" Yi Yuan found it funny in his heart, but he just said indifferently, "What's not appropriate about it?" Huang Haoyan said, "Peiyun only had the intention of getting on friendly terms with Senior, but you made the entire calm South City become a laughingstock for your own face. This isn't appropriate." Clearly, Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun had already talked about it. The two people's relationship was re-established. But with Yi Yuan doing so, it made them still unable to accept it. Yi Yuan still said coolly, "Whether it's a laughingstock or laughing proudly, you just watch." Amidst the mocking voices, the pill refinement of the 9 great Grade 3 heavenly alchemists gradually reached an end. The 9 heavenly pills were presented to the judge's bench. 3 Grade 4 heavenly alchemists started undergoing a comprehensive judgment of the 9 heavenly pills. Skybless City's Yuan E, Thunderfire Heavenly Dipper Pill, middle 5th grade. Yonghe City's Zhao Lei, Sulfur Flame Kuan Earth Pill, upper 5th grade. Cui Tong reported the results one by one, without much surprise. He was a Grade 4 heavenly alchemist from Heavenly South City, his status extremely revered. The strength of these Grade 3 heavenly alchemists was actually very close. This round, whoever performed a little better might clinch victory. As for the commotion on Sun Yunjing and Yi Yuan this side, he naturally noticed it too. But he did not pay too much attention. In his view, Yi Yuan was merely talking big to impress people. A greater sublime heavenly stratum, he would be a Grade 2 heavenly alchemist at the very most. How could he possibly guide a Grade 3 heavenly alchemist? But, with this farce, he still harbored some curiosity about Guling's heavenly pill. This time, Guling was the last to complete the refinement, so he was queued last. Water Billow City's Wafang, Emerald Dawn Meteorite Pill, lower 6th grade. Cui Tong said coolly. Finished speaking, he picked up Guling's heavenly pill and placed it onto the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, looking at the scale in amazement. Middle 6th grade. It actually reached middle 6th grade. How is this possible? Cui Tong sucked in a cold breath. Before this, Guling had never reached 6th grade before. The best was also merely upper 5th grade. This time, he actually directly broke through a grade and reached middle 6th grade. The two people beside him were also surprised. This should be a coincidence, right? Another grade 4 heavenly alchemist said. Chui Tong sucked in a deep breath and said with a nod, "It should be a coincidence. If casually giving some pointers can attain this kind of effect, that would also be too monstrous. Even the likes of US can't achieve it. So how can a grade 2 heavenly alchemist possibly do it?" Following that, he said loudly, "Calm South City's Guling, 6ren carefree pill, middle 6th grade." The moment these words came out of his mouth, the entire audience exploded. What? Really won? How is this possible? Gave pointers on the spot and it promoted a grade? This is freaking cheating, right? Just what kind of person is that boy, to actually have the ability to turn stone into gold? The despots from all around felt that this was simply like talking about a book from heaven, too ridiculous. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist spent less than an hour's time and gave pointers to a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. In the end, he won. You are freaking joking, right? 6ren carefree pill. Regardless in terms of quality, refinement, difficulty, or practicality, it wins against the Emerald Dawn meteorite pill. The three of us unanimously rule that in this round, Guling wins. Chui Tong's voice had neither joy nor sorrow, but it struck everyone's hearts. No matter whether it was Sun Yunjing, Jiang Li, or Sui father and daughter, they were all stupefied at this time. He actually really won. This is impossible. Jiang Li's first reaction was that it was impossible. Sui also came back to his senses at this time and immediately burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha ha. Just now, who said to shave our calm South City bald? Do your faces hurt? Sun Yunjing, didn't you say that my calm South City doesn't have anyone? Now, do you still dare to say it?" Actually, Sui was really prepared to be shaved bald already. But who would have expected that there would actually be a turnaround? Guling won. These few days, he was mocked by Sun Yunjing and the few great city lords immensely. Venting this frustration now, it really felt invigorating to the max. His gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan had his head lowered, looking straight down. It was as if this had nothing to do with him at all. If it was earlier, he would definitely feel that this guy was pretending to be mysterious. But now it was completely not the case at all. This guy that his daughter brought back really had the skills. Sun Yunjing's expression was very ugly. He was still mocking Sui and Yi Yuan just now. Who would have thought that in a blink of an eye, he had his face slapped? "Sui, what are you being smug for? Your calm South City only won one match," Sun Yunjing said with a cold snort. But Sui did not care at all and laughed loudly as he said, "So what if one match? One match and you can't shave bald anymore. At least, you can't make it 0 anymore." Sun Yunjing's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "You're really shameless. One match got you smug until like this." Sui did not show weakness in the slightest and snorted coldly as he said, "I'm proud of it. I feel great slapping your face." Sun Yunjing lost his temper. Sui winning under this kind of circumstances was indeed worthy of being proud of. He was different from him. He did not have hope for Heavenly South City's resources to begin with. Now, at least he got lucky. That, young friend Yi, just now, it was the Su who had eyes but couldn't see. Now, this Su officially apologizes to you. I hope that young friend Yi doesn't take offense. Sui bowed towards Yi Yuan as he said slightly embarrassedly. He kept calling brat earlier, not taking Yi Yuan seriously at all. Now he was embarrassed. Logically speaking, he was revered as a city lord, a grand completion, limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouse. He should not apologize to a junior. But Sui did not feel that there was anything wrong. He was not stupid. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist casually giving pointers could make a grade 3 heavenly alchemist's heavenly pill directly advance a grade. This was not what anyone could do. At least, those 3 grade 4 heavenly alchemists above could not do it. Even Heavenly South City's titans could not do it. Then how strong was the faction behind this young man? Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll accept the apology. But this Yi gives City Lord Su a word of advice. It's best if you don't act like a snob in the future." Since he entered, Sui had been looking at him through colored glasses. How could he not feel it? If not looking on the account of Su Peiyun's face, Yi Yuan would have long fallen out. A limitless sublime heavenly stratum city lord, Yi Yuan did not take him seriously yet. He had even killed a jade sovereign heaven before. So why would he pay attention to a limitless sublime heaven? Insolence. Impudent. To actually dare speak to City Lord His Excellency like this. When Su Yi's guards heard this, they immediately exploded but were stopped by Su Yi. He believed his daughter's words now. She really wanted to rope an impressive character in for him, but he kept pushing him out continuously. It was just as Yi Yuan said. He had acted like a snob. All withdraw for me. What young friend Yi said is right. This Su did indeed act like a snob before. Su Yi's attitude surprised Yi Yuan a little. A dignified city lord could actually stomach this grievance. At this time, Guling came down too. He directly came before Yi Yuan, gave a deep bow, and said, "This good thanks Master Yi for your guidance." Yi Yuan accepted it calmly and said coolly, "Do you have any gains?" The moment Guling heard, he said excitedly, "Plenty of gains." By the side, Zuofang said with a cold snort, "Humph," pretending to be mysterious. Just now, it was merely getting lucky. Getting cocky for what? The next round, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yi Yuan gave Zuofang a glance and said coolly, "Refining pills never has any luck. There's only the inevitability of endless training. Placing your hopes on luck, your accomplishments are bound to be limited." Zuofang's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Brat who's still wet behind your ears, this old man isn't Guling that sort of trash. It's not your turn to come and teach yet. Whether or not it's luck, you'll know in the next round." He completely did not believe that a few words of guidance could make Guling undergo such an upheaval change. Being able to refine middle 6th grade could only be attributed to luck. Very soon, Guling's 6-ring carefree pill was auctioned for a sky-high price of 400,000 heavenly crystals. It was directly 100,000 heavenly crystals higher compared to Zuofang's one-heart life-crossing pill previously. Could be seen how high the value of the 6-ring carefree pill was. After resting, the 9 cities' heavenly alchemists went onto the stage again. Each city had more than one heavenly alchemist. Hence, there was also a particular method to marshal soldiers for battle. The strengths of these heavenly alchemists were mostly very close. It depended on how their condition was. However, to calm South City, the other heavenly alchemists were seriously somewhat lacking in skill. So this round, it was still Guling. "Zhongli, why don't you take this round?" Sun Yunjing looked toward Zhongli and asked. Zuofang's face turned black, feeling immensely being insulted. "City Lord, this round, I absolutely won't lose to him. Earlier, Guling just got lucky. That's all," Zuofang said in a solemn voice. Zhongli fell silent for a moment and said, "Whether or not it's luck is still hard to say. City Lord, I want to observe again." Sun Yunjing nodded and said, "Fine. Master Zuofang, you must take him down this time." Zuofang snorted coldly and said, "Rest assured, he won't have the chance." Carrying a strong desire for revenge, Zuofang took the stage again. This time, he brought out his trump card, the 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill. It's the 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill. Master Zuofang is releasing a big move. The 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill is Master Zuofang's signboard. This heavenly pill already infinitely approaches the level of heavenly imperial pill. Furthermore, Master Zuofang's highest record is upper 6th grade. Master Guling unleashed his ultimate move too. What he's refining this time is the Fushi Pure Yang pill. The difficulties of the 2 heavenly pills are evenly matched in strength. However, he's still a little worse compared to Master Zuofang. It's said that Master Guling's best record is merely middle 5th grade. The moment the refinement started, the crowd became excited. This match could be said to be a pinnacle showdown already. In the alchemy competition previously, everyone was holding back. Firstly, when refining highly complex heavenly pills, stability was insufficient. Any carelessness and the quality would drop. Secondly, trump cards had to be saved until the end. Zuofang was forced into a corner. That was why he would bring out the 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill. Guling Fushi Pure Yang Pill, peak 6th grade. Calm South City wins. When Cui Tong said this, his expression distinctly became somewhat unnatural. Clearly, even he himself felt that it was inconceivable. If one time, it could be said to be coincidental. But the second time, Guling overpowered Zuofang with his overwhelming talent. taking the top spot. It was not a coincidence anymore. Just now, Cui Tong personally announced that Zhuofang's 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill reached the level of upper 6th grade. This was also to say that Zhuofang performed to his highest standard this time, but he still lost. Peak 6th grade already reached the boundary of 7th grade, which was even higher than Zhuofang's result. When Guling himself heard this result, he felt rather incredulous too. After the first match, he became a little more familiar with Yi Yuan's guidance. So the pill refinement this time he became even more accomplished with high proficiency. The result did not disappoint him. Won again. Really not a coincidence. My God. This is also too miraculous. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually has the ability to turn stone into gold, making Master Gu have such a huge leap within such a short time. Just what kind of person is that young man? Why have I never heard of him before? Suddenly Yi Yuan, who was condescending and behaved like an idiot in their eyes, became mysterious. No one treated him as an ordinary greater sublime heavenly stratum anymore. Cui Tong, 3 people's gazes also looked over one after another. Sui laughed loudly and said, Sun Yunjing, you said that it was luck earlier? Guling's luck is really good? Ha ha ha. He was extremely proud of himself right now. Each 9 cities' heavenly pill summit, he would be the target of ridicule for the many city lords. Among them, Sun Yunjing was the worst. Now, slapping faces over and over again made him feel like a freed slave singing songs. That feeling of liberation really could not be described using words. Seeing Su Yi's smugful face, Sun Yunjing had an impulse to hit him. But he was aggrieved currently. How did Guling become so formidable all of a sudden? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. City Lord, please give me another chance. This time, I'll definitely make Guling that fellow knows my prowess. Zhuofang came before Sun Yunjing as he gnashed his teeth and said. Clearly, he still did not give up. He came from Heavenly South City and normally looked down on Guling, this kind of barbarian, most of all. Now, he was actually surpassed by someone that he looked down upon. How could he stomach this frustration? But Sun Yunjing was clearly not prepared to give him a chance anymore. Zhuofang, you've worked hard too. Rest for a bit. Leave the rest to Zhongli, Sun Yunjin said lightly. City Lord, Zhuofang said with unwillingness. At this time, Zhongli opened his mouth and said, Zhuofang, haven't you discovered it yet? Guling's improvement this time is even greater than before. Although I don't know how that boy did it, he indeed has the ability to transform the rotten into something magical. If my conjecture is right, Guling's pill refinement is very likely to break through to 7th grade the next time. At that time, you'll lose even more miserably. Zhuofang's entire body trembled, and he fell silent. Zhongli patted his shoulder and said coolly, Go rest. Leave the rest to me. Zhuofang carried strong unwillingness and went to rest. In the auction, Guling's Fushi Pure Yang pill was sold for a sky-high price of 600,000 heavenly crystals, the highest of all present. At this time, Zhongli, who was beside Sun Yunjing, slowly stood up. The moment he moved, it immediately caused a commotion. It's Master Zhongli. He's finally taking the stage. Master Zhongli is known as Heavenly South City's #1 alchemy genius. Heard that even many grade 4 heavenly alchemists are not as impressive as him. I didn't expect that he was actually invited by Waterbillow City. City Lord Sun definitely paid a huge price. Seeing Zhongli get up, Su Yi's expression became ugly too. Even Guling also became fidgety. Yi Yuan everyone's nervousness and could not help being a little surprised. He's very strong? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Guling nodded his head heavily and said, Very strong. I stand no chance in front of him at all. Zhongli is known as the Heavenly South's #1 genius. Although he's still only a grade 3 heavenly alchemist now, in terms of strength, he's already stronger than many grade 4 heavenly alchemists. I thought that he was just invited by City Lord Sun to hold the line. I didn't expect that he actually personally took the stage. To put it bluntly, even if he sits on the judge bench, there also won't be anyone complaining. Zhongli's fame was extremely high. When he joined Waterbillow City, it had once caused a great sensation. No one would have thought that Heavenly South City's #1 genius actually joined the border water billow city. Although each and every one of the grade 3 heavenly alchemists present all had high regards for themselves, they did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Zhongli. Yi Yuan just nodded slightly, thinking to himself that no wonder even Zhuo Fang, this kind of arrogant person, went to rest obediently. However, he did not really take it to heart either. No matter how strong Zhongli, this #1 genius, it was also impossible to be stronger than Song Yongning. Furthermore, even if he was really stronger than Song Yongning, Yi Yuan did not mind either. Calm South City's win or loss had nothing to do with him. Just now was just Sun Yunjing continuously squeezing him, that was why he took action. Now that the other party had shut up, Yi Yuan was naturally not interested in taking action anymore too. Who would have expected that Zhongli turned around and actually came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Little brother, are you interested in taking the stage to play?" Buzz. The whole audience was in a stir. Master Zhongli actually challenged a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Isn't this bullying people? When Master Zhongli refines grade 2 heavenly pills, it's definitely all upper 9th grade. How to compete? Although Yi Yuan was very mysterious, he was still utterly not worth mentioning in the face of Zhongli's prestige. Zhongli's might was deeply entrenched in the hearts of people. Yi Yuan could casually give pointers, but Zhongli was in existence who could win grade 4 heavenly alchemists. Not interested. Yi Yuan directly refused. Hoo-hoo, looks like little brother only knows how to engage in empty talk. It was this Zhong who thought too highly of you. Zhongli was indifferent and said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, "You don't need to goad me. I'm not accepting the challenge because you're not worthy of making me take action." Murmur. The whole audience was in an uproar. This guy was simply too arrogant. He probably did not know who Zhongli was, right? Zhongli was considered level-headed too. But, hearing these words, his expression turned dark. Hoo-hoo, brat, you're also regarding yourself too highly, right? Even if a grade 4 heavenly alchemist is in front of me, they also wouldn't dare say so. Zhongli said in a solemn voice. Grade 4 heavenly alchemist? Hoo-hoo, if you want me to take action, can as well. But you have to be mentally prepared. If I make a move, your water billow city won't have a chance anymore, Yi Yuan said with a meaningful smile. The words were full of disdain. In Yi Yuan's view, grade 4 heavenly alchemists were indeed nothing. In the Pill Pavilion, when grade 4 heavenly alchemists saw him, they had to respectfully call him as Master Yi. Zhongli's eyes turned cold and he said, "Is that so? I'm already mentally prepared. This Zhong wants to see how Water Billow City won't have a chance." Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he shook his head. Slowly standing up, he said coolly, "If you want to see, I'll let you take a look then." Yi Yuan taking the field immediately aroused great expectations. Casually giving a few words of guidance, and it greatly improved a grade 3 heavenly alchemist's strength. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Then how was his own strength? 3 elders, for fairness sake, I suggest this round to collectively refine grade 2 heavenly pills. Zhongli gave about a Cui Tong 3 people as he said. Cui Tong 3 people exchanged a glance and said with a nod as it ought to be. Right at this time, Yi Yuan spoke up, saying, "No need." Cui Tong's brows furrowed and he said, "Grade 2 heavenly pill and grade 3 heavenly pill can't be mentioned in the same breath at all. Even if you can refine a heavenly imperial pill, it's also much inferior compared to the medicinal pills that they refine. How will you compete with them like this?" Although the medicinal effects of grade 2 heavenly imperial pills rivaled grade 3 heavenly pills, it was not comparable to all grade 3 heavenly pills. If not, grade 3 heavenly pills also would not be called grade 3 heavenly pills. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll refine my grade 2 heavenly pill. They'll refine their grade 3 heavenly pill. If you all feel that my heavenly pill isn't as good as theirs, just judge it as a loss." Hoo-hoo. What an arrogant kid. What do you think you're refining? To actually dare look down on us so much? A mere grade 2 heavenly alchemist is unbelievably arrogant. I want to see how much capability you have. The moment the other few cities' heavenly alchemists heard, they immediately exploded. Yi Yuan was clearly not taking them seriously. Cui Tong's brows furrowed even tighter. He was seriously unable to imagine what basis Yi Yuan had to be so conceited. Could it be that the grade 2 heavenly pills he would refine are different from the rest? Forget it. Since you insist, do as you say then. I wonder, what kind of grade 2 heavenly pill do you want to refine? Cui Tong said. Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. Yi Yuan still had a calm and collected appearance as he said. Once again, everyone exploded. What the hell? Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill competing with Grade 3 Heavenly Pills whose difficulty approaching Heavenly Imperial Pill? Is this kid's head spoiled? Ha! Ha ha! One really can see anything after living a long time. It's still your father's first time seeing such a mind-boggling Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist. Not just that, right? If my guess is correct, Master Zhongli is probably going to refine a Grade 3 Heavenly Imperial Pill. Even if Master Zhongli only refines 3rd or 4th grade, it's also not what the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill can compare to, right? The faces of the other 8 people, including Zhongli, all became black as the bottom of a pot. Did this boy come to mess with them? Even Cui Tong had a stunned look too. Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, what kind of joke are you making, young friend Yi? Could it be that you're making fun of the few of us? Cui Tong said with slight anger. Whether or not it's making fun of the few of you, it will naturally be clear to you after the refinement is completed. Isn't it jumping too fast to a conclusion by talking about these now? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Cui Tong's brows furrowed tightly, and he said in a solemn voice, okay, then this old man will wait and see. But I'll say the unpleasant things first. If you're really making fun of the few of us old fellows, we won't let you off when the time comes. Up to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Amidst the questioning voices, this round of alchemy competition began. Sui Guling and the rest were long already thunderstruck until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. They even thought that Yi Yuan had some trump card. Who would have expected that he actually brought out a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill? Could this thing win? They racked their brains and could not figure it out either. But once the alchemy competition started, everyone's gazes were drawn over by Yi Yuan. Cui Tong, 3 people's gazes even turned intent, revealing solemn expressions. What impressive techniques! This old man actually can't see through it, Cui Tong said in surprise. Another judge said with surprise, it turns out that Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill can still be refined like this? This old man really broadened my horizons. Yi Yuan's refining technique was extremely complicated and elaborate. But every move and action carried the lingering charm of Tao, making people recollect the aftertaste endlessly. Even if the heavenly alchemists present were fools, they would know that Yi Yuan's strength was extraordinary too. But very soon, something that surprised them even more happened. A surge of great Tao accumulation descended from the sky. Boom! The powerful pressure made everyone's faces change. The refinements of Zhongli and the rest immediately suffered disruption. Under the surge of great Tao accumulation, bystanders were not able to contend with it at all. Boom! A burnt smell spread out. A heavenly alchemist's heavenly pill was ruined. Boom! Without holding out for long, another person's pill was ruined too. For safety's sake, Zhongli did not refine a heavenly imperial pill. Against a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, just using an ordinary heavenly pill would suffice. He had the intention of showing off his strength too, to let Yi Yuan take a good look at what was called an alchemy path genius. But now, under the great Tao accumulation, even his soul force was somewhat flickering. He could not concentrate at all. In a short while, he already made several mistakes, severely affecting the quality of the heavenly pill. The pressure of the great Tao accumulation became stronger and stronger. Boom! Finally, it landed in Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron. Pill formed. Very soon, Zhongli finished refining too. His mood was irritated to the extreme. He knew that the quality of the heavenly pill was definitely bad. Brat, you cheated! Zhongli pointed at Yi Yuan and said angrily. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "The judge hasn't even said anything. Is it up to you to tell them what to do? If this is considered cheating, then you cheat for me to take a look." All right, Zhongli, Yi Yuan didn't cheat. However, this old man is very curious now, is what you refined really the Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill? Cui Tong said. Zhongli gnashed his teeth in hatred, his face full of indignation. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether it is or not, wouldn't you all know if you take a look?" As he said, Yi Yuan urged with his palm, a crystal-clear heavenly pill flew in front of Cui Tong. An aura of great Tao instantly spread out. Is this really a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment heavenly pill? I've never heard before that a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment heavenly pill can be transparent. What a magical refining technique. It's unheard of. Everyone looked at that heavenly pill, all with looks of wonder on their faces. Cui Tong studied it in detail for a long time, his two eyes almost burrowing into the heavenly pill. "Have you seen enough? Let me look." Another judge could not resist urging. With their eyesight, they could naturally perceive this pill's extraordinary nature and naturally wanted to study it. True grade had never appeared before in the land of Heavenly South. Now that it emerged, it would surely shock the world. The three people looked it over and over, all not understanding. Finally, Cui Tong could not resist and placed it on the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and did not stop it, only to see the scale on the Cloud Mount Mother Stone soar to full scale almost instantly. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Everyone present turned pale with shock. The Cloud Mount Mother Stone actually exploded. Cui Tong stood up suddenly. Looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished expression, he asked, "Young friend Yi, just what grade is this pill?" This old man has never seen before a heavenly pill that could blow up the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "This pill is a true grade heavenly pill. Above 9th grade is true grade. I wonder if this true grade heavenly pill can match their grade 3 heavenly pills or not." True grade. Above 9th grade. The shock of Cui Tong three people was not only expressed in words, but also on their faces. At this time, how could they still care about whatever win or lose? True grade heavenly pill. They had never heard of it before. This heavenly pill opened another window for them. Not that the land of Heavenly South's heavenly medicine technique was not refined, but that the realm of true grade was seriously too hard to achieve. In the entire Pill Alliance, there were probably barely a handful of people who could refine true grade heavenly pills too. Heavenly South was merely a tiny place. How could they have seen before this grade of heavenly pill? Yi Yuan's words caused a whirlwind in the arena. Everyone burst into an uproar. No one had seen before a true grade heavenly pill. No one knew what Yi Yuan said was true or fake at all. But everything in front of them left them no choice but to believe that this was real. "Young friend Yi, can this true grade heavenly pill be sold to this old man or not?" Cui Tong calmed himself down and asked. As a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, he could no longer be described as burning with eagerness anymore. He could not wait to bring this heavenly pill back and study it carefully. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said indifferently, "This is the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit. Better do it in accordance with the rules. The highest bidder wins." What this Grade 2 Foundation Establishment heavenly pill of mine represents is Calm South City. Su Yi's face turned from shock to ecstasy. There was really a silver lining in every cloud. This true grade heavenly pill was worth 1,000 Grade 3 heavenly pills. What did a mere water billow city count as? Cui Tong nodded slightly and said, "All right, let's start the auction now then." He was already too impatient to wait. That auctioneer had a bitter smile on his face and asked, "Master Cui Tong, what's the base price of this heavenly pill?" He had never seen before a true grade heavenly pill. There was no precedent. No need for a base price, there's no restriction on price increment as well, directly get to the bidding. Whoever wins with a bid of 1 heavenly crystal, just take it as they got lucky, Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone's faces turned black, all looking at Yi Yuan with contemptuous faces. 1 piece of heavenly crystal, to think that you could say it out loud. Everyone knew that no base price, no restriction on price increment. This sort of situation was the most terrifying. The final auction price had no bottom line at all. God knows how much the final transaction price would be. Under the urging of Cui Tong three people, the auction started very soon. The auctioneer said loudly, "Now auctioning a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. This pill is a true grade that has never appeared in the land of Heavenly South before. No base price, no restrictions on price increase. Now the bidding begins." 1 million. Almost as soon as it was announced, Chui Tong made a bid. The number of 1 million made everyone present suck in a cold breath. One had to know, Guling's Fushi Pure Yang pill previously was only auctioned for a price of 600,000 heavenly crystals. Now Chui Tong directly raised it to 1 million. His gaze swept over everyone's faces and he said coolly, "This pill. This old man is determined to get it." Originally, with a true grade pill coming into being, which of the tycoons present did not want to claim it for themselves? But Chui Tong's words already faintly implied a warning. Everyone could not refrain from criticizing inwardly but was also helpless about it. Chui Tong was not what anyone could afford to provoke. Seeing no one speak up, Chui Tong was very satisfied. 2 million. However, right at this time someone spoke up. The source of the voice was precisely from another grade 4 heavenly alchemist beside Chui Tong. Chui Tong's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Wu Dao, what's the meaning of this?" Wu Dao said coolly, "Old Chui, if it were other things, then forget it. But the significance of this true grade heavenly pill you and I both understand. Such a good thing. How can this old man not be moved?" Chui Tong's face turned black and he gritted his teeth and said, 5 million. 8 million. Chui Tong just spoke up when another judge also joined in the melee. Ji Chun. Good. Very good. Is this old man scared of you? 10 million. As if it was free, Chui Tong directly offered a sky-high price of 10 million. This kind of bidding directly made many tycoons shrink back at the sight of it. They were rich, but compared to these veteran grade 4 heavenly alchemists, they were weak to the max. The wealth that a grade 4 heavenly alchemist possessed might rival a large family clan. 20 million. Right at this time, another voice sounded out. Everyone was taken aback, but looking in Zhang Li's direction. No one expected that he would open his mouth too. Furthermore, he increased it by 10 million heavenly crystals in one go. In the face of Chui Tong's murderous gaze, Zhang Li said coolly, "I really want to know just how I'm worse than him. 3 elders I'll be offending. This pill. This Zhang is also determined to get it." Chui Tong snorted coldly and said, "Very good. Each relies on one's abilities then. 30 million. 33 million. 35 million. 68 million. When Zhang Li yelled out this price, the 3 judges finally hesitated. Clearly, this price already approached the limit that they could bear. It was just that no one expected that Zhang Li's financial power was actually so great. A grade 3 heavenly alchemist could actually be on par with a grade 4 heavenly alchemist. This true grade heavenly pill held great significance to them. Even if they bankrupted themselves, they had to obtain it too. If money was gone, it could be earned again. But if this heavenly pill was missed, it would be very difficult to encounter again. Sure, they could find Yi Yuan and have him refine again. But it was very hard. Such a valuable heavenly pill, Yi Yuan definitely would not refine it frequently. The 4 people's bidding made the expressions of each and every one of the tycoons present turn pale. Such a crazy scene, it was still their first time seeing it. A price of 68 million, what kind of concept was that? 1 year of Thistle South 9 cities tax revenue added up could not reach this figure too. Too freaking exciting. It's still your father's first time seeing that a grade 2 heavenly pill can actually sell for a sky-high price of 70 million heavenly crystals. What the hell do you know? As long as the 3 masters can work out the refining method of the true grade heavenly pill, what does 70 million count for? This is simply snatching money. Crazy. Really insane. I even feel like I can't breathe anymore. Although it was not them bidding, each of them had blood-red eyes. This scene was really too exciting. The auctioneer asked, 68 million, is there any higher, 3 masters? Seeing that the 3 did not respond, the auctioneer continued, 68 million going once, 68 million going twice, 68 million going thrice. This true grade heavenly pill belongs to Master Zhang Li. Murmur. The audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Zhang Li actually really suppressed the 3 heavyweights in the end. The title of Heavenly South's #1 genius was not for show. The wealth that he had accumulated these few years was very terrifying. Getting this true grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, Zhang Li's gaze could no longer look away. TSK, too perfect. How can a heavenly pill be so perfect? I can feel the surging great Dao accumulations inside. I can definitely draw down great Dao accumulations and reach the realm of true grade. Jiang Li was intoxicated, completely forgetting about his previous grudge with Yi Yuan. At the same time, Cui Tong, three people looked at Jiang Li with unfriendly expressions. The envious looks in their eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Once true grade emerged, the subsequent competitions were already completely meaningless. Even if they refined until the sky collapsed, it would also be impossible to reach the realm of true grade. It would just be beating a dead horse. Therefore, Cui Tong simply announced that the 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit this time, South City took the top spot. Seeing Sun Yunjing's aggrieved face, Su Yi was simply grinning from ear to ear. Putting aside feeling exaltation upon fulfillment, their South City would even obtain a huge amount of resources. This was a tangible benefit. Not only that, Guling's strength rose after receiving pointers from Yi Yuan. Surpassing Zhuafang was already a foregone conclusion. It could be said that South City became the biggest winner of the 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit this time. Haha! Master Yi, I Su, really had my nose up in the air. This Su apologizes to you once more here. Su Yi gave a bow towards Yi Yuan with incomparable sincerity this time. He was really convinced. His daughter really did a great thing this time. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "Since this matter is over with, forget it." Su Yi saw that Yi Yuan was free from pride and prejudices and immediately climbed up the rope hand over hand and said, "Master Yi, this Su sincerely invites you to join our South City. I wonder what Master Yi thinks." Before waiting for Yi Yuan to reply, Sun Yunjin suddenly gave about to Yi Yuan and said, "Master Yi, previously it was all this Sun who had eyes but couldn't see. Now this Sun wants to invite you to join Water Billow City. You rest assured. The terms that our Water Billow City offers will definitely be better than South City." Sun Yunjing Yu, Su Yi said in a great rage. He did not expect that Sun Yunjing would actually kill Steel. Furthermore, comparing resources, South City really could not compare to Water Billow City. Otherwise, they also would not have failed to hire a top master like Zhuafang. Sun Yunjing said indifferently, "Su Yi, Master Yi, and you have only met for the first time as well. Furthermore, he and little girl Su also merely just became acquainted. Since that's the case, why can't this city lord invite him? Who in the 9 cities doesn't know that this city lord has always craved talents like a thirsty person for water?" Su Yi was angered until he clenched his jaws tightly. He knew that what Sun Yunjing said was the truth. Previously, everyone all misunderstood that Yi Yuan intentionally got close to Su Yi in order to court Su Peiyun. Now everyone knew that it was not the case anymore. Master Yi had no interest in Su Peiyun at all. Furthermore, Su Peiyun and Master Yi merely met along the way. They were also not some life-and-death friends. Then everyone had a chance, no? "Master Yi, our sky-blessed city invites you to join with the utmost sincerity." Master Yi. With Sun Yunjing taking the lead, the other few cities' city lords joined in one after another. Each of the terms offered was better than the last. Su Yi wished to tear this bunch of fellows to shreds by the side. He hurriedly winked at his daughter. Su Peiyun was panicking long ago. But what could she say? Could she say that their encounter previously was not a happy one? Originally she thought that Yi Yuan was just powerful in martial Dao. She did not expect that his alchemy Dao was even more terrifying than martial Dao. True grade coming into being, it was bound to cause a great sensation in the land of Heavenly South. At this time she felt that saying anything was feeble. Su Peiyun looked at Su Yi with a bitter smile on her face. Right at this time, Cui Tong's cold snort sounded out. He said, "Humph? Are the few of you trying to snatch people from Heavenly South City?" He came in front of Yi Yuan, beaming widely as he said, "Master Yi, Heavenly South City is the capital city of the land of Heavenly South, ruling all of the cities. The resources of Heavenly South City are also not comparable to other cities. As long as Master Yi joins Heavenly South City, you can have anything you want." These words made everyone's faces change abruptly. Even Master Cui Tong actually already started to call him as Master Yi. Heavenly South City snatching people, what business did the others still have? At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had a calm expression on his face, unable to tell what he was thinking. Boom! Suddenly, spiritual energy surged in the arena. The heaven and earth spiritual energy from all directions gathered over here crazily. Ha ha ha! I understand. I finally understand. Incredible. Truly impressive. It's well-deserving of being true grade. A mere grade 2 heavenly pill actually let me break through. Within the venue, Zhang Li's loud laughter sounded out. It turned out that Zhang Li actually broke through. After obtaining the true grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, Zhang Li's mind was fully absorbed in it. He did not know the slightest about outside matters. After observing for a long time, Zhang Li could not understand the profound aspect of the true grade heavenly pill too. Hence, he simply swallowed it in one gulp. The best way to feel a medicinal pill was to take it. In his view, no matter how powerful this true grade heavenly pill was, it was also a merely grade 2 heavenly pill. There would not be any effect. He had to comprehend it carefully and grasp the mystery of the true grade heavenly pill. As a result, once the foundation establishment heavenly pill entered his abdomen, a wild power of rule surged within his body. The small world in his body seemed to have been inspired by something. At that moment, the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven that he failed to break through for a long time actually broke through. Sublime realm to sovereign realm was a huge threshold. Recalling back then, Luo Yunqing's sword intent was astonishing, and he was likewise at a standstill in front of this gate for a long time. If not for him forcing himself into a desperate situation so that he could risk it all, he probably would not have broken through so easily either. It could be seen how difficult it was for Limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum to break through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum. Even though Zhang Li was extremely talented, he had stagnated in front of this step for a long time too. It was precisely because he failed to break through for a long time that he chose to join Water Billow City and change the environment to comprehend the world. It was just that the effect was not good. He never dreamed that a measly little grade 2 heavenly pill actually let him break through. Everyone was shocked to the core. A grade 2 heavenly pill let a limitless sublime heavenly stratum break through? At this moment, Cui Tong, Wu Dao, Ji Chun, Su Yi, Sun Yunjing. Their gazes stopped on Yi Yuan's face. They looked at this young face and felt that it was mysterious to the extreme. This true grade heavenly pill is actually so fearsome. A tiny little grade 2 heavenly pill actually helped a limitless sublime heavenly stratum break through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum. The shock in Cui Tong's heart was written all over his face. Everything that happened today simply subverted his understanding. Is this true grade? Above 9th grade, truly incredible. Wu Dao also exclaimed with admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Actually, the foundation establishment heavenly pill that you all look down on most is the strongest heavenly pill. It's not that a true grade heavenly pill is very strong. Zhang Li's cultivation realm has originally reached the peak of limitless sublime heavenly stratum, being only a hair's breadth away from Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum. Foundation establishment heavenly pill is about cleansing the marrow and rebuilding the foundation. It can let a mortal body be reborn anew and enter heavenly stratum. And true grade heavenly pills integrate great Dao accumulations. Not only did it strengthen the medicinal effect, it can even spur comprehension ability. Zhang Li breaking through under this kind of circumstances isn't coincidental. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Cui Tong and the rest felt like it was another language. The most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill was actually the strongest heavenly pill. To them, the strongest meant pursuing more difficult heavenly pills and higher quality heavenly pills. No one would waste their energy on the measly little foundation establishment heavenly pill. But at this time, they discovered that they were really wrong. Yi Yuan's statement had subverted their understanding. Breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum, every pore on Zhang Li's body felt relaxed. That feeling of invigoration was truly indescribable. He walked towards Yi Yuan slowly and gave a bow respectfully as he said, Many thanks, Master Yi. Competing with Master Yi previously was Zhang Li overestimating my own ability. Zhang Li knows my mistake. This scene made everyone present incredibly shocked. They all knew how proud Heavenly South's #1 genius was. Now, Zhang Li actually put aside his pride and showed Yi Yuan the etiquette of a disciple. spent a sky-high price of 68 million to buy a grade 2 heavenly pill, and even gave a disciple's bow to the other person. This was simply unimaginable to a peerless genius. But Zhang Li did it. Cui Tong. 3 people exchanged a glance, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Zhang Li was the same as them, coming from Heavenly South Pill Hall. Zhang Li's pride, they were very clear about it in their hearts. To be able to make the proud Zhang Li do so, it was absolutely not because he broke through, but that after he consumed the true grade heavenly pill, he became deeply aware of the gap between him and Yi Yuan. This kind of disparity was sufficient to make him give a disciple's bow. Of the people present, only Zhang Li took the true grade heavenly pill. Only he understood the prowess of the true grade heavenly pill best as well. The others could only indirectly understand it from the breakthrough image. Very clearly, the true grade heavenly pill was even more remarkable than they imagined. Amen? Yi Yuan just grunted indifferently, considered to have answered. Zhang Li gave another bow and said, Zhang Li is willing to serve by Master Ye's side. Master Yi, please kindly allow it. Yi Yuan fell silent. Clearly, he was hesitating. Everyone's gazes were glued on Yi Yuan. Only after a long time did he nod his head and say, Can. Yi Yuan was bearing the enmity of the sect's destruction. He must return to the 5 great heavenly regions. He must destroy the Pill Alliance. But he could not destroy the Pill Alliance alone. The Pill Alliance's strength was too powerful. Putting aside that terrifying alliance chief, Huangfu Cloudthink could likely break through to Saint Sovereign Realm before long too. Also, that Xiao Feibai, his strength was also sect master level. Even Song Yongning could refine true grade heavenly pills. Yi Yuan did not feel that the Pill Alliance's alliance chief could not refine true grade heavenly pills. Now that the Pill Alliance had unified the 5 great heavenly regions, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds even more. Yi Yuan needed powerful strength as well as a powerful faction. Since that was the case, why not set up a force that belonged to him in this land of Heavenly South? The Pill Pavilion was gone. He should rebuild the Pill Pavilion in Heavenly South then. Zhang Li was overjoyed when he heard that and came behind Yi Yuan, standing to one side respectfully. This scene dumbfounded everyone with astonishment. Breaking through to Jade's sovereign heaven, Zhang Li was equivalent to becoming a grade 4 heavenly alchemist. But he actually put aside his pride to follow Yi Yuan. At this time, Guling suddenly said, Master Yi, this disciple also wants to follow by your side. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, Aloud. Guling was overjoyed and also came behind Yi Yuan, standing obediently. Cui Tong. 3 people exchanged glances, all shocked beyond words. And at this time, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, cupped his fists to everyone, and said, Apologies, everyone. Miss Su and Huang Haoyan gave me a lift on the sea. It's also considered to have rendered me considerable help. This Yi had better stay in calm South City. Hearing this, regardless of whether it was Cui Tong or Sun Yunjing, they all had disappointed expressions on their faces. But Sui was wild with ecstasy. He even despaired just now. He did not expect that there was a glimpse of hope in the dark. Yi Yuan actually stayed. Such a master staying in calm South City, the benefits were unimaginable. Even if calm South City propped him up, there was no problem at all too. Sui already expected that after tomorrow, calm South City would definitely become the center of the entire land of Heavenly South. Countless powerhouses would gather here. This situation was absolutely greatly beneficial to him, this city lord. Boom! Crack! Crack! Before Sui had time to be happy, he was taken aback by a thunderbolt in clear weather. This bright blue sky, how can there be such a thunderclapping noise? Quick! Go out and take a look, Sui said with a frown. His subordinate received the order and hurriedly went out to inquire. Momentarily, the subordinate returned and reported, City Lord, Your Excellency, the wind and clouds suddenly changed outside. There are dark clouds gathering overhead, lightning flashing, and thunder rumbling with rain falling in torrents. Cui Tong also frowned and said, Why did the weather suddenly change? Could it be that something happened? Come, let's go out and take a look. Everyone went out and their expressions immediately changed drastically. In broad daylight, the weather turned completely dark. Dark clouds covered the sky. The torrential rain became a continuous line, pouring into the city frantically. When Sui saw the situation, his expression changed wildly and he said, "At this rate of pouring, the seawater will inevitably rise. Once the true spirit sea race invades, the consequences will be too ghastly to imagine. Quickly pass the order. Gather the subjects of the surrounding counties and have them retreat to calm South City." Chui Tong's expression was solemn as he said, "This situation, could it be?" Wu Dao, who was by the side, nodded and said, "It should be. It's the Thistle South Royal Clan's creation Heavenly Rain secret technique." But this scale of secret technique, the Thistle South Royal Clan probably mobilized no less than 10 grade 4 high priests. Unleashing this level of secret technique will wear the high priests down immensely. They probably won't be able to move within 30 years. What manner of lunacy is the Thistle South Royal Clan going through? Suyu's expression changed wildly when he heard that and said, "It's actually the creation Heavenly Rain secret technique. Is the Thistle South Royal Clan launching a sea war? How is this possible? A sea war was an all-out war. This scale would virtually affect the entire land of Heavenly South. No one would be spared. In this kind of war, there would be countless casualties, regardless of whether it was Heavenly South's various races or the sea race. But the most deadly casualties would naturally still be Heavenly South's various races. For so many years, although the land of Heavenly South had had a lot of friction with the Thistle South Sea region, they mostly neither hurt nor edged. This degree of sea war had happened before too, but those were all special circumstances. However, this time, the Thistle South Royal Clan suddenly launched a sea war without the slightest warning in advance. Creation Heavenly Rain secret technique was the sea race's high priests summoning heavenly rain through the rule of water. Through large-scale rainfall, forcibly creating a sea and attacking the city from there. When Sui and the rest saw the scene, how could they not be shocked? Chui Tong had a solemn expression as he said, "This matter is by no means insignificant. We must inform Heavenly South City right away and let City Lord His Excellency send an army over. But it's probably too late already. This sea war this time is too sudden." Sui was anxious until he stomped his foot. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "Why? Why is it like this? Our land of Heavenly South has long already established a treaty with the Thistle South Royal Clan to absolutely not launch a sea war within 1,000 years. Why are they going against the agreement?" The Thistle South Royal Clan taking action was no longer what a puny little calm South City could resist. They could eradicate calm South City by casually sending a group of Jade Sovereign Heavens over. But in the crowd, Yi Yuan's eyes flickered. This sudden change made him think of Su Peiyun and the others being hunted down at sea. According to what Su Peiyun they all said, the Merfolk clan should not have pursued frenziedly to that extent. Yet they did it. This bunch of people robbed their treasure vault. Very clearly, there was something that they attached great importance to inside. Now, even the Thistle South Royal Clan was alarmed. Then it was very likely that even the Royal Clan attached great importance to the lost item too. Could it be that conch? "Huang Haoyan, take that conch out and let everyone see it," Yi Yuan said. He did not recognize it, but it did not mean that these Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses did not know it either. After all, they had been dealing with the sea race for many years. It was also not strange to recognize the Royal Clan's treasures. Huang Haoyan complied with his words and took the conch out. "Elder Chui, I wonder if you all recognize this object?" Yi Yuan asked. When Chui Tong saw the conch, his expression changed wildly and he said this. "Could this be the legendary Emerald Sea Divine Conch?" "Emerald Sea Divine Conch?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Chui Tong's expression became unprecedentedly solemn, and he said, "The Emerald Sea Divine Conch is the ultimate clan treasure of the Thistle South Sea Region Royal Clan. This power is boundless. I heard that it's a low-grade Grand Mist treasure." Grand Mist treasure? Yi Yuan had a puzzled look. He had not heard of Grand Mist treasure before. When the Pill Alliance's alliance chief took out the Grand Mist treasure, he had already been sent into the void. But Chui Tong had a solemn look as he said, "Above Heavenly Spirit treasure is Grand Mist treasure." Grand Mist treasure. That's the weapon of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Its power is unimaginable. There's no mistake. The appearance of this sea conch is exactly the same as what this old man heard about. It's just that this old man can't feel its power, but I don't know why. Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun's faces turned deathly pale. Only then did they know that they had gotten into big trouble. No wonder back then the merfolk tribe would actually pursue so relentlessly. Presumably, the merfolk tribe knew the importance of it. That was why they reported it to the Thistle South royal clan, resulting in the sea war this time. The moment Sui heard, he said in a great rage, "Huang Haoyan, look what you've done." He did not expect that Huang Haoyan and his daughter actually got into such big trouble. Now, he wished to smack Huang Haoyan to death with one slap. Huang Haoyan's complexion turned ashen. Kneeling on the ground with a thud, he cried bitterly as he said, "Sea City Lord, Your Excellency, I really didn't know. If I had long known that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was in the merfolk tribe, I wouldn't have dared to take it even if I had 10 times the courage." Sui gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "What's the use of saying this now? If you have the capability, go and talk to the Thistle South royal clan." The other people's faces were also unfriendly. Clearly, they were very displeased with Huang Haoyan. After all, the implications of this matter were too great. The entire land of Heavenly South would probably be swept into this war. "Father, it has nothing to do with Big Brother Yin. It was daughter who took this Emerald Sea Divine Conch out from the merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion." Su Peiyan also knelt down and said, "You." Sui was angered until he almost vomited blood. Just now, when he blew his top, it seemed like he was in a thundering rage, but actually, he had the intention of taking his daughter out. Sui knew that going to the merfolk tribe was led by Huang Haoyan. Since that was the case, let him bear the responsibility then. He did not expect that his daughter actually jumped out herself. Under the watchful gazes of the people, how could he still defend her? Huang Haoyan's gaze suddenly turned intent and he said in a solemn voice, "City Lord, Your Excellency and seniors, this matter was orchestrated by me alone. It has nothing to do with others. Peiyan only used the water concealment pearl to sneak into the merfolk tribe after listening to me. This matter, Haoyan will bear it all myself. I'll bring the Emerald Sea Divine Conch now and go explain it clearly to the Thistle South royal clan." The current Huang Haoyan, the cowardly look in his eyes had disappeared. What replaced it was the responsibility that a man assumed. The moment Sui heard, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that Huang Haoyan would actually say something like this. It seemed like this boy had genuine feelings for his daughter. However, between Huang Haoyan and his daughter, he would obviously choose his daughter. "Okay. The trouble that you caused, resolve it yourself," Sui said in a solemn voice. The others did not stop him and just observed with cool detachment. Causing this kind of catastrophe, doing so was ought to be. "Father!" Su Peiyun had tears in her eyes as she said shrilly. Huang Haoyan received the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and said to Su Peiyun with a smile, "Peiyun, don't mess around. This matter was caused by me in the first place. It should naturally be shouldered by me." "City Lord Su isn't wrong, don't hate him." But Su Peiyan said in tears, "There's no but. If there's a next life, we'll still be together." Huang Haoyan kissed Su Peiyun in front of everyone. This scene should have been beautiful, but at this time it seemed very bleak. Everyone knew that when Huang Haoyan left, he would definitely die beyond a doubt. Whether or not the sea race would still continue to launch the sea war after accepting the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was hard to say. But Huang Haoyan would definitely die. Finished saying, Huang Haoyan turned around and left. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. He said, "Hold on." Huang Haoyan was taken aback and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan and asked, "What advice does Master Yi have?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll accompany you." The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed abruptly. Facing the Sea Race army, even a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse would not dare to go out too, let alone a puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum. Was Yi Yuan tired of living, accompanying Huang Haoyan to go and die? "No. You mustn't at this time." Before Huang Haoyan spoke, Cui Tong immediately turned it down. Jiang Li also urged, "How noble is Master Yi's status? How can you risk your life?" There was the secret of true grade heavenly pill on Yi Yuan. This held extraordinary significance to the land of Heavenly South. But he was actually going to send himself to death. The group of city lords spoke up one after another, stopping Yi Yuan from going out. Just one sentence, and the warmth in Huang Haoyan's heart could not be described using words at all, although the trouble was caused by him. But at this time he hoped that someone could come forward and speak up for him. He did not do it on purpose. He just made an unintentional mistake. But no. The people present all treated him like he was a jinx, casting him aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. If a Jade Sovereign Heaven came forward at this time and accompanied him, his hope of surviving would greatly increase. But there was no one. He did not expect that at this time Yi Yuan would come forward. Master Yi, Haoyan appreciates your good intentions, but your status is noble and can't accompany me to go and die. It's better for Haoyan to go alone for this, Huang Haoyan said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Who told you, and I'm accompanying you to go die? This Yi hasn't lived enough yet. All right, this matter is settled like this. You all don't need to persuade anymore. But Cui Tong said in a solemn voice, Young Master Yi, this absolutely won't do. You can't go. He looked like if Yi Yuan insisted on it, he would definitely use force. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Cui, you can't make me stay. We can make a bet. If you make a move against me today, it will be impossible for a true-grade heavenly pill to appear in the land of Heavenly South anymore. If you don't believe me, feel free to make a move. He naturally knew Cui Tong's thoughts. The reason why these people were so polite to him was naturally in hopes that he would pass down the method of true grade. Therefore, this was what they cared about most and not him. In contrast, Huang Haoyan was much more sincere. Cui Tong's gaze turned intent. A look of struggle appeared in his eyes. How could a puny little greater sublime heaven possibly escape from the hands of a Jade Sovereign Heaven? But Yi Yuan's calm appearance made him somewhat lacking in confidence. If he really pushed Yi Yuan into a corner but failed to control him, then the consequences would be severe. Yi Yuan ignored Cui Tong and said to Su Yi, City Lord Su, prepare some heavenly medicines for me according to the list in this jade slip. The more the merrier. On the city wall, Cui Tong, Su Yi, and the rest all turned pale. In the distance, it was full of sea folk in a dense swarm, a vast expanse stretching to infinity. The Thistle South Sea region's area was extremely vast. The area was more than 10 times that of the land area of Heavenly South. The Thistle South royal clan commanded dozens of large and small tribes, numbering in the hundreds of millions. This is also too terrifying. The Thistle South royal clan moved the entire Thistle South Sea region over, Su Yi said in a trembling voice. At this time, calm South City was surrounded tightly in all directions by the sea race like an iron bucket, with no way out at all. Even if a Jade Sovereign Heaven came out, no need for the sea race's Jade Sovereign Heavens to make a move. They would probably be piled to death by people too. Cui Tong said in a solemn voice, Huang Haoyan, this boy really deserves 1,000 times over. Many people nodded their heads, clearly agreeing a lot with this statement. Right, you might not have intended it, but so many people had to be buried in death with you. Sigh, a shame about you, Yuan. Really don't know how that boy thinks to actually want to accompany Huang Haoyan to go and die. Could it be that he thinks that he's a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse? Sun Yunjing shook his head and said. In the end, Cui Tong still did not choose to make a move. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan had an incomparably powerful faction behind him. This kind of genius disciple, how could he possibly not have any treasures on him to defend himself? If he was captured, it was still fine. But if he could not capture him, not only would the true grade heavenly pill go up in smoke, it might even bring down a powerful force against them. Right now, the Thistle South Sea race, this hurdle was already a pain. If new problems cropped up again unexpectedly, he could not shoulder the responsibility. Therefore, he could only allow Yi Yuan to mess around. All right, let us go out. At this time, Yi Yuan's indifferent voice came from the bottom of the city wall. The city gates opened. A small boat followed the current and steered in the direction of the Seafolk army. On the boat, Huang Haoyan was trembling. Before coming out, he could say it very confidently. But when it really came down to it, he still could not help becoming scared. Especially that there was a dense crowd of seafolk in front. How could he not be afraid? And Master Yi, aren't you afraid? Huang Haoyan's tongue was somewhat knotted. He saw that Yi Yuan was very calm and did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Even Heavenly South City Lord also could not possibly be as calm as Yi Yuan when facing such a large army. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, If you have the strength, you'll naturally have the confidence. Just relax. There's nothing to be scared of. Actually, the ones who are not to be trifled with the most in this world are heavenly alchemists. Huang Haoyan rolled his eyes. The heavenly alchemists on top of city walls, even if there were not more than 50 of them, at least there were 30 of them. But no one talked like Yi Yuan. However, seeing that Yi Yuan was so calm, Huang Haoyan's mood really eased up a little and was no longer as scared as he was before. Very soon, the small boat floated in front of the seafolk army. In virtually an instant, the two were surrounded tightly by countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Huang Haoyan's complexion turned ashen pale once again. The powerful pressure made him virtually unable to breathe, unable to even speak. Two greater sublime heavenly stratum little fellows actually dare to come and seek death. Flay the two of their skins and hold it up to make flag posts. A black-robed general with a fish head and human body shouted loudly. This black shark seafolk had the cultivation of peak jade sovereign heaven, his strength astonishing. Clearly, he was the commander-in-chief for this army. He did not give Yi Yuan two people a chance to explain either, directly killing them. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "I have the thing that you all want." As he said, he raised the Emerald Sea Divine Conch high up. When the Black Shark commander saw the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, his gaze suddenly turned sharp and he cried out in surprise, "Emerald Sea Divine Conch. It's indeed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. What are you all still in a dash for? Kill the two of them for me and seize the Emerald Sea Divine Conch." Under his word of command, countless seafolk rushed forward in swarms. Yi Yuan's face fell. He did not expect that the other party was actually so unreasonable. The rule where delegates must not be killed when two countries were at war completely did not exist in the other party's eyes. Humph! Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, sword energy suddenly rippling out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was only to see sword light flashing. Within a few breaths of time, he already reaped the lives of hundreds of seafolk. Huang Haoyan was dumbfounded with shock from watching and exclaimed in surprise, "This is the second form of Great Tao transformation. No wonder Master Yi could repel the merfolk tribe with his power alone." On top of the city walls, when Cui Tong and the rest saw this scene too, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. This boy is also too monstrous. I thought that his alchemy path strength was so impressive, so his martial arts was probably not that good. Unexpectedly, he actually comprehended Great Tao transformation. Furthermore, he already broke through to the second form. He's virtually invincible in greater sublime heavenly stratum already, Cui Tong said in shock. Sui also said in shock, "How on earth did he cultivate?" Being proficient in both alchemy and martial arts, each one is immensely formidable. But Wu Dao shook his head and said with a sigh, "It's no use. He's just a greater sublime heavenly stratum. No matter how strong his martial arts is, it's impossible to kill his way out too." Everyone's expressions changed, becoming heavy. Sending such a genius to go and die, it was too much of a shame. The Black Shark commander's eyes also turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Limitless sublime heavenly stratum generals, kill this boy for me." This sound naturally landed in Yi Yuan's ears too. He gave a cold snort and said, "Looks like when dealing with you barbarians, it's superfluous to pay courtesy first. Then let's draw arms before greeting." Yi Yuan stomped his feet. A light halo quickly spread out with him as the center. Around him, the eyes of the seafolk all rolled back and they collapsed. Even limitless sublime heavenly stratums were not immune too. Those limitless sublime heavenly stratums that came to kill Yi Yuan all seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, then fell into the water, convulsing endlessly. With Yi Yuan as the center, all those seafolk were all paralyzed. 300 feet, 1,000 feet, 1 mile, 10 miles. In several breaths of time, all of the seafolk within a radius of 10 miles were all paralyzed. On the surface of the water, those seafolk already had their fish bellies facing the sky, unable to fight anymore. How is this possible? When the Black Shark commander saw the scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Not just him, those people on top of the city wall likewise had astonished faces. What's going on? My God. This speed of killing is also too quick, right? The number of sea folk in a 10-mile radius, there are probably several 100,000, right? They all died in a few breaths of time. The muscles on the faces of Cui Tong and the rest were almost spasming out. No one thought the Yi Yuan actually still had this kind of terrifying means. Forget about the lesser sublime heavenly stratums and greater sublime heavenly stratums. Even for limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses, they were all eliminated. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. This was the windward topple after Yi Yuan improved it. The poison usage of windward topple was spread through the wind. After Yi Yuan improved it, the poison could be quickly applied through water currents. Furthermore, under this kind of torrential storm, the spreading speed of windward topple was even faster through the poison formation. My eyes aren't failing me, right? Huang Haoyan already closed his eyes to await death just now. Who knew that, in a blink of an eye, the surrounding area became flat. Yi Yuan looked at the Black Shark commander from afar and said in a solemn voice, "Moron, can we talk nicely now?" "What did you say?" When the Black Shark commander heard that, he was immediately furious. The sea folk had bloodthirsty temperaments to begin with and were very irritable. How could he endure Yi Yuan's contemptuous tone? "I said moron," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Foolish human. You'll pay the price for your stupidity." The Black Shark commander's gaze turned dark and he suddenly opened his gaping maws wide. A huge wave suddenly swept up from the water surface under Yi Yuan's feet, instantly engulfing Yi Yuan. An enormous water column rose to the sky, forming a huge whirlpool. It could be gathered that the Yi Yuan inside the whirlpool was probably directly ground into dregs already. Seeing this, the Black Shark commander said smugly, "Heh? Stupid human." On top of the city walls, Cui Tong and the rest all sighed heavily. A peerless genius actually fell just like this. Although talented, he was a fool. Provoking the Seafolk commander like this, how could there be the logic of not dying? "Moron, what are you being pleased about?" Yi Yuan's voice sounded out again. His body turned from illusory to solid. That water column did not hit him at all. The Black Shark commander trembled all over and said in astonishment, "Fine lad, spatial rule." Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "Amen? At least you have some knowledge, moron. Then can we talk nicely now?" Yi Yuan repeatedly calling him a moron created a rage in the Black Shark's heart. His gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, do you really think that this general can't do anything to you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course you have ways to deal with me. But, before you kill me, I can assure you that these numerous underlings that you brought, those below Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum will all die. All these earlier were just a warning. If you're still impervious to reason, you can give it a try. If you really piss me off, your Thistle South Royal clan will be a lone general without an army in the future." The Black Shark commander's gaze turned dark and he said with a cold snort, "Despicable human. You snatched our Emerald Sea Divine Conch and actually still dare to be so rude." He was afraid. To tell the truth, the scene of Yi Yuan instantly killing 10 miles worth of seafolk just now made him extremely fearful. These seafolk were not dead yet, but next time, it would not necessarily be the case. This boy's method of poisoning was inconceivable. This time, they brought more than 60% of the seafolk's combat force. If they all fell here, then the Thistle South Sea race would really suffer a great loss in vitality. Furthermore, the Thistle South Sea race was not peaceful across the 4 seas. They had extremely powerful opponents all around too. Once all these combat forces died out, then the Thistle South Royal clan would definitely be replaced. He could not afford this. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "If you were so obedient earlier, wouldn't it have been settled? The two of us came to return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, and you were shouting and wrangling to kill us the moment you saw us. How rude. Now, you're blaming us for being rude? Is it that if the two of us were directly killed by you, it would be called being polite?" The Black Shark's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Since it's to return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, hand it over." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said crossly, "Moron, does your fish brain work or not? Want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, sure. But shouldn't your sea race show some sincerity first? I think that you're not the person in charge here, right?" Get the person in charge to come out. This black shark general's brain was completely stiff. He only knew how to shout and wrangle. How could this sort of person lead an operation of hundreds of millions of seafolk? Black Rain stepped down. The black shark commander still wanted to say something but was stopped by a voice. Hearing this voice, the black shark commander immediately became incomparably respectful and stepped aside. In the sea race army, a youth with the head of a dragon and the body of a human slowly walked out. Yes, Dragon Son, Your Highness, Black Rain said respectfully. At this time, Cui Tong and the rest exchanged glances on top of the city walls. Everyone looked at each other, all shocked to the extreme. Yi Yuan really suppressed the Thistle South royal clan all by himself. He really did it. The Dragon Son showing himself. The sea race has already agreed to negotiate under Yi Yuan's oppression. We all thought that he went to deliver himself to death. In the end, he really did it. Cui Tong drew a cold breath as he was speaking. Yi Yuan's series of methods left him bedazzled, especially the scene of paralyzing a 10 miles radius of seafolk through the poison formation. The impact of that scene was too strong. A puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum stood amidst countless seafolk, but was akin to a demon god. In fact, even the sea race army, the peak jade sovereign heaven Black Rain, could not do anything to him as well. Master Yi is really divine, Zhongli said in surprise. Everyone nodded their heads, being already speechless. Who said that Yi Yuan went to seek death? The Dragon Son looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, Boy, you were so confident that no one among my sea race can suppress you? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Looks like you're a member of the royal clan. You don't need to say this sort of outwardly threatening but inwardly trembling words to me. If I was scared of you all, I naturally wouldn't have dared to come out either. If you want to kill me, sure. But you'll need to be prepared to suffer heavy losses. I'll give you a chance. You can try it again. But this time, it won't be an anesthetic anymore. The Dragon Son's dragon face seemed to have an ugly look. The Thistle South royal clan was an existence that the entire land of Heavenly South dreaded. But now it suffered a loss in front of a boy. The Dragon Son said in a solemn voice, You humans stole my royal clan's treasure and actually still dare to threaten me. Do you really think that this Dragon Son doesn't dare to fight it out? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Dragon Son, Your Highness, what the truth of this matter is, I believe that you're aware in your heart. How did your royal clan's ultimate treasure end up in the Merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion? This brother of mine was also just lucky enough to be there at the time. That's how he accidentally took the treasure away. To really talk about it, it's still your own people's problem. The Dragon Son could not help feeling dejected. This incident was indeed their problem. But, of course, they would not admit it. Actually, this matter was really a coincidence. His younger sister, Huan Qin, was born from his royal father and a concubine of the Merfolk tribe and was deeply adored by royal father. Yet, this last relied on royal father's doting and committed all manners of misconduct in the Dragon Palace. This time, she even stole the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and quietly brought it back to her maternal side family, and casually threw it into the Merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion. As it happened, Huang Haoyan and party caught up and directly took it away. In reality, Huang Haoyan was really an ultimate scapegoat. However, this sort of thing, the Dragon Son would not say it even if he was beaten to death. The Dragon Son was somewhat impatient and waved his hand and said, Enough nonsense! Hurry up and hand the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over. Otherwise, I want to see whether or not you can really poison my army to death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Dragon Son, are you taking me to be a fool? Want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Sure. You all immediately stop casting the creation Heavenly Rain secret technique and retreat to the coastline. 10 days later, I'll bring the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and return it to the original owner there. No way. Dragon Son waved his hand and immediately rejected it. He said, You humans are the most untrustworthy. If you don't return it after 10 days, what about it? In order to launch the sea war this time, the Thistle South royal clan expended a huge price too. How could they possibly let him withdraw just like this? In reality, wanting the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was one thing. They were originally planning to teach the humans a painful lesson too. Heh? Being a grand mist treasure, I can't imagine its power. If I return it to you guys now, Wouldn't it be tantamount to handing my own life to you? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the 10 days' time that he fought for, it was actually for Heavenly South to gather troops. If he returned the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and the other party went back on their word, it would be hard to guarantee that there would not be a big battle. The dragon's son frowned and said, no matter what, there's no way we'll agree to your terms. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, it looks like your goal isn't just the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Since that's the case, then there's no choice. Let's showcase our true abilities then. Done talking, Yi Yuan stomped his foot. The power of a grand array suddenly rippled out. When those sea folk saw this scene, their expressions immediately changed drastically and fled like crazy. Even the dragon's son's expression turned slightly pale too. He was only a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse and could not block Yi Yuan's poison. The dragon's son said, consider yourself ruthless. We'll withdraw. However, you have to make an origin divinity contract with this dragon's son. If one party violates it, heaven and earth will destroy him. Yi Yuan said coolly, as it ought to be. The torrential rain ceased and the tide receded. On the city wall, everyone saw the sea race leave with the waves and felt like they just had a dream. The Huang Haoyan who was beside Yi Yuan still had not wrapped his brain around it until now. His entire person feeling muddle-headed. He actually came back alive. This result was what he never expected. When Su Peiyun saw him, she jumped directly into his arms. P. Peiyun, am I still alive? Am I dreaming? Huang Haoyan said in disbelief. Su Peiyun flicked him, having tears through her smile as she said, you're still alive. You're not dreaming. It was Master Yi who saved you. Right? Master Yi. It's Master Yi. Huang Haoyan suddenly startled awake and directly knelt down to Yi Yuan and said, many thanks to Master Yi for your life-saving grace. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, all right, go back and rest. You take this heavenly tranquil pill back. Refine it well. This kind of grand spectacle had a great impact on Huang Haoyan's mind. Right now, he was feeling ill at ease. It had a great impact on cultivation. He needed to adjust for a bit. Heavenly Tranquil Pill was the best heavenly pill for calming the spirit and focusing your mind. The grade of 9th grade perfection would naturally help Huang Haoyan stabilize his mind. Huang Haoyan received the Heavenly Tranquil Pill and felt incomparably touched and left with 1,000 thanks. Master Ye's means is truly astonishing. What you saved isn't just Huang Haoyan. There's also all of these 9 cities' civilians. This Chui thanks Master Yi on their behalf for your great kindness. Chui Tong gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, now, not planning on capturing me anymore? Chui Tong's old face turned red and he blushed and said, Master Yi, don't blame me. It's really that. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, your ulterior thoughts can't be hidden from me. Rest assured, I'll leave behind a legacy in the land of Heavenly South. But that's my business. It has nothing to do with you, understand? When Chui Tong and the rest heard that, they were immediately overjoyed and hurriedly said, this Chui understands. Understands. At this very moment, only then did Chui Tong know how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Even the Black Shark General could not make Yi Yuan stay. Just the likes of them, 3 middle jade sovereign heavens, how could they keep Yi Yuan behind? Chui Tong could not help rejoicing for not making a move back then. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would never have left behind his legacy. Chui Tong's eyes swiveled around and he said, Master Yi, since you have such a fearsome poisoning method, can we wipe the sea race out in one fell swoop 10 days later? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, Elder Chui, you're thinking too much. How many hundreds of millions does the sea race living things are there? No matter how formidable my poison is, it's also impossible to poison all of them to death. Yi Yuan naturally knew Chui Tong's thoughts. He wanted to slaughter the Thistle South Sea race completely to avoid future troubles forever. It was just that he was merely utilizing an empty fort strategy previously. No matter how powerful the poison, it was also impossible to kill an entire sea region of sea race true spirits. Chui Tong opened his mouth wide and said with a shocked face, You bluffed them. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the power of my poison formation is the strongest within 10 miles. Outside of 10 miles, It's beyond my ability. That black shark commander's strength is quite strong. If it really came to blows, do you feel that I'll have the chance to poison all of the sea folk to death?
Slaughtering all of the sea folk? Forget about me. Even if a Saint Sovereign Heaven came, they can't do it too.
This... Master Yi, you're playing mind games. Master Yi, once you get exposed, that's dying without a burial ground. You're really gutsy. The city lord big shots present were all shocked until they stared at him dumbfoundedly. Not only did Yi Yuan hide it from the dragon sun, he even hid it from the powerhouses in the city. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "This matter seems dangerous, but actually, it's very safe.
Anyone who saw me instantly killing 10 miles of sea folk will find it impossible to not be shocked. As long as he's afraid, I'll naturally be safe. At least, you all also thought that I could kill all of the sea folk, right?"
Cui Tong and the rest were taken aback and actually could not find the words to refute it. Yeah, the impact of that scene was seriously too intense. Even if it was a peak Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, it would also be impossible to instantly kill all of the powerhouses in a radius of 10 miles. But Yi Yuan did it. Since he did it, that sort of psychological suggestion would be very strong. The sea folk feared death too, especially the royal clan.
Therefore, the operation this time seemed dangerous but was actually very safe.
The gazes of Cui Tong and the rest when they looked at Yi Yuan again were already full of awe. Forget that this boy was proficient in both alchemy and martial arts. He was also bold and meticulous, having everything under control. Using "there was a gully in his chest and a universe in his abdomen" to describe Yi Yuan was all too apt. Such a person was simply too monstrous.
10 days passed in a flash. The sea race army retreated and the ocean became land once again. In 10 days, Heavenly South City also completed the assembly of an army and rushed to Calm South City. Heavenly South Army's commander-in-chief was Heavenly South City's deputy city lord, Ning Guangqing.
Yi Yuan was not concerned about the changes in the outside world.
During these 10 days, he had been in closed seclusion all along. After repeated battles, coupled with the help of heavenly pills, Yi Yuan's strength already reached peak middle greater sublime heavenly stratum. In these 10 days, he was currently breaking through to upper greater sublime heaven. Suddenly, one light halo after another suddenly lit up inside the secret chamber.
Yi Yuan felt that his entire body started burning.
Amen? This is the...
Yi Yuan looked at the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in front of him and had a look of shock.
Ever since the battle outside the city, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was being safeguarded by Yi Yuan for the time being.
He could not see through this item all along. It did not seem like a grand mist treasure at all. Otherwise, even if he did not know the grand mist treasure, it would also not be to an extent of not recognizing it. This conch was too ordinary.
But today an undulation actually occurred.
Furthermore, its undulation actually affected him. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly calmed down. Within the secret chamber, spiritual energy suddenly gathered. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan broke through the bottleneck and reached upper greater sublime heaven. And this was not the end yet. Under the influence of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, the blood in Yi Yuan's body started burning crazily.
His realm was soaring toward grand completion greater sublime heaven.
He. Really interesting.
I didn't expect to actually meet a clansman. Suddenly, a silver bell-like laughter sounded out in the secret chamber.
You're from the Thistle South Royal clan? Yi Yuan looked at the 6 or 7-year-old little girl in front of him and asked with a frown. The little girl was captivating and cute, like a porcelain doll, delighting people when they saw her. There was a pair of horns on top of her head, showing her identity as a member of the Thistle South Royal clan. Yi Yuan already knew that this Thistle South Royal clan was actually a flood dragon lineage.
A flood dragon was merely a low-level dragon race. Its bloodline was far from that of the true dragon race.
But Yi Yuan could feel that the bloodline of this little girl in front of him was extremely strong. You're so lame. Is there still a need to ask such an obvious thing? The little girl said. Yi Yuan was taken aback and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "All right. Looking at your appearance, you've been hiding in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch all along?" Yi Yuan also did not expect that this Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually formed its own space and a member of the dragon race actually hid inside.
However, this treasure had always been in Huang Haoyan's hands. Yi Yuan did not probe it carefully either. This little girl was mischievous and had a sly look as she said, "Yeah, when that beautiful big sister entered the merfolk tribe, I knew that the chance came. Hence, I hid in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and entered the treasure depository pavilion. And then I was brought out by her." Yi Yuan was dumbstruck with amazement from listening, looking at the little girl in shock. Heavenly South and Thistle South almost underwent a horrifying war. It was actually just because of this little girl's prank? Feeling the unfriendly look in Yi Yuan's eyes, the little girl was indifferent as she said with a grin, "Big brother, don't look at me with this sort of eyes. I'm scared." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Scared? Hoo-hoo? Do you know that your prank almost plunged hundreds of millions of lives into misery and suffering? If not for Yi Yuan coming to Heavenly South in an accident arising from many causes, the land of 9 cities would probably have already been razed to the ground." He was unable to tolerate this degree of prank. The little girl said without the least bit of care, "What does that have to do with me?" Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, "Then why did you show yourself now?" The little girl smiled and said, No reason. I'm just telling you that I'm leaving." "Leaving? Where are you going?" Yi Yuan frowned and asked. The little girl reached her hand out and beckoned. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was hidden between her brows. "Of course, I'm going out for a stroll. I've long been yearning for the land and really wanted to go out and take a look. I'm going bye-bye." Finished saying, the little girl took a step out and directly concealed into the void. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and suddenly pointed a finger out. "Ouch!" The little girl felt pain and was actually directly forced out. She looked at Yi Yuan with a look of annoyance and said, "Hey, why are you bullying me?" Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Your Thistle South Royal clan launched a sea war for the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Did you know that?" The little girl said with annoyance, "What has that got to do with me?" Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, "If you want to go, sure. Leave behind the Emerald Sea Divine Conch." The girl snorted lightly and said, "Based on what?" Yi Yuan's patience was worn out too, and he said with decisiveness that could chop iron, "Not based on anything. Humph. You're merely a puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum. That's all. Do you really think that I'm scared of you?" The little girl had a black face, and she formed a spell with her hands. Immediately, the inside of the entire secret chamber was completely filled with water. Yi Yuan only felt that the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy was completely isolated. Along with that, he felt that his movements, his thinking, even the circulation of the divine essence within his body, all had become slow. The moment she attacked, this little girl was actually a lower limitless sublime heaven. Furthermore, her application of water rule had almost reached the penultimate. The little girl said smugly, "Humph? Can't move anymore, right? To dare make a move against this young lady, looking for a rebuff. Is that so? Break for me." Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. 8 streaks of sword light suddenly bloomed. The powerful sword lights burst forth and actually directly blasted the water curtain apart. The little girl jumped in fright and said in shock, "How is this possible? Even if it's a limitless sublime heavenly stratum, they can't break free from my water domain space too." "You actually did it." Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Originally, seeing that you were a little girl, I didn't want to stoop to your level. Looking at it now, you're really impervious to reason." This girlie was completely unreasonable. Having caused this massive problem, she actually wanted to walk away from it. If he was still a middle greater sublime heaven, he would really have to expend some effort to deal with this girl. But now, he already reached grand completion greater sublime heavenly stratum. With his law attainments, how could he fear a lower limitless sublime heaven? Even though this little girl was indeed formidable. "Humph! Just the likes of you." That little girl gave a cold snort, her hands forming a spell again. A water dragon condensed and emerged. When this water dragon appeared, it was akin to a living thing carrying a pressure that stirred the soul. Great Tao transformation. Bang! How could the secret chamber withstand this kind of pressure? It directly collapsed. The powerhouses in the city were instantly startled and rushed over one after another. What happened? Who's that little girl?
Thistle South Royal Clan.
Great Dao transformation.
This little girl's strength is so strong.
Probably even Dragon Son Huaning can't compare to her too.
When did such a monster appear in the Thistle South Royal Clan? That little girl is formidable, but isn't Master Yi more formidable? In a short 10 days, he actually broke through 2 minor realms consecutively. Furthermore, he suppressed that water dragon completely, showing the might of his strength.
Those city lords were all extremely shocked. Yi Yuan only broke through for 10 days and actually directly reached grand completion greater sublime heavenly stratum. This cultivation speed was a little too terrifying.
What was even more surprising was that Yi Yuan's combat strength could already confront a limitless sublime heavenly stratum head-on.
One had to know this little girl herself was in existence who could jump realms and battle.
At this time, Yi Yuan's 8 transformed swords erupted with rays of brilliant light in the void, ravaging the water dragon full of injuries. The little girl's complexion turned paler. She never paid attention to Yi Yuan at all before. Yi Yuan was merely an ant-like existence in her eyes. Who would have expected that the ant in her eyes actually forced her into a fluster?
In the royal clan, she was invincible in the same rank.
Even her elder brother, Dragon Son Huaning, was not her match either. Now, she was actually forced into such a state by a greater sublime heavenly stratum. Humph! Stinking big brother. Bad big brother, you forced me. The little girl's glabella lit up, and the Emerald Sea Divine Conch appeared. A terrifying power instantly enveloped the entire city. The light halo spread out, shrouding onto the water dragon.
That water dragon that was covered all over with wounds and scars actually recovered fully in an instant.
Furthermore, its body became much more solid, its power rising to a new high compared to before. Roar!
The water dragon opened its mouth and countless water arrows gushed out, flying straight for Yi Yuan.
When everyone saw this scene, they were all greatly shocked.
No one expected that mysterious Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually became so powerful in this little girl's hands.
The power of the water dragon increased several times all at once.
Under these water arrows, even if it's a middle limitless sublime heavenly stratum, they would probably have to die with regrets too. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark and he said with a cold snort, "Sword of Great Dao Chop." Above the void, 8 sword lights suddenly merged into one. An astonishing sword intent chopped down towards the water dragon under Yi Yuan's control.
At the same time, Yi Yuan brought out the Heavenspan Mountain and placed it in front of him. Those countless water arrows were unable to pierce through the Heavenspan Mountain at all. Swish!
Under the sword, the water dragon was directly severed into 2.
Big Bada brother. How can you be so strong?
The little girl opened her eyes wide to look at Yi Yuan, a look of surprise on her face. A greater sublime heavenly stratum was actually even stronger than her. She utilized the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan.
But it's useless. It was only to see the little girl muttering something. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch seemed to have been inspired, bursting forth with an even stronger light halo.
The entire South City fell into a huge panic all at once. Chui Tong's complexion was deathly pale as he said in shock, "Is this the power of a legendary Grand Mist treasure? This power seems to be like heavenly Dao pressing down. Even if it's a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, they will probably perish under this attack too." Yi Yuan's face finally revealed a solemn expression.
The power of this Grand Mist treasure was simply too terrifying. Even he felt heart palpitations too. Without a doubt, once this move landed, it would absolutely be an earth-shattering blow.
Most likely, the entire South City would be directly destroyed.
Yi Yuan did not expect that a little girl was actually so terrifying that she could unleash this kind of terrifying power. Seeing that Yi Yuan's expression changed, the little girl seemed to have the delight of winning and said with a giggle, "Big Bada brother, you know my prowess now, right?"
"Relax, I won't kill you. I'm just going to beat you flat on the ground." Although the little girl was capricious, she did not seem to be a bloodthirsty person. Yi Yuan's expression was livid. But right at this time, that mysterious calling sensation previously welled up in his heart again. It was precisely by absorbing this mysterious power that Yi Yuan broke through to the realm of grand completion greater sublime heaven within a short time.
That was the power of bloodline.
At this time, Yi Yuan naturally would not let go of this opportunity.
Following that mysterious power, Yi Yuan searched for it.
The blood in Yi Yuan's body started boiling again.
After ascending to heavenly stratum, the true dragon power in Yi Yuan's body seemed to have already incubated, without the slightest activity. But at this time, this mysterious power was hooked out by the Emerald Sea divine conch. Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open his eyes and let out a cold cry, "Collect!" The terrifying power that covered the city immediately disappeared without a trace. The Emerald Sea divine conch also turned into a beam of light and flew into Yi Yuan's hand.
The little girl opened her eyes wide, looking at the scene with a look of disbelief on her face. Why you? What did you do? A look of fear finally showed on the little girl's face. And the city full of people let out a long sigh of relief too.
It was just that their eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan, became even weirder. Just how many trump cards did this guy have? The Emerald Sea divine conch was clearly this girl's lifeblood treasure. How did it suddenly get collected by Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan looked at the little girl with an unfriendly expression and said with a cold snort, "It doesn't matter what I've done. What's important is what you've done."
Swoosh! His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure flashed, already arriving in front of the little girl.
The little girl's final reliance was also gone at this time, turning pale with fright. How could she still have the courage to fight back? Yi Yuan came in a threatening manner and scattered the divine essence that the little girl had gathered with a slap. Then, he scooped the little girl up and smacked the girl's buttocks vigorously. Slap, slap, slap.
Smack after smack, making everyone dumbfounded with shock.
That appearance was just like a father using corporal punishment on his child.
These few slaps by Yi Yuan carried divine essence. The little girl's tears actually streamed down like pearls in her pain.
Each of Yi Yuan's slaps was very vicious. The little girl was still unwilling to submit at first, attempting to condense divine essence to break free from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all. Before her divine essence was gathered, it would be scattered by Yi Yuan. Bad big brother. Stinking big brother.
The #1 baddest big brother in the world.
Even royal father and royal mother can't bear to hit me. But you actually dared to hit my buttocks. After going back, I'll definitely tell royal father and have him hit your buttocks too. The current little girl was exactly the same as an ordinary little girl.
While Cui Tong and the rest exchanged glances, having shocked expressions on their faces.
Without a doubt, this little girl's royal father was the king of the Thistle South Sea region, the Black Flood Dragon King.
Master Yi, you can't hit anymore. Don't hit.
Cui Tong hurriedly spoke up. This little girl should be Black Flood Dragon King's newly gained daughter 100 years ago. I heard that she's pampered to the extreme.
Insulting Her Highness, little dragon girl like this, Black Flood Dragon King definitely won't let you off. Heavenly South had always paid close attention to the Thistle South royal clan's dynamics.
100 years ago, Black Flood Dragon King and the Merfolk tribe's holy daughter got together and gave birth to a little dragon girl. This little dragon girl's bloodline power was extremely powerful, even stronger than the Black Flood Dragon King. After being born, she was regarded as the apple in his eyes, and she was incomparably doted upon.
This little dragon girl was merely 100 years old and was actually already limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Her talent could be seen. Yi Yuan was expressionless and was not moved at all. This little girl was lawless and unbridled and almost caused a great disaster. Yet, she behaved completely fine. Not teaching her a bit of lesson, she would surely be the bane of Heavenly South in the future. Wah wah wah. Little dragon girl wept heavily, tears quickly turning into a huge ocean.
Before long, Calm South City's water level actually reached the knee. Girlie, do you know that you're wrong yet? Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. I'm not wrong. Pa. Know that you're wrong yet? Ouch. I know that I was wrong.
Nice big brother, you're my bestest big brother. I beg you, stop hitting. Sniff, sniff, sniff.
Yi Yuan finally let the girl go, only to discover that her eyes were already swollen from crying. However, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burdens. It was true that this lass was too roguish. 100 years of age was merely just a child to the Flood Dragon clan.
This lass was not wicked, but she was clearly spoiled rotten and was already lawless and unbridled.
If he left her to leave today, disregarding that a long war would happen between Heavenly South and Thistle South, he would also be killed by her. This sort of thing made Yi Yuan very angry, so he struck extremely heavily. The little girl used an extremely hateful gaze to look at Yi Yuan, daring to feel indignant, but she did not dare to speak. Yi Yuan completely ignored her and said coolly, "If you want to leave, it is up to you. This Emerald Sea Divine Conch, I'll be keeping it." The little girl gritted her teeth and said, "Leaving the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, I'll dry up and die on land." "Humph. You're forcing me to go back." Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what if I'm forcing you?" "You, this girl, are too roguish. If you're not disciplined, you'll surely cause a disaster in the future." What was scary was not roguishness. What was scary was an existence whose mischievousness became second nature and had terrifying talent too. Yi Yuan knew that this little girl was extremely talented. At a young age, she already comprehended the rule of water to an extremely high realm. If she harbored malicious intent in the future, the people will probably be plunged into misery and suffering. "All right, it's almost time. I'm going to return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Wait a minute." Right at this time, there was an undulation from the transmission array in the city. Several figures appeared. After these few people came out, they just happened to hear Yi Yuan's words and immediately stopped him. Chui Tong's expression changed, and he hurriedly bowed as he said, "Deputy City Lord, Ironcore." Ironcore looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This Emerald Sea Divine Conch is the supreme treasure of the Thistle South royal clan. It can't be returned. Today my Heavenly South army has already gathered. Even if the Black Flood Dragon King comes in person, we won't fear him either. Come. Hand the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over to me." Ironcore stretched out his hand, having an expression that it was natural and right. Chui Tong hurriedly said, "Brother Ironcore, this Emerald Sea Divine Conch was guaranteed by Yi Yuan to the Dragon's Son with an origin divinity contract that he'll return it. That's why the sea folk would return to the coastline. If he doesn't return it, Yi Yuan will die from Heavenly Dao's backlash." Ironcore said indifferently, "Exchanging a greater sublime heavenly stratum for a grand mistreasure, this is a great bargain. Brat, hurry up and hand it over. Don't force the city lord to make a move. Sacrificing you alone to bolster the land of Heavenly South. Your sacrifice is very meaningful." Chui Tong was dumbfounded when he heard it. This greater sublime heavenly stratum was not an ordinary greater sublime heavenly stratum. His significance was even greater than a grand mistreasure. "Brother Ironcore, no need to say any more. This city lord's mind is made up." Chui Tong still wanted to explain more but was directly cut off by Ironcore. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Boy, I give you 3 breaths of time. Hand over the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Otherwise, this city lord is going to make a move." "No need, you can directly make a move." Yi Yuan was directly amused from extreme anger. This guy's brazenness was really to the extreme level. He stabilized the situation of the sea war with his power alone. This guy was good, wanting his life and the Emerald Sea Divine Conch the moment he came. Very good, very powerful. Ironcore's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, looks like you're refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Drink your bloody head. Just the likes of you also want my Emerald Sea Divine Conch. See if I don't take care of you. Big brother. Return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to me. I want to teach him a lesson." Before Yi Yuan said anything, Little Dragon Girl lost it first. Little Dragon Girl was young, but it did not mean that she did not understand anything. Yi Yuan taking the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, it was just to return it. But this deplorable guy wanted to take it for himself. If he really prevailed, she would probably have to die here too. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and handed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to her. He only took the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in through that trace of mysterious sensation just now. He did not know the method of usage at all. But Little Dragon Girl was different. After Little Dragon Girl got the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, she did not talk nonsense either, directly deploying it. A terrifying pressure descended once more. A huge wave gushed out of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, directly crushing over toward Ironcore. Ironcore's entire being was stunned. Before he had time to react, Little Dragon Girl had already taken action.
Seeing the enormous wave smash over, Ironcore only felt his hair stand on end. However, he was, at any rate, a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven superpowerhouse. It was naturally impossible to be taken down just like that. It was only to see him give a cold snort and suddenly smash a fist over. Boom! The terrifying fist force directly collided together with the enormous wave, emitting a violent explosion sound. But Ironcore's entire person was directly smashed, flying out. Emerald Sea Tide, endless water dragons. Little Dragon Girl gave a light cry. The water level of the entire South City practically rose several meters in an instant. Several dozen water dragons rose from the water. Everyone only saw that several dozen water dragons were dancing wildly in the air. Utterly terrifying. The water dragons gave no chance for explanations, each and every one bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, rushing over toward Ironcore. Each of these water dragons actually possessed the strength of a Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum. From this point of view, when Little Dragon Girl was fighting with Yi Yuan previously, she probably did not even display 1% of her means. Fortunately, his bloodline power was even purer than Little Dragon Girl's. That was how he collected the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Otherwise, he would really be in an embarrassing situation. Each and every one of the powerhouses present was dumbstruck with amazement. They all knew that a Grand Mist treasure was powerful, but did not expect that it was actually this formidable. A limitless sublime heavenly stratum lass could actually summon dozens of Jade Sovereign Heaven-level water dragons. She alone was equivalent to a large army. However, Yi Yuan knew that actually they had misunderstood. Ordinary people could not unleash the true power of Emerald Sea Tide at all. Little Dragon Girl's dragon race bloodline was extremely pure. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was her lifeblood treasure. That was how she could unleash its power to the maximum degree. It was also no wonder that she dared to run out alone. With this Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this little girl was practically established in an undefeatable position. It was just that probably even Little Dragon Girl herself did not expect to actually run into a freak like Yi Yuan, whose dragon race bloodline was even purer than her. Dripping water penetrating stone. Myriad arrows simultaneous release. Dragon prancing the four seas. Under Little Dragon Girl's control, the dozens of water dragons bombarded Ironcore frenziedly, virtually without resting in the least bit. However, Ironcore was well deserving of being Heavenly South City's deputy city lord too. His strength was incomparably fearsome. Although he only had the ability to parry, he barely managed to hold on. But Little Dragon Girl's complexion started turning a little pale. Her cultivation realm was too low after all. How could she withstand such a huge consumption? Big brother, I almost can't hold on anymore. Hurry up and lend me a bit of your true dragon power, Little Dragon Girl said anxiously. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pressed his palm on Little Dragon Girl's back. Boom! Little Dragon Girl's tender face turned red all at once. That surging and pure true dragon power was akin to tidewater, making her empty dragon power become incomparably plentiful all of a sudden. Boom! Outside, those water dragons seemed to have received the summons, their stature suddenly increasing several times, their strength also greatly increasing. Ironcore was originally still being pleased with himself, planning on draining Little Dragon Girl. How could he know this sudden change caught him by surprise? He only felt a tremendous force transmit over. Those water dragons breached his defenses unreasonably. One terrifying surge of force after another bombarded against his body. Ironcore spurted fresh blood wildly, only having the ability to parry and no more power to fight back. Ha ha ha! Amazing! Big brother, you're really amazing. I've never felt such a powerful strength before. Little Dragon Girl laughed like a silver bell tinkling, appearing very happy, while the powerhouses present were stunned. What's going on here? Why would Master Yi have such powerful true dragon power? I heard that Little Dragon Girl's dragon blood is the purest in the Thistle South Sea region. But it looks like Master Yi is a lot stronger than her. Freak. Really a freak. A grand completion greater sublime heaven and a lower limitless sublime heaven actually finished Deputy City Lord off. A Grand Mist treasure was indeed a powerful treasure. Could greatly enhance a martial artist's strength. But this kind of increment was also too terrifying. 2 small fries together actually finished off a giant dragon.
This conclusion, anyone would be shocked by it. Hee hee? Do you still want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Still want it. Amen? Still want it or not?
Yi Yuan's dragon power was not powerful, but it was pure.
Incomparably pure. Little dragon girl pummeled Ironcore onto the ground now, rubbing him on the ground over and over again.
I don't want it anymore.
Really don't want anymore. My grand aunt. Quickly stop, Ironcore wailed.
He was currently covered in injuries. Continuing to fight like this, even if he was made out of iron, he would be pummeled to death too. If not for his cultivation realm being much higher than Yi Yuan 2 people, he would have long died several times over.
But at this point, he had no other choice but to beg for mercy. Since you don't want any more, leave then. Yi Yuan brought little dragon girl along and left proudly.
Everyone looked at these 2 people's back view, their faces dumbfounded.
On the ground, Ironcore was thrashed until he was wailing endlessly. Although the water dragons failed to kill him, it still made him suffer immensely.
These 2 added together, they are simply the devils incarnate. Cui Tong exclaimed. Sui had a bitter smile on his face as he said, isn't that so?
That power just now, probably only if City Lord His Excellency comes, can he suppress it, right? The others will only get pummeled. That's Deputy City Lord, Ironcore, a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven Overlord. He was actually pummeled at will. Seriously? Sun Yunjing shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Big brother, you're really amazing. Aren't you a human?
Why is your bloodline power so pure?
I have half dragon race bloodline. Big brother, you look, we're also considered comrade-in-arms who have fought side by side already. I beg you, don't send me back. All right? You heard it too. If you don't go back, I'll have to die. But is there no other way?
I finally managed to come out. So I really don't want to go back.
Very sorry. There isn't any way at all. Didn't you sign an Origin Divinity contract with my brother? Later, you return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to him. Then you help me snatch it back. All right?
Along the way, little dragon girl turned into a chatterbox, blabbering away nonstop in Yi Yuan's ear.
It was just that, at this time, there was no longer the previous to test. She was looking at Yi Yuan with a worshipping face instead. In her eyes, she seemed to really treat Yi Yuan as her elder brother. Seeing little dragon girl's transformation, Yi Yuan sighed for a while too. This girl was simply a child who had not grown up and did not have any thoughts of good or evil. She only did things based on temporary likes and dislikes. Furthermore, little dragon girl's bloodline was pure and her strength was powerful. She had never met someone more powerful than her. Therefore, this little girl was incredibly haughty. But everything had its vanquisher. She was subdued by Yi Yuan. First was teaching a lesson, then it was revealing his pure bloodline. Hence, this little girl was thoroughly convinced. Seashore, the sea race army gathered.
Yi Yuan left the huffy little dragon girl and arrived. When he saw little dragon girl, dragon son Huining was greatly surprised too.
But very soon his fury surged. Jingfei, you actually dared to run onto land. Do you know how worried royal father is about you? Huining said in a solemn voice. But little dragon girl did not yield and made a funny face at him and said, It's boring to death in the dragon palace.
It's boring to death in the ocean.
I just want to come on land.
What can you do to me?
You. Huining was furious. Yi Yuan watched at one side, but he was amused.
Most likely, no one in the Thistle South Sea region could subdue her. All right, go back and settle the business between you brother and sister. This is the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. It's returned to the original owner now.
You take this stinking lass away too. The 2 of us are square.
Yi Yuan took the Emerald Sea Divine Conch out and directly threw it to Huining. Huining looked at Yi Yuan and even felt surprised in his heart.
He knew how wild this younger sister of his was.
Furthermore, with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in possession, ordinary Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were not her match either.
This guy could actually subdue his younger sister and bring her over. Looking at her appearance, his younger sister did not seem to be very resistant as well. Insolence! You dare to address the princess as stinking lass. Boy, do you really not know how the character death is written? When the Black Shark General heard Yi Yuan's term of address, he was immediately furious. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, turning right around and leaving. Behind Yi Yuan was the human army.
Huaning's brows furrowed and he flicked his sleeves grandly and said indifferently, "All right, withdraw the troops back to the capital." But right then an abnormality suddenly occurred.
Little dragon girl suddenly formed a spell and gave a light cry, "Come!" The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was summoned and directly broke free from Huaning's hands and flew toward little dragon girl.
At the same time, her body was like an arrow that left the bow, fleeing like flying.
Hee hee. Big brother, the Origin Divinity contract has already been completed, no need to die anymore. Now I escaped by myself again. Bring me to play on land. Alright?
In a blink, little dragon girl already arrived beside Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan was not very surprised. If she did not run over, that would be surprising instead. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You play by yourself. I don't have time to play with you." Little dragon girl said huffily, "Humph? Stinking big brother.
Jingfei,
Come back for me. If you still don't return, Royal Father will definitely kill his way to Heavenly South City." Huaning's furious voice came from behind. Little dragon girl made a funny face at him and said, "That's his business. What does it have to do with me?" Huaning was angry, and then he turned toward Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Boy, you cheated.
You and Jingfei this last ganged up." Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool and could not help laughing as he said, "Are you stupid? If I colluded with her, could I clear the Origin Divinity contract, this obstacle?"
You can't control your own sister, but you come to find trouble with me. Where's the logic here? Huaning's old face turned red, knowing that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Origin Divinity contract was witnessed by Heavenly Tao.
If Yi Yuan and Jingfei colluded, it could not hide from Heavenly Tao. The Origin Divinity contract would likewise be activated.
Furthermore, with Jingfei this girl's mischievousness, it was not surprising to do such a thing.
Little brother, how about you and I work together to capture this girl?
After coming to his senses, Huaning's tone softened and he said, "My royal father dotes on this girl immensely. Furthermore, you've seen this girl's temperament too. If she goes on to land, God knows how much trouble she'll cause." The moment little dragon girl heard, she secretly thought to herself that it was not good and instantly wanted to slip away. Except it was already too late. Yi Yuan grabbed hold of her calf. "Good big brother, I beg you, don't let me go back, alright?" Little dragon girl begged. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and said coolly, "I feel that what Dragon Sun said makes sense. If you don't go back, there will probably be no peace on land for even a second. Moreover, your royal father will probably still launch a sea war for your sake. Therefore, you'd better go back obediently." "I don't want to, MN?" Yi Yuan shot a glare and little dragon girl immediately withered up.
All right, I'll go back, okay? Stinking big brother, bad big brother." Little dragon girl lost her temper.
She held Yi Yuan in great awe and veneration.
Furthermore, that look just now was so fierce, just like when he spanked her buttocks before.
Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "You'd best go back obediently for me. If you dare to sneak back and get caught by me again, you know the outcome."
Yi Yuan glared. She subconsciously touched her buttocks and said, "All right, I got it." Over on the sea folks' side, there were stunned people all around, including Huaning.
This lawless and unbridled little girl actually feared Yi Yuan like a tiger.
In the 100 years that this lass was born, the entire Thistle South Sea region was turned upside down by her.
Even Black Flood Dragon King could not do anything to her. Now, she was actually obeying a human youth's words. "However, you have to promise me something. Otherwise, I'll still sneak out." As if afraid that Yi Yuan would refuse, little dragon girl specifically emphasized it.
Yi Yuan felt a headache too and said with a nod, "Say it." Little dragon girl's initial ill humor turned into joy and she said, "I want you to come to Thistle South Dragon Palace to see me within a year.
Otherwise? Humph humph. My royal father will kill his way to Heavenly South City." Little dragon girl left. But from calm South City came Ironcore's roar. "Where's that punk?
The city lord will definitely tear him to shreds."
Tear him to shreds. The dignified Heavenly South City's deputy city lord was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy. Furthermore, it was even in front of everybody. His face could be said to be utterly lost. His hatred toward Yi Yuan already broke through the firmament. "Is the army back?" Ironcore asked his subordinate angrily. The subordinate hurriedly said, "Replying City Lord, the army is still 100 miles away from calm South City. They will be back shortly." Ironcore sneered and said, "Very good. Go with me to receive the army. I want to see how that punk will still be rampant without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. If I don't smack him into meat paste today, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." The subordinate had a bitter face as he said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, just earlier Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master have already arrived in calm South City. Currently, they have already gone out of the city to welcome the army." Ironcore was taken aback for a moment and asked, "Which Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master?" The subordinate said, "It's naturally Heavenly South Pill Hall's Head Hall Master, Master Zhao Sun, and Second Hall Master, Master Wu Jian." Ironcore had a bad feeling in his heart and said with a frown, "Why are they here?" These two were Heavenly South's Alchemy Path's two titans, the strongest two people. In terms of status, they were not even beneath City Lord His Excellency. Now that the sea folk had already retreated, why would these two suddenly come? Sure enough, the subordinate also shook his head and said, "This subordinate doesn't know." Ironcore snorted coldly and said, "Who cares why they came? Could it be that they will still stop the City Lord from killing a greater sublime heavenly stratum? Come." Heavenly South Pill Hall's Head Hall Master, Zhao Sun, offers greetings to fellow Daoists. Heavenly South Pill Hall's Second Hall Master, Wu Jian, offers greetings to fellow Daoists. In front of the army formation, Heavenly South Pill Hall's two big shots paid respects to Yi Yuan. This scene shocked everyone. Many of the warriors in the army had just arrived in calm South City and did not know how big of a stir Yi Yuan caused. Of course, many people witnessed it with their own eyes. The scene of Yi Yuan and Little Dragon Girl, two people thrashing Ironcore, was still being dwelt upon with great relish until now. However, these two people's identities were not what Ironcore could compare to. Although Ironcore was the deputy city lord, the city lord was in existence who was a tight fist in Heavenly South City. Ironcore was at most just a subordinate. Furthermore, the deputy city lords were not just Ironcore alone, but Zhao Sun's status was virtually on par with the city lord status. Although Wu Jian's status was slightly inferior, it was also about the same. One could say that the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses of the land of Heavenly South had practically all received these two people's favors before. But now they actually bowed to Yi Yuan. It was equivalent to talking to Yi Yuan as a peer. How could they not be surprised at such a scene? "I, Yi Yuan, pay respect to fellow Taoists." Yi Yuan returned a bow neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Yi Yuan was not surprised by these two people's arrival. Zhang Li was Wu Jian's disciple. He informed the Heavenly South Pill Hall about Yi Yuan's matter before this. With a true grade Heavenly Stratum pill coming into being, how could these two dare to brush it off lightly? Hence, they hurried to calm South City personally and went out of the city to greet. Zhao Sun smiled and said, "This Zhao heard that the sea race launching a sea war this time, and it was all thanks to fellow Daoist Yi, who awed the Thistle South royal clan and saved Heavenly South's countless living creatures. City Lord His Excellency specially instructed this Zhao to express thanks to fellow Daoist Yi." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Head Hall Master and City Lord are too courteous. It was merely a matter of lifting a hand. Don't mention it." Zhao Sun said, "Fellow Daoist Yi made great contributions and isn't haughty. You indeed have the demeanor of a grandmaster. City Lord His Excellency originally wanted to come in person, but he has distinguished guests visiting over at his place and can't spare time from his main duties to attend to this. He could only order us to do it on his behalf." Wu Jian also smiled and said, "My disciple Zhang Li has cultivated bitterly for many years and has never been able to break through. It's all thanks to fellow Daoist Ye's true grade heavenly pill that he finally took this step. As his master, I must say a thank you on his behalf." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Two hall masters are too courteous. This place isn't a place to talk. Let's go back to the city first.
Zhao Sun nodded and said with a smile, as it ought to be.
The army set off. Everyone was extremely shocked. These two great hall masters were actually so courteous to a greater sublime heavenly stratum. This was something that had never happened before. Just what background does this young man have? How could he cause such a grand lineup? Two hall masters, even if facing peak Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, they will speak bluntly too. Yet, now they are actually so polite to a junior. The two hall masters said that Master Zhang Li only broke through his cultivation realm after eating his heavenly pill. Being a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, what kind of heavenly pill did he refine to make a limitless sublime heavenly stratum break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven?
Simply inconceivable. For a moment, Yi Yuan became incomparably mysterious in everyone's eyes. Yi Yuan, come out for the city lord. Without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this city lord wants to see what you'll use to be arrogant. The person had yet to arrive, but the voice arrived first.
Several figures came menacingly carrying a powerful pressure, arriving in no time flat. Ironcore saw Yi Yuan right away in the army, because Yi Yuan was in the most conspicuous position.
Beside Yi Yuan, there were Zhao Sun and Wu Jian. Seeing Yi Yuan, Ironcore was extremely furious. Ignoring the two big shots, he directly slammed a palm over and was going to kill Yi Yuan. Punk, prepare to die. Ironcore bellowed angrily.
Zhao Sun and Wu Jian frowned at the same time and made a move at virtually the same time. Boom!
In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, 3 grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven mighty experts exchanged a blow.
Ironcore was strong, but Zhao Sun and Wu Jian were peak Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the first place. Their strengths were not the slightest bit inferior to him. Two people attacking at the same time, how earth-shattering was it? Under the one move, Ironcore was directly blown away. Ironcore, you're being insolent, Zhao Sun said angrily. Ironcore was also stunned by this unexpected scene. He was merely killing a greater sublime heavenly stratum. That was all. How did he provoke the two great hall masters to take action at the same time?
In the army, many people used pitiable gazes to look at Ironcore. This deputy city lord was probably going to be embarrassed again today. This city lord has a big feud with that boy, so why did two hall masters stop me? Ironcore endured the churning of his divine sea as he said with displeasure.
Zhao Sun sneered and said, Hoo-hoo? Ironcore, you really are showing your fangs. Attacking to kill someone in front of this hall master. Looks like my heavenly South Pill Hall is merely so in your eyes.
Ironcore's pupils constricted and he hurriedly said, why does head hall master say this?
This boy is merely a greater sublime heavenly stratum, but he dared to humiliate me in public.
If this city lord doesn't kill him, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. If I offended two hall masters, please be magnanimous. But I must kill this boy today.
Wu Jian said in a solemn voice. City Lord Ironcore is really awe-inspiring.
Fellow Taoist Yi is my Heavenly South's distinguished guest. The two of us were just about to invite him to Heavenly South Pill Hall to be a guest, but you want to kill our guest. Hoo-hoo, after going back, I want to ask Meng Frostwind, is this how he disciplines his subordinates?
Ironcore's expression changed wildly, only to feel a chill run down his spine. Heavenly South's distinguished guest. When did this boy become Heavenly South's distinguished guest?
Furthermore, the two great hall masters actually called Yi Yuan as fellow Taoist.
Hoo-hoo? Are two hall masters making a joke?
How can he, a greater sublime heavenly stratum, possibly become your distinguished guest?
A smile that was even uglier than crying was squeezed out on Ironcore's face.
He was somewhat struck senseless.
Everything was going well. So how did Yi Yuan become a distinguished guest with a sway of his body?
Making a joke?
Does this hall master look like I'm joking with you? Fellow Taoist Ye's alchemy strength is exceedingly formidable. If not for my cultivation realm being much higher than him, this hall master wouldn't have dared to call out fellow Taoist either. Zhao Sun said in a solemn voice. He was furious right now. He did not know what enmity there was between Ironcore and Yi Yuan. But this guy was really rotten mud that could not support a wall. He was just thinking of ways to fawn on Yi Yuan and make Yi Yuan leave behind the refining method of true-grade heavenly pills. In the end, this fool was good, shouting and wrangling about wanting to kill him the moment he saw him without saying anything. Humph. Unable to accomplish anything, but good at ruining things.
Go back and find Meng Frostwind to receive punishment. Wu Jian shouted coldly.
Ironcore's expression was somewhat ugly. He was, at any rate, a deputy city lord too, a top figure of the land of Heavenly South.
Today, he was actually lectured in front of the army until he could not even lift his head. Unable to accomplish anything but good at ruining things? Was this used to lecture the deputy city lord?
Yet he was unable to flare up.
These two in front of him, even City Lord Meng Frostwind dreaded them a little. They were not who he could afford to provoke.
His expression flickered incessantly, and he finally gritted his teeth and clasped his hands and said, "Two hall masters, goodbye." When he left, he even shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare, his eyes full of killing intent. Only after Ironcore left was Zhao Sun akin to being relieved of a heavy burden as he said to Yi Yuan, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I've incurred your ridicule." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Looks like this city lord Ironcore still wants to put me to death."
Zhao Sun hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, rest assured. After this Zhao returns, I'll definitely inform Meng Frostwind about this matter and have him discipline Ironcore severely."
Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he did not say anything.
In reality, he was also planning how to take care of Ironcore.
This guy was simply unreasonable. Now he suffered such a big loss. With his character, how could it possibly be resolved here?
On the way, Zhao Sun winked at Wu Jian.
Wu Jian got the meaning and found an excuse to step aside and inquired from Cui Tong about the enmity between Yi Yuan and Ironcore. After inquiring clearly, Wu Jian was even angrier. Humph! Ironcore, this fool, almost ruined Heavenly South City's important matter.
This matter, we can't spare him, Wu Jian said angrily.
The party entered Calm South City and directly invited Yi Yuan to City Lord Manor. All the upper echelons were present. "Fellow Taoist Yi, you and I are both people of the alchemy path. We'll naturally make friends with alchemy." After this hall master heard the name of True Grade, I truly found it difficult to eat and sleep. "I wonder if fellow Taoist Yi can enlighten me on it," Zhao Sun said with a smile.
For people of the alchemy path, anyone that heard above 9th grade would probably lose composure.
It was also precisely because their hearts itched unbearable that the two of them rushed to Calm South City in haste.
It was for the sake of seeing the elegant demeanor of True Grade. But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Head Hall Master, it is not that this Yi is cherishing my own belonging that's of little value, but can you let this you take a look at Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master's strength?"
When everyone heard that, they were all stunned. Everyone was watching you perform, but you appointed the two hall masters first?
Zhao Sun's brows furrowed and he said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, what does this mean?"
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If Head Hall Master's strength is sufficient, this Yi will naturally demonstrate to you what True Grade is. But if Head Hall Master's strength is lacking, even if I demonstrate it 1,000 times, it will be to no avail too." The words were polite, but the expressions of everyone present changed.
Yi Yuan's implicit meaning was that you, Head Hall Master, might not be qualified to witness my true grade. These words were arrogant enough.
In the land of Heavenly South, probably even City Lord Meng Frostwind would not dare to speak to Zhao Sun this way too. It was not that Yi Yuan was posturing, but since he wanted to develop his faction in the land of Heavenly South, then he must be the master in the Heavenly South Pill Hall. He, Yi Yuan, did not need to be beneath others. On what basis? True Grade. True Grade Heavenly Pill was Yi Yuan's trump card. How could it be easily revealed?
Previously, he overwhelmed Jiang Li like a thunderbolt. It was for the sake of getting immediate results. However, it was enough for everyone to know about it.
True Grade absolutely could not be easily shown to others. That was a posturing act. If it was demonstrated too much, it would become worthless. Yi Yuan knew that Zhao Sun was not an ordinary person. But he reckoned that regardless of whether it was Zhao Sun or Wu Jian, there was probably still a very large gap away from True Grade.
Even if they refined Grade 4 heavenly pills to the realm of 9th grade, it was impossible to refine True Grade 2. If True Grade was that easy to refine, it would not be True Grade anymore.
Hoo-hoo? Jian, since fellow Taoist Yi wants to gauge our strength, then let's present our incompetence? Zhao Sun was already holding some anger in these words. He could be courteous to Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he did not have pride.
Moreover, he was Heavenly South Alchemy Path's #1 person. It was #1 person but not #1 genius.
Amen? As it should be, Wu Jian also said in an unfriendly tone.
They endured it for that legendary true grade.
They planned to show off their strength to shut Yi Yuan up. Heavenly South's #1 person and Heavenly South's #2 person. These titles were not casually called in vain.
Since fellow Taoist you wants to see, then we'll showcase our specialties. Zhao Sun said.
No need. 2 hall masters can each refine a grade 2 heavenly pill, and it's enough. Yi Yuan said coolly. When Zhao Sun 2 people heard that, they got even angrier.
Grade 2 heavenly pill.
Wasn't this being a joke? Making a grade 4 heavenly alchemist refine a grade 2 heavenly pill, could it measure the level of strength?
This refinement would be upper 9th grade. What was there to look at?
Hoo-hoo. Then I wonder what kind of grade 2 heavenly pill fellow Taoist Yi wants to see? Zhao Sun said with a cold smile. In the main hall, the temperature seemed to have dropped more than 10 degrees out of the blue, making people shudder involuntarily.
Anything. The foundation establishment heavenly pill works too. As long as you have the confidence, it will do. Yi Yuan seemingly could not feel the change in the atmosphere and still said indifferently. Come men. Prepare the pill refinement. Zhao Sun said in a cold voice.
Soon, the servants prepared all the things needed to refine the pills.
Zhao Sun and Wu Jian were each refining a kind of basic heavenly pill.
With a resentment that billowed to the sky, the 2 started refining the pill.
Peak grade 4 super heavenly alchemists refining grade 2 basic heavenly pills, it was naturally a cinch.
The entire refinement process naturally attracted a series of amazed acclaims. With the 2 of them taking action, this was completely not what those people during the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit could compare to.
Even the strongest Jiang Li was like a child in front of the 2.
When the heavenly pills came out of the furnace, without the least bit of surprise, the 2 people's heavenly pills were both above 9th grade.
Zhao Sun looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, I wonder if what the 2 of us refined can still enter fellow Taoist Ye's arcane sights?
Yi Yuan did not answer. He just smiled slightly, stood up, and walked toward the medicine cauldron. Under everyone's blank gazes, Yi Yuan started refining. It was still a grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill, same as Zhao Sun.
In less than an hour, the refinement was completed. Without the slightest suspense, upper 9th grade.
Hoo-hoo. After messing around for the greater part of the day, fellow Taoist Yi is letting us look at this? Zhao Sun said with a sneer. Yes, take a look at this. Yi Yuan put his foundation establishment heavenly pill and Zhao Sun's foundation establishment heavenly pill onto 2 cloud mount motherstones respectively.
Yi Yuan's scale soared all the way to 9th grade perfection.
It's full. It actually maxed out. How is this possible?
There's actually someone who can achieve Cloud Mount Mother Stone max score.
What kind of realm can achieve this level?
Including Zhao Sun and Wu Jian, everyone in the main hall was inexplicably shocked.
Compared to Yi Yuan's 9th grade perfection, although Zhao Sun and Wu Jian were upper 9th grade too, they were still lacking that bit of level of skill. 2 hall masters, if you feel that you can achieve 9th grade perfection, how about trying again? Forget about grade 2 heavenly pills. If you seriously can't, the 2 of you can refine grade 1 heavenly pills too.
As long as you can reach 9th grade perfection, I'll demonstrate true grade for everyone to see, Yi Yuan just said with a light smile. Zhao Sun's brows furrowed slightly and he said with a cold snort, this hall master has refined countless pills. I really don't believe that I can't cross this distance of half a step.
Wu Jian also said, 9th grade perfection is it? Hoo-hoo, what can it show? We can't refine true grade. Could it be that we can't even refine 9th grade perfection too? To alchemy path powerhouses like Zhao Sun, refining upper 9th grade was nothing. It was just that they had never seriously researched how to reach 9th grade perfection before.
Reaching upper 9th grade, there was actually little significance for heavenly pills to improve a step further. In terms of medicinal efficacy alone, 9th grade perfection was better than upper 9th grade, but the benefits were limited.
And reaching 9th grade perfection required expending far too much effort. It was naturally somewhat not worth the gain.
However, Zhao Sun 2 people were already peak grade 4 mighty experts. In their view, 9th grade perfection was nothing.
Perhaps there was some difficulty in refining grade 4 heavenly pills, But for grade 2 heavenly pills, as long as they were serious, they could always achieve it. The two who were unconvinced made a move again.
An hour later, Zhao Sun's two people stared at the Cloud Mount Motherstone, their expressions being very ugly. This time, they were still a tiny bit short of 9th grade perfection. Again,
how arrogant at heart and haughty in manner were these two.
How could they succumb at 9th grade this level?
It was just that they made a move 3 times in a row, but each time it always fell short by a tiny bit. Although their scales were upper 9th grade each time, they would fluctuate up and down.
There was always that bit of level of attainment that was lacking from 9th grade perfection.
The big shots in the main hall were all stunned. They also thought that with the 2 great hall masters' peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist strength, wouldn't refining 9th grade perfection be easily accomplished? Yet they just could not cross this distance of half a step. Could it be that this 9th grade perfection is just so hard? Sun Yunjing said with a frown. By the side, Zhongli nodded and said, more than just hard.
It's simply harder than ascending to heaven.
I asked Master Yi for advice before. He made me refine 9th grade perfection before. I attempted grade 1 heavenly pills no less than several hundred times and didn't succeed once. Sun Yunjing almost jumped up and said in surprise, what? How is this possible? Zhongli smiled bitterly and said, there's nothing impossible. However, the upper 9th grade that I refined is still significantly worse compared to head hall master and master. However, even if they are very formidable, I reckon that even if they change to grade 1 heavenly pills, they still can't reach 9th grade perfection. The big shots present were all shocked speechless.
Change to grade 1 heavenly pills. Sure enough, at this time, Zhao Sun suddenly spoke up.
Everyone was shocked in their hearts. Head hall master gave up. Clearly, he felt that grade 2 heavenly pills were hopeless. But was it really as Zhongli said?
Even grade 1 heavenly pills could not reach 9th grade perfection either?
Might as well. Zhao Sun directly chose the simplest grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill could be said to be the basic of the basics, being the most simple heavenly pill already. If even this can't reach 9th grade perfection, this hall master won't mention about true grade again, Zhao Sun said with a cold snort.
Everyone exchanged glances. Yi Yuan just brushed it off with a smile.
9th grade extreme could not be achieved with just a high cultivation realm.
Even if you could refine grade 5 heavenly pills, grade 6 heavenly pills, you might not be able to reach 9th grade perfection when refining grade 1 heavenly pills too. To achieve 9th grade perfection, only one word was needed, that was perfection.
During the refinement process, there could not be the slightest flaws.
Even if there was the slightest flaw, it would result in the refinement to fail.
But it was easy to talk about it. Doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. This was like drawing a circle, no matter how round you drew it, looking completely flawless. It was also impossible to draw a 100% circle. Could be said that a true circle only existed in theory. And to reach 9th grade perfection was to turn this theory into reality. How great the difficulty involved could be imagined. One should not look at how the quality of Zhao Sun's heavenly pills were all extremely high. There was still quite a distance away from perfection this step.
It was also precisely because of this gap that prevented him from reaching perfection.
Zhao Sun and Wu Jian's refinement looked flawless and should have reached 9th grade perfection in theory.
But actually, they were like drawing circles.
It seemed to be round and full, a perfect circle. However, there were still flaws. This step was separated by a hair's breadth but was immensely difficult. Changing to grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, the two people's refinement went even smoother. In almost less than a quarter of an hour, a heavenly pill emerged for the furnace. The two people put it on the Cloud Mount Mother Stone in haste, while the others had nervous looks on their faces, anticipating the final result. The scale rose rapidly and reached upper 9th grade very quickly, rushing towards 9th grade perfection.
Charge.
Charge. Charge.
Charge for me. Even if Zhao Sun's status was venerated and he was a leviathan of a region, his face was also reddened to the ears currently, his jaws clenched tightly. Sure enough, with the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, the two people's strength was even fiercer. The scale had clearly surpassed the grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill.
Zhao Sun and Wu Jian both had excited expressions. They saw hope. There was only a tiny gap from maxing out the scale. Rush up.
Charge up for me. Zhao Sun gritted his teeth and said.
The other powerhouses in the main hall were also secretly cheering them on. But the results turned out contrary to their expectations. The scale stopped at the last trace. Not perfect.
Zhao Sun looked at the Cloud Mount Mother Stone with a look of abject as he said, How? How could this be?
Yi Yuan smiled and said, Head Hall Master. I know that you have unwillingness in your heart. You can continue.
Zhao Sun suddenly turned his head, staring right at Yi Yuan, his two eyes blood-red.
Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, again.
However, no matter how hard he worked, the Grade 1 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill was always missing that tiny bit away from the true 9th grade perfection from start to end. This tiny gap was as far as an ant looking at Heavenly Tao.
No matter how you jumped, you could not touch the sky too. Finally, Zhao Sun plopped down onto the ground, his face full of puzzlement as he murmured, Why? Why is it always missing by a tiny bit? Just what's lacking? He gave up. He examined his own conscience. He had grasped every detail of the pill refinement.
However, the final result was always unsatisfactory.
He seriously could not figure out where the problem lied.
When Jiangli saw this scene, he could not help shaking his head as he sighed and said, I didn't expect that Head Hall Master's reaction would be exactly the same as mine.
This feeling of setback is really indescribable.
Isn't that so? The exalted Head Hall Master, being a peak Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, actually can't even perfect a Grade 1 Heavenly Pill. If it were before, no one would question anything. After all, nobody could do it as well. But now Yu Yuan has truly achieved it. This is simply a huge irony to the two Hall Masters. Cui Tong similarly shook his head and said with a sigh,
Without comparison, there would be no harm.
Zhao Sun and Wu Jian came for the true grade. In the end, they did not get to see the true grade and were unable to even perfect Grade 1 Heavenly Pills. This was too ironic.
I wonder what the two Hall Masters think? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Zhao Sun looked at Yi Yuan with some disappointment and said with a bitter smile, Looks like fellow Taoist Yi isn't planning on letting us see true grade.
Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Nay. Two Hall Masters misunderstood. It's not that this Yi is intentionally making things difficult, but that to reach the realm of true grade, one must first reach 9th grade perfection. If one can't even accomplish this step, even if I demonstrate it to you 100 times, 1,000 times, you can't possibly comprehend it too.
The words made everyone's hearts turn cold.
It turned out that if you wanted to reach the realm of true grade, 9th grade perfection was the threshold.
Zhao Sun had a look of surprise on his face and said with a bitter smile, If it were before, this Hall Master would definitely think that fellow Taoist Yi is joking.
But only after putting it into practice myself does this Hall Master know that wanting to reach 9th grade perfection is truly not easy.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, If true grade was so easy to achieve, it also wouldn't have gone extinct in the land of Heavenly South. In reality, even if you reach 9th grade perfection, they're still 108,000 miles away from the realm of true grade.
This step is probably not much easier than breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven.
The expressions of Zhao Sun and the rest changed, all revealing a look of astonishment.
Yi Yuan was talking about Saint Sovereign Heaven and not Jade Sovereign Heaven.
In reality, entering Sovereign Realm from Sublime Realm was as difficult as ascending to heaven in the first place.
Otherwise, how could a genius like Jiangli be pacing back and forth in front of the threshold for a long time?
As for Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was even hair-raisingly difficult. Disregarding the land of Heavenly South, even on the entire rain-clear continent, how many Saint Sovereign Heavens were there? This kind of difficulty simply made people despair.
However, everyone's faces revealed disbelieving looks.
If it was so difficult, how did you break through?
Yi Yuan naturally saw through their skepticism. It was just that he was indifferent.
After they broke through to 9th grade perfection, they would naturally know how terrifying true grade was.
If Yu Yuan did not encounter an opponent like Song Yongning, he would really need God knows how many years to take this step.
Even so, Yi Yuan only finally reached true grade after fighting fiercely for several months.
With Yi Yuan's talent, this was simply unimaginable. Fellow Taoist Yi, this Hall Master wants to invite you to assume the post of Heavenly South Pill Hall's third Hall Master. In Heavenly South Pill Hall, your status will be the same as this Hall Master in Jian's. Wonder how you feel about it. Zhao Sun suddenly said. The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. This was a great courtesy to Yi Yuan. Although they all knew that Yi Yuan was an extremely monstrous person, he was just a greater sublime heavenly stratum after all. Assuming the post of third Hall Master all of a sudden, it could be said to be suddenly becoming an existence that was not inferior to Heavenly South City Lord. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Since Head Hall Master has such sincerity, this Yi will naturally comply with your wishes. The moment Zhao Sun heard, he could not help being overjoyed. The news of Heavenly South Pill Hall welcoming a new Hall Master spread in Heavenly South City very quickly. And in order to welcome Yi Yuan, Zhao Zhao planned to hold a grand welcoming ceremony for him and announce it to the entire Heavenly South. Similar treatment was only given last time when Wu Jian ascended to peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist back then. For some time, Heavenly South City was in a stir. However, after Yi Yuan arrived in Heavenly South City, he was very low-key. It was not that he was intentionally keeping a low profile, but that Zhao Sun and Wu Jian, two people, came to him every day to seek advice. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was low, his horizons were much further than the two. Coupled with the contrast when he was battling in alchemy with Cong Yongning, the pros of cons during the process of a heavenly alchemist's pill refinement could be seen even more clearly. In reality, when testing the two in Calm South City back then, Yi Yuan had long already taken it into his eyes. Yi Yuan did not hoard anything and imparted the basic cultivation method to the two people and dissected their questions about the process of pill refinement little by little. In merely half a month's time, these two people became enlightened at once. It was also even more because of so that they finally understood that wanting to reach 9th grade perfection was a colossal project and could not be achieved in a short time. Firstly, they had to rebuild their foundations. Secondly, they had to make good omissions and deficiencies. Only then were they capable of reaching 9th grade perfection. Zhao Sun and Wu Jian's alchemy path foundation could be rated as solid. It was absolutely no coincidence to be able to reach this step. But, compared to the likes of Yi Yuan and Cong Yongning, the disparity was too great. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, these two people could practically perceive their improvement every day. I didn't expect that the millimeter of difference between upper 9th grade and 9th grade perfection is akin to heaven and earth. This Hall Master's ripe old age has really been an utter waste of living, Zhao Sun suddenly said to Yi Yuan with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The path of alchemy is heterogeneous and vast, like a skyscraper. If the foundation isn't solid, it will be akin to an ivory tower. The taller the tower, the more dangerous it is. Zhao Sun nodded and said, What fellow Taoist Yi said is extremely right. These few days, although this Hall Master has been studying grade 1 and 2 basic heavenly pills, I feel that the strength of grade 4 heavenly pills has been improving too. Only then did I understand that it turns out when I was cultivating back then, there were still so many areas that I missed out. Fellow Taoist Yi, if not for your cultivation realm being too low, this Hall Master will probably cause a shock in Heavenly South. This Heavenly South Pill Hall's head Hall Master should be assumed by you. Actually, Zhao Sun had long already treated Yi Yuan as half a teacher in his heart. It was just that due to cultivation realm and status, he could not say it explicitly. But he was very humble in front of Yi Yuan. Heavenly alchemists were a bunch of fanatics who were the most convinced by the strong who were capable. Yi Yuan had long already used his strength to conquer these two great Hall Masters. But currently, there were indeed undercurrents surging in Heavenly South City. Heavenly South City was the capital city of the land of Heavenly South. It occupied a vast area and there were many experts in the city. The factions were also complicated and confusing. Currently, inside a secret residence somewhere in Heavenly South, a group of heavyweights was currently gathering. Family Head Min, this position of third Hall Master should have originally been yours. In the end, now, a puny little grade 2 heavenly alchemist climbed on top of your Min family's head. Deputy City Lord Ironcore said. Min Nanshan, from one of Heavenly South City's 3 great alchemy families, was the Min family's family head. Heavenly South City had 3 great alchemy families whose strength was incomparably powerful.
The appearance of Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd Hall Master meant that Heavenly South City's situation henceforth would change. It was not up to these family heads to not pay attention to it. Min Nanshan looked at Ironcore and said with a cold smile, "Deputy City Lord Ironcore, you gathering the few of us families here is no more than to make use of us to avenge your enmity. Could it be that the few of us are decrepit and muddle-headed until we can't even see this?" But Ironcore did not care and said with a smile, "But didn't you guys come too?
Now our interests are the same, that is that we can't let this boy become the 3rd Hall Master." Hoo-hoo, Deputy City Lord Ironcore must be joking.
That's true grade heavenly pill. I heard that Zhongli only consumed a grade 2 true grade heavenly pill, and as a result, he stepped into the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven in one stroke.
This news shouldn't be fake, right? Min Nanshan said with a deep meaning.
Ironcore nodded and said, "It's true. It's just that, do you guys get a share of the true grade heavenly pill?" The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 3 great family heads changed.
These 3 families possessed a pivotal position in Heavenly South City at present. The 3 great family heads were all grade 4 heavenly alchemists too. They were just slightly inferior compared to the 2 great hall masters.
Even Zhao Sun relied greatly on the 3 great families too. And what Ironcore said was also precisely what they were most worried about.
After Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master came back, you guys have seen it too, they have remained in closed seclusion all along. With their strength, breaking through to the realm of true grade isn't hard. When the time comes, by relying on true grade, the 2 Hall Masters' statuses will be transcendent. At that time, what will it still have to do with your 3 great families? Ironcore said with a sneer. True grade, it was absolutely a major killing tool.
Zhang Li's breakthrough shocked everyone. The crux was that what let him break through was a grade 2 heavenly pill.
This was impressive.
Ironcore's words made the faces of the 3 great family heads change abruptly. Not that they could not figure out this layer, it was just that they were not quite willing to believe.
After all, in Heavenly South Pill Hall, the status of the 3 great families was very important.
But just as Ironcore said, if the 2 Hall Masters grasped the true grade secret art and used it to command Heavenly South henceforth, who could dare to not follow?
Min Nanshan drew a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, "Deputy City Lord Ironcore, what should we do?"
Ironcore's face revealed a knowing smile.
On this day, Heavenly South Pill Hall was unprecedentedly grand.
The various major cities under the jurisdiction of Heavenly South City all sent prominent powerhouses over. In the land of Heavenly South, the status of Heavenly South Pill Hall had always been transcendent. The deterrent power of heavenly alchemists was this strong. Of course, there were many people who came for this mystical true grade. Ha ha! Congratulations to Master Yi for becoming Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd Hall Master. My Water Billow City feels honored. When Sun Yunjing saw Yi Yuan, he immediately cupped his fists and said, "By the side." Su Yi's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "What does Master Yi being promoted to 3rd Hall Master have to do with your Water Billow City? He came from our calm South City. Even if it's feeling honored, it's our calm South City too."
Sun Yunjing did not care either and laughed loudly as he said, "Heh, the City Lord and Master Yi, that's making friends after a fight."
Su Yi's face turned black and he was just about to refute. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, 2 City Lords. This Yi has received your kind intentions." Yi Yuan already spoke up. It was naturally not convenient for Su Yi to flare up.
By the side, Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun also came up to offer greetings.
There were too many people at this time. Yi Yuan did not have time to talk more and just had them go in and sit down. Min family's family head. Min Nanshan has arrived. Song family's family head. Song Tianyang has arrived. Yun family's family head. Yun Baiyu has arrived. After these few shouts, everyone's faces changed.
Even Zhao Sun and Wu Jian frowned too.
Very clearly, they smelled a different smell. Normally, these 3 great families don't care about each other. Why did they suddenly come together today? Min family head has worked hard for many years in order to fight for this title of 3rd Hall Master. But now, there's completely no hope anymore.
The arrivals are not friendly.
There's probably a show to watch.
All those present were Heavenly South's heavyweight class figures.
Just the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were a whole bunch. Each and every one of these people was crafty and shrewd. How could they not know Heavenly South Pill Hall's underhanded activities?
With Yi Yuan dropping out of thin air, the biggest impact was the three major families.
If they did not take some measures, that would be weird.
Min Nanshan offers greetings to Head Hall Master, Second Hall Master.
Song Tianyang offers greetings to the two Hall Masters. Yun Baiyu offers greetings to the two Hall Masters. The three people came to the front, cupped their fists, and bowed to the two Hall Masters, directly regarding Yi Yuan, who was by the side as heir.
Zhao Sun's brows furrowed slightly, but he could not blow his top. He was just about to introduce Yi Yuan but saw the three people walk straight into the venue. Everyone exchanged glances. What an opening gambit.
This grand gathering today was hosted for Third Hall Master Yi Yuan. In the end, they did not even pay attention to Third Hall Master.
Zhao Sun was a little awkward and said to Yi Yuan, I'll definitely teach these three fellows a lesson later. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just a small matter. Head Hall Master doesn't need to take it to heart.
Zhao Sun was a little surprised in his heart. He discovered that Yi Yuan was actually placid without any waves. This atmosphere was absolutely not feigned. Yi Yuan had such terrifying talent at a young age. To actually be able to have this temperament, it was truly terrifying. For any genius, which one was not arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, unable to stomach anything that was offensive to the eye, yet Yi Yuan was not.
After some small talk, the banquet officially began. Zhao Sun raised his wine cup and said loudly, today, this Zhao introduces to everyone a young genius.
Although he has just arrived, he has already made monumental contributions to Heavenly South.
Only after seeing him does this Zhao know that I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. You all don't need to suspect anything. It isn't this Zhao's self-effacing either. If he's a grade 4 heavenly alchemist right now, this Hall Master's position of Head Hall Master will immediately be given up with both hands. It was gracious of fellow Taoist you to not reject and willingly join my Heavenly South Pill Hall.
From today onwards, he's my Heavenly South Pill Hall's Head Hall Master. Right at this time, Min Nanshan suddenly stood up, interrupting Zhao Sun's words. Immediately, everyone's gaze was attracted by him.
Zhao Sun's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, Min Nanshan, what are you trying to do?
Min Nanshan said coolly, this Min feels that the two Hall Masters' decision is too hasty, impudent.
When is it your turn to come and butt into what this Hall Master does? Zhao Sun shouted coldly.
But Min Nanshan was not afraid in the slightest and said coolly, this boy is just a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. What right does he have to sit on the throne of Third Hall Master?
If he becomes Third Hall Master, then where will we, these grade 4 heavenly alchemists, go?
Zhao Sun smiled coldly and said, based on that he can refine true grade heavenly pills. Min Nanshan smiled and said, Head Hall Master, none of us has seen before the true grade heavenly pill.
You said that he made monumental contributions to the land of Heavenly South. I have no objections. But Heavenly South is Heavenly South. Heavenly South Pill Hall is Heavenly South Pill Hall. He has yet to make the smallest contribution but became Third Hall Master on what basis?
That's right. Head Hall Master. Our Song family feels that it's not appropriate as well. At this time, Song Tianyang also came forward and supported Min Nanshan ardently. Yun Baiyu also said, Head Hall Master, how much contribution has the three of us major families made for the Heavenly South Pill Hall? Now, a measly little grade 2 heavenly alchemist wants to ride on top of our heads.
Zhao Sun's expression was ugly to the extreme.
He completely did not expect that the three great families' reaction was actually so fierce.
Furthermore, with the three great families taking the lead, many families also expressed objection. This somewhat made it even harder for them to dismount the tiger's back after getting on it.
In the crowd, Iron Core looked at Yi Yuan with a broad smile, full of mockery.
Heh brat, you're still a little inexperienced to fight with the City Lord. This is just the beginning. After chasing you out of Heavenly South City, the City Lord will send you on your way. Iron Core sneered coldly in his heart. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist becoming Third Hall Master, our Zhao family won't accept it. Yeah, what right does a junior have to ride on top of our heads?
So what if true grade heavenly pill? Something that we can't see or touch? Who are you bluffing? Families that depended on the three great families also expressed objections one after another. The scene appeared very chaotic. Heavenly South Pill Hall's situation was somewhat different from City Lord Manor there.
City Lord Meng Frostwind's strength already reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, overpowering all heroes. No one dared to resist.
Although Meng Frostwind relied rather heavily on Zhao Sun and Wu Jian, the experts within Heavenly South Pill Hall were plentiful as clouds.
Alchemy was not like martial arts, either you die or I perish.
The two hall masters' strength was indeed stronger than everyone. But the three great family heads' strengths were similarly extremely strong. Hence, they held quite heavy authority. The three great families practically possessed 40% of Heavenly South Pill Hall's strength. Although this ratio was not high, it was sufficient to show one's attitude.
Zhao Sun and Wu Jian really had a feeling like they had incredibly bad luck.
They did not expect that they were actually forced to abdicate. Min Nanshan, are you rebelling? Zhao Sun said furiously. Min Nanshan still said coolly, Head Hall Master, our three great families are subordinates of Heavenly South Pill Hall. Examining our consciousness, we respect the two Hall Masters very much as well. Our action is just for the sake of maintaining Heavenly South stability. No matter from which area you look at, this boy doesn't have the qualifications to be third Hall Master either. Song Tianyang also said, this boy has unknown origins. Who knows whether or not he's harboring ill intent or not?
Zhao Sun's face fell and he said in a cold voice, if this Hall Master insists that he must be third Hall Master? Min Nanshan's expression did not change and he said coolly, then our three great families will withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall and make a fresh start elsewhere.
I reckon that with our three families' strength, City Lord His Excellency won't say anything either. Murmur.
The audience was in an uproar.
This move was really cutting the ground on which one stood on. The moment the three great families withdrew, it would be tantamount to bringing away half of Heavenly South Pill Hall's power. This power was sufficient to stand up to Heavenly South Pill Hall as an equal already. This move was a major killing tool.
Zhao Sun also did not expect that Min Nanshan would be so decisive.
Normally, these three great families schemed against each other. He, this head hall master, was seated firmly on the fishing platform, intervening in the situation. There were not too many disagreements.
But now Yi Yuan's appearance made these three families fasten up together all at once.
This was rather difficult to deal with. Zhao Sun could not help looking toward Yi Yuan, his expression seemingly full of apologies. He also did not expect that things would play out like this.
Rather, it was the latter who had a calm look as if all these had nothing to do with him.
Suddenly, Ironcore opened his mouth and said, two hall masters and family heads. Everyone is a part of Heavenly South Pill Hall. Why is there a need to fall out so badly? This Ironcore is incapable, but I have a solution. Wonder if everyone is interested in hearing it. Seeing Ironcore open his mouth, Zhao Sun felt abhorred without rhyme or reason.
He originally did not have any conflicts with Ironcore, but the thing that Ironcore had done in Calm South City had indeed disgusted him.
It was just that, at this time, he was currently in a difficult position. When Ironcore suddenly said this, he still wanted to hear it.
Say it, Zhao Sun said in a solemn voice. Ironcore smiled and said, actually, the three great families have indeed made great contributions to Heavenly South these few years. Especially family headman, he has tremendous strength and is steady and composed.
If let him be this third hall master, I believe that none of the people present will say anything. As for this boy, he's not a part of Heavenly South to begin with. It's best to have him get lost.
Zhao Sun's gaze turned dark, thinking to himself that he must have been blinded by obsession.
How could an ivory tusk come out of a dog's mouth? Making Min Nanshan be third hall master and chasing Yi Yuan away. To think that this guy could say that. Zhao Sun sneered and said, this is the method that you're talking about? Hoo-hoo. What qualifications does Min Nanshan have to assume the position of third hall master? After his strength reaches peak grade for Heavenly Alchemist, we can come and talk again.
A faint smile still hung on Ironcore's face.
When Zhao Sun saw the scene, he could not help feeling alarmed. Head hall master, this Min is untalented. but I gained some enlightenment a while back and already broke through to peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist not long ago.
This Mystic Moon Ice Heart pill was just refined before this Min came.
As he said, Min Nanshan took a heavenly pill out. When Zhao Sun saw this heavenly pill, his expression could not help changing wildly.
This heavenly pill's residual heat had yet to dissipate. Clearly, it was just refined successfully not long ago.
The heavyweights present were all incredibly shocked.
Mystic Moon Ice Heart pill, that's a grade 4 Heavenly Imperial pill. Family Head Min really broke through.
Impressive. Didn't expect that Family Head Min actually broke through the bottleneck without a sound.
With this, probably even Head Hall Master is powerless to turn the tables already.
Once the three great families break away, they will likely be able to immediately stand up to Heavenly South Pill Hall as an equal. Min Nanshan showing this hand was truly a major killing tool, stunning everyone. The hallmark of a peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist was being able to refine Heavenly Imperial pills.
In this land of Heavenly South, apart from Zhao Sun and Wu Jian, no one could do it.
Hence, that was how they could become Hall Masters.
But now Min Nanshan had likewise done it. With this, it really became difficult to deal with. Zhao Sun understood now that these guys were simply long prepared to launch an attack during this banquet.
He also did not expect that making Yi Yuan be third Hall Master would actually cause such a mighty uproar.
Min Nanshan said coolly, 2 Hall Masters, this Min wonders if I have the qualifications to be third Hall Master or not. The 3 great families affiliated families, especially the Min family's subsidiaries, were all extremely excited. Family Head Min breaking through was really a piece of massive good news to him.
Supporting Family Head Min to assume the position of third Hall Master. 2 Hall Masters. You mustn't make everyone's heart turn cold. What capability does this boy have to dare serve as third Hall Master?
To the vast majority of the people, a true grade heavenly pill was too far beyond reach. They knew that although true grade heavenly pills were good, these pills had nothing to do with them. Firstly, true grade heavenly pills would definitely be strictly controlled by the 2 Hall Masters.
Secondly, even if true grade heavenly pills could be released, the price would also not be what they could bear. They all heard that Zhang Li spent 68 million heavenly crystals in order to obtain that true grade heavenly pill. To ordinary martial artists, this was simply not what they could afford to spend.
Ironcor had a pleased look and looked toward Yi Yuan as he said, "Boy, you still have the cheek to stand there?
This place is Heavenly South people's Heavenly South. Scram back to wherever you came from." The general trend had already formed. Even the 2 Hall Masters were powerless to turn the tables too. In his view, Yi Yuan getting kicked out was already a certainty.
Yi Yuan looked at Ironcor and said with a smile, "After a long time, you finally jumped out. This move of yours is indeed played beautifully. It's just that it's too dumb."
Ironcor smiled coldly and said, "Brat, you're still boasting shamelessly at this point? You harbor ill intent and sow discord in Heavenly South Pill Hall. Come, men.
Take this boy down."
"Who dares?" Zhao Sun shouted coldly. The expressions of those guards changed, and sure enough, they did not dare to move anymore. After all, it was Head Hall Master. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and walked down the platform with a smile. Master Yi? Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun were somewhat stupefied, not knowing why Yi Yuan was walking toward them at this time.
In this place, they were just a pair of unbelievably insignificant minor characters. But Yi Yuan had indeed walked in front of them. "I heard that the 2 of you got engaged. This is a gift that I prepared for the 2 of you. Peiyun, this girl is pretty good. You mustn't let her down in the future." Yi Yuan handed over 2 wooden boxes with a smile.
"Ah? Thank you, Master Yi." Huang Haoyan received the wooden box with a blank face, uncertain what it meant.
Yi Yuan smiled. Pointing at the wooden box, he said smilingly, "The 2 of you use this gift right now. After leaving this place, you guys probably won't have a chance to use it anymore." Huang Haoyan still had a blank look, but Su Peiyun was already trembling from excitement.
Clearly, she already guessed what was in this wooden box.
She smacked the back of Huang Haoyan's head and had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations and said, "You're stupid as hell.
This is a massive lucky chance.
Hurry up and open it.
It's a true grade heavenly pill stored inside here." Huang Haoyan's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment.
A true grade heavenly pill was something that he did not even dare to think about. Now, Yi Yuan actually gave it to him for free. Opening the wooden box to take a look, it was indeed 2 crystal clear heavenly pills. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Sun or Min Nanshan, the pupils of the alchemy powerhouses currently present constricted. This is the greater sublime creation pill. True grade, heavenly imperial pill. Min Nanshan's words were full of astonishment. Although he had not seen a true grade heavenly pill before, the great Tao accumulations seeping out of it was clear at a glance to him. What was even scarier was that this was actually a heavenly imperial pill. Zhongli relied on a true grade foundation establishment heavenly pill and broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven. Then, how strong was the medicinal effect of a true grade heavenly imperial pill? In virtually an instant, many people in the banquet had both eyes turn blood red. Their eyes were full of greed. Swoosh, swoosh. Finally, someone could not resist making a move. However, a streak of white light flashed past. The few people who made a move were directly blasted into residue. Zhao Sun arrived in front of Huang Haoyan 2 people with a leap and said in a solemn voice, "This hall master wants to see who dares to act rashly. The 2 of you refine the heavenly pills. This hall master will stand guard over you guys." At this time, head hall master Zhao Sun's deterrent power was finally exhibited. Min Nanshan and the rest of the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were itching for a try at this time too. But, seeing Zhao Sun demonstrate his power, they still did not take action sensibly. Zhao Sun's prestige in Heavenly South Pill Hall was not for show. Which of the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present did not receive his favor before? If the 3 great families wanted to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall, it was naturally inconvenient for the others to make a move. But if it really came down to open hostilities, the 3 great families did not have confidence in winning at all. Actually, Zhao Sun's heart was currently surging with choppy waves too. Yi Yuan actually brought out true grade heavenly imperial pills the moment he made his move. He thought that if Yi Yuan could refine an ordinary grade 2 heavenly pill, it would already be very impressive. Wanting to refine heavenly imperial pills to true grade, what kind of concept was that? This was also to say that Yi Yuan had walked much further than they imagined along the path of true grade. Of course, Zhao Su was also clear that Yi Yuan had prepared for a long time and was finally making a big move. At this time, it concerned the future of Heavenly South Pill Hall. He had to anchor the scene. Didn't you say that you had never seen before true grade heavenly pills? Fine. Today, I'll let all of you witness what's called a true grade heavenly pill. How could Huang Haoyan and 2 people have experienced such a spectacle before? They were already frightened silly. In this banquet, the 2 of them were just small fries, the weakest kind. If not because their relationship with Yi Yuan was pretty good, they would not even have the qualifications to enter this place. But now, they were refining heavenly pills under the eyelids of a bunch of Jade Sovereign Heaven and Limitless Sublime Heaven powerhouses. The pressure was tremendous. Master Yi, this gift is too precious. It's too much for us. Why don't you take it back? Huang Haoyan said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No amount of money can buy my joy. I, Yi Yuan, am never stingy to friends. If I say that you're worthy of it, you're worthy of it." Sui let loose a torrent of abuse by the side, saying, "You stupid pig. This is a massive lucky chance. You're actually pushing it away. Your father doesn't have a son-in-law like you. Unworthy thing. Angering your father to death." Huang Haoyan turned to look at Su Peiyun and discovered that his fiancée had a look of anticipation too. This was really a massive lucky chance. After passing by this village, there would not be this shop anymore. Okay? Then we'll refine it. Huang Haoyan gritted his teeth and directly swallowed the greater sublime creation pill. When the heavenly pill entered his abdomen, an overwhelming force surged crazily towards his small world. His inner world seemed to have been filled to the brim all at once, the frenzied divine essence flooding in. The medicinal effects of grade 2 heavenly imperial pills did not lose to grade 3 heavenly pills in the first place. And how many times stronger was the power of true grade heavenly imperial pills compared to ordinary heavenly imperial pills? What was even more terrifying was that even with such crazed divine essence was pouring in, his entire being actually did not face the slightest rejection.
Huang Haoyan was peak upper greater sublime heavenly stratum in the first place. In virtually an instant, he crossed this threshold and successfully broke through the realm.
Grand completion greater sublime heaven.
Seeing such a terrifying medicinal effect, the expressions of the heavyweights present all changed wildly.
This is also too fast, right?
Breaking through the realm was done in a flash. Is this true grade? Utterly terrifying. Even if it's an upper 9th grade heavenly imperial pill, it's not worth mentioning at all in front of this medicinal effect too. Amidst the shocked voices, Huang Haoyan's cultivation realm was still increasing rapidly. The great Tao accumulations contained in the greater sublime creation pill let Huang Haoyan give rise to a trace of comprehension. Limitless sublime heavenly stratum was right before his eyes. The scariest thing about true grade heavenly pills was not that terrifying medicinal effect, but that trace of great Tao accumulation that was integrated inside.
This trace of great Tao accumulation could inspire the martial artist's comprehension of heaven and earth.
Zhang Li broke through to Jade Sovereign heavenly stratum precisely because of this trace of enlightenment.
Huang Haoyan's understanding of limitless sublime heavenly stratum became clearer and clearer.
That barrier confining him became more and more fragile. Finally, with a bang, it broke. The current Huang Haoyan felt as if he was soaring above the 9th heaven, overlooking the world. That sort of feeling was wonderful to the extreme. Is this limitless sublime heavenly stratum? Huang Haoyan slowly opened both eyes, recollecting the aftertaste endlessly.
His gaze swept over everyone's faces and discovered that everyone in the main hall was looking at him with blank faces. It was as if they had seen something beyond comprehension.
But by his side, Su Peiyun broke through one step earlier than him.
2 true grade heavenly imperial pills, 2 limitless sublime heavenly stratums.
Gulp. Many people involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, showing their shock currently. True grade heavenly pill, it truly shocked them.
Zhao Sun looked at the two with a look of surprise and said, Is this the power of a true grade heavenly imperial pill? From upper greater sublime heaven to lower limitless sublime heaven, it's merely a snap of a finger. True grade heavenly imperial pill, it's indeed utterly terrifying.
Many thanks, Master Yi. Huang Haoyan. 2 people gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan respectfully.
Yi Yuan had indeed given them a huge lucky chance, making them benefit endlessly.
They both could feel that the effects of this greater sublime creation pill still had some remnants in their bodies. In the future, it will be excavated little by little. The two could not help somewhat feeling vicissitudes of emotion. Becoming acquainted with Yi Yuan was a massive good fortune in itself.
Otherwise, they would probably already be dead currently, let alone talk about breaking through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I, Yi Yuan, am never stingy to my own people. But this Yi will also never show leniency to enemies.
The words made everyone's expression change.
This was clearly not only said for the two of them but said for everyone present to hear. As long as you followed me, Yi Yuan, there would be plenty of benefits in the future.
But if you wanted to oppose me,
sorry, your outcome might be very miserable. Brat, do you want to use true grade heavenly pills to beguile people's hearts? What a joke. To others, this true grade heavenly pill is merely a castle in the sky, that's all.
You want to use this to whet everyone's appetites and support you to become 3rd Hall Master with this? Hoo-hoo? May I ask you what benefits we can get after you become 3rd Hall Master? Ironcore said with a cold smile. Witnessing the power of a true grade heavenly pill, Ironcore was extremely shocked too.
But the more it was so, the more it could prove the expression of his views.
Yi Yuan did not pay attention to him, but swept his gaze over everyone's faces and said coolly, Don't say that this Yi doesn't give you the chance. Right now, who else wants to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall? Step forward. This is making people pick sides. If one withdrew from Heavenly South Pill Hall, they will definitely be unfaded with true grade heavenly pills in the future. Hoo-hoo? Are you thinking too much? You think that by not withdrawing, you'll be fated with true grade heavenly pills.
Many people's faces revealed a look of hesitation. Even the 3 great families' subordinate factions were also hesitating at this time. After all, true grade heavenly pill was too effective. Hoo-hoo, looks like 2 hall masters are hell-bent on breaking away from our 3 great families.
Fine. My Min family will be the first to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall, Min Nanshan said with a cold smile. I'll withdraw. I'm withdrawing too. The moment Min Nanshan came forward, immediately there were families who were subordinate to the Min family that stepped forward. However, the numbers suddenly dropped by more than half compared to before. Clearly, some families were still hesitating. Min Nanshan's heart thumped and he could not help palpitating with anxiety and fear. The impact of this big move that Yi Yuan just released was seriously too strong. Some families' willpower was already disintegrating. Humph! Do you guys think that by staying in Heavenly South Pill Hall, you can obtain true-grade heavenly pills? Too naive, Min Nanshan said with a cold snort.
He wanted to spur these people on.
But the effect was negligible.
Those hesitating clearly already had an idea in mind. How could it be changed easily? However, what made Min Nanshan feel uneasy was Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu.
He had already expressed his attitude clearly. Yet, these two people actually did not concur immediately.
Min Nanshan's eyes looked over and discovered that these two people were clearly both hesitating.
Seeing that the family heads did not move, these two families' vassal families naturally did not dare to easily express their stand too. Song Tianyan, Yun Baiyu, what are you guys still waiting for? Min Nanshan said in a solemn voice. Right at this time, Yun Baiyu let out a deep sigh, like he had made up his mind about something. The moment Min Nanshan saw this, he could not help being overjoyed.
Yun Baiyu suddenly gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said this Yun was blinded by greed previously, resulting in affronting Third Hall Master. My Yun family is willing to receive punishment.
Yun Baiyu Yu. Min Nanshan's expression changed wildly. That look wished to swallow Yun Baiyu whole. But Zhao Sun and Wu Jian exchanged a glance, a hint of pleasant surprise flashing across in their eyes.
Yi Yuan's big move had indeed proved effective.
The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was a true-grade heavenly imperial pill. The impact on the two great family heads was too strong. As long as the three great families fell apart, even if the Min family really became independent, it would be nothing too. Excellent play. These two people's eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan, became different.
Suddenly, Song Tianang bowed to Yi Yuan too as he said, Song Tianang pays respect to Third Hall Master.
My Song family is also willing to receive punishment. All the heavyweights present were incredibly shocked. Originally, the two great hall masters were already pressed into a corner. Who would have thought that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, the situation would undergo an astonishing reversal? Two great family heads turned traitor at the same time, while Min Nanshan and Ironcore two people stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The three families had talked it over to advance and withdraw together. Who knew that at this juncture, the Song and Yun two families actually turned traitors at the same time? Now, the one who found it difficult to back down became Min Nanshan instead. Ironcore was just an outsider. Heavenly South Pill Hall's change did not have much bearing on him. But the Min family was different.
If only his family withdrew, that would make it difficult to do much single-handedly. Without the support of the other two great families, even if he reached peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, how could he be Heavenly South Pill Hall's match?
A hint of an imperceptible sneer flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth.
Actually, it was not that Ironcore's trick was not perfect. It was just that he severely underestimated his strength.
True grade Heavenly Imperial Pill. How many people could resist this kind of temptation? Moreover, he still had an ace in the hole.
Song and Yun two families provoked Heavenly South Pill Hall's authority, conspiring to rebel.
Now, this Hall Master will strip away the two of your elder positions. Are you guys convinced? Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice.
Once these words came out, everyone's countenance changed visibly.
These two families had just pledged allegiance, directly stripping the family heads of their elder position. Wasn't this pushing them out? An elder position represented too many things. This punishment could be rated as heavy.
The moment Min Nanshan heard, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha, Song Tianyang, Yun Baiyu, you guys are really laughable."
He doesn't buy it at all.
Song and Yun two people's expressions also changed abruptly. However, they gritted their teeth and said, Song Tianyang, Yun Baiyu is wholeheartedly convinced.
Everyone was shocked again. No one expected that they admitted defeat so obediently. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, and he said in a solemn voice, "For the land of heavenly south, there's the myriad demons mountain to the north, and Thistle South Sea Race to the south. It can be said that the people are surviving between the crevices.
Therefore, everyone uniting as one is the most important thing. Harming Heavenly South's interests for one's own personal gain, they should be kicked out.
Today, this Hall Master will announce that the Min family will be expelled forever under the authority of Third Hall Master." Everyone's heart could not help sinking. This measure was truly swift and fierce. Except it was not over yet. Yi Yuan continued. "But then again, since it's uniting as one, this Hall Master naturally won't hoard either. In half a month, the Alchemy Path families pick out 5 elite disciples and send them to Heavenly South Pill Hall.
This Hall Master will teach them personally.
In addition, this Hall Master will also discuss with Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master to set a rule.
Those who can meet the standard will all have a chance to obtain a true grade Heavenly Pill.
Of course, this Hall Master also hopes that in the future, there will be someone among you all who can refine true grade Heavenly Pills too." A small family's patriarch said with a face full of excitement, "Third Hall Master? You mean all the families present?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "That's right. It's all of the families. If the various major cities have suitable candidates, they can send them over too. But I'll say the unpleasant things first. This Hall Master has my own standards in selecting people. If they can't meet the standards, they will be sent back without exception.
But as long as I take them in, presumably it won't be a problem for them to step into grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist in the future."
The whole audience was in an uproar. These words were really too domineering.
It was just that many people expressed skepticism about this.
Hoo-hoo? Ignorant fools. Do you think that grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists are all cabbages? A puny little grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist is spouting a stream of empty rhetoric here. What a joke, Min Nanshan said with a cold laugh. Although these words were somewhat unpleasant when coming out of his mouth, they represented what everyone was thinking in their hearts. Those able to reach grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists were already feudal kings of a region in this Heavenly South City. Not anybody could reach grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist.
Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Whether or not it's cabbages has nothing to do with you anymore. Family headman, you've already withdrawn from Heavenly South Pill Hall. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate for you to be telling people what to do here?" Min Nanshan's face flushed red, immediately feeling somewhat ashamed to show his face.
He was actually being isolated now. Zhao Sun also spoke up at this time, saying, "Min Nanshan, the real idiot is you."
Even this Hall Master also needs to ask for advice with an open mind in front of Yi Yuan. Whoever can obtain his guidance, becoming a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist in the future is probably the most basic threshold.
What? How is this possible? Head Hall Master means that Third Hall Master is giving pointers to him? Could it be that, in the future, grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists will really become cabbages? Zhao Sun personally admitted that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. This made the big shots from everywhere incredibly shocked.
It was true that Yi Yuan could refine true grade Heavenly Pills, but that was just grade 2 Heavenly Pills.
A grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist giving pointers to a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. It sounded somewhat fantastical no matter.
Even Min Nanshan's expression changed abruptly too. "Humph. Then let's wait and see." Min Nanshan's face fell and he flicked his sleeves and left.
Zhao Sun's gaze looked toward Iron Core, and he said in a cold voice, "Iron Core, from today onwards, my Heavenly South Pill Hall absolutely won't refine a single Heavenly Pill for your lineage. Take your leave." Iron Core's expression changed wildly, feeling like he shot himself in the foot.
Why was Heavenly South Pill Hall so impressive?
It was because they monopolized all the supply of Heavenly South's Heavenly Pills.
However, before this, factions stood in great numbers in Heavenly South Pill Hall, each with their own interests. Even Zhao Sun 2 people were no exception either. Therefore, wanting to boycott a certain faction was actually very difficult. But now Yi Yuan shocked all of the Alchemy Path families with lightning means.
Then who still dared to show face to him? Iron Core? Iron Core gritted his teeth and also left in resentment.
Zhao Sun said in a solemn voice, from tomorrow on, this Hall Master and second Hall Master will go into closed seclusion.
All of Heavenly South Pill Hall's matters will be taken charge of by third Hall Master. In addition, if anyone dares to sell Ironcore's lineage Heavenly Pills, they will be immediately expelled from Heavenly South Pill Hall. Everyone was inexplicably shocked.
No one thought that the two Hall Masters were actually going into closed seclusion. Then in the closed seclusion period, the real Hall Master would actually become Yi Yuan. They naturally did not know that Yi Yuan's pointers in the past few days gave these two people a feeling of grand awakening.
It even overthrew their inherent understanding of alchemy Tao over the years.
Therefore, they needed to go into closed seclusion to reorganize the accumulation of so many years. If not for this feast today, they would have long gone into closed seclusion. In less than 3 days, the disciples carefully selected by the various major families have already been sent to Heavenly South Pill Hall. Obtaining the legacy of true grade, how could they let such an opportunity slip by? Carrot and stick, this was a management method that proved effective every time.
Wanting to make these families submit wholeheartedly, deterrence was a must. There naturally could not dispense with benefits too.
Yi Yuan's personal guidance was the greatest benefit,
especially that even Zhao Sun personally admitted that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. This made Yi Yuan become even more mysterious in front of the factions from all over. This estranged feeling would make people give rise to a sense of awe. Over 200 disciples were brought into a very big pill refining room.
After entering, the guards went out.
There were only these disciples left in the pill refining room. In Heavenly South City, these major families' disciples mostly knew each other and naturally started to engage in small talk. One of them was immediately being lauded like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Congratulations, Brother Wenhao. You're Heavenly South's number 2 genius to begin with. This time, being personally guided by Master Yi, you'll definitely be able to achieve true grade Heavenly Pill. When the time comes, the Song family will be Heavenly South's number 1 family clan. Still Heavenly South's number 2 genius? Master Jiang Li has already advanced to grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. He's already considered a senior. How can he be called a genius?
Brother Wenhao is the well-deserving Heavenly South's number 1 genius now.
Right, number 1 genius. Number 1 genius.
Song Wenhao was the Song family's number 1 genius. At the same time, he was also reputed as Heavenly South's number 2 genius after Jiang Li. But he had made quite a bit of accomplishment in alchemy at a young age. His strength overpowered those in the same rank in Heavenly South.
This time, the Song family reined in at the brink of the precipice and similarly obtained the right to roll in elite disciples. Song Wenhao naturally occupied a foremost position. Although Song Tianyang's strength was not as good as Min Nanshan's, the Song family saw hope in Song Wenhao, and they naturally focused on grooming him. Being praised by everyone, Song Wenhao smiled calmly and said, "True grade Heavenly Pills have been spread until they seem miraculous. In my view, it's merely nothing more than this. The land of Heavenly South just doesn't know the right method. That's why true grade will seem precious. As long as this young master learns the method of refinement, wouldn't true grade Heavenly Pills still be easily accomplished?"
He never felt that he was worse than Jiang Li in any way. He had actually always been unconvinced by the title of number 2 genius. As for true grade, although he knew that it was impressive, he did not care.
It was nothing more than the method of inheritance.
He Song Wenhao had always been incredibly fast in cultivating heavenly medicine refining arts.
As long as he grasped the method of inheritance, he felt that he would definitely be able to refine true grade Heavenly Pills. Time slowly trickled by. Nobody came to this pill refining room. They were forgotten for the greater part of the day.
Many people started to get irritated.
Some paced back and forth, some were restless, and others were full of complaints. Humph! What's the deal with hanging us out to dry here? These 3 hall masters are also taking Heavenly South's noble families too lightly. Song Wenhao was the most impatient and could not refrain from grumbling. Isn't that so?
Looks like he didn't call us over to teach us at all. It's purely to give a blow to Heavenly South's noble families. Someone immediately echoed.
Third Hall Master is dissatisfied with our family's previous actions. This is deliberately giving us a blow to take revenge. Along with the passage of time, similar complaints grew more and more. These genius disciples also became even more impatient and restless. However, there were exceptions too. One of the young men came before the furnace fire and practiced fire-controlling techniques. Hoo-hoo? Song Minja, with your paltry skills, don't make a spectacle of yourself. Making a frantic last-minute effort. Do you think that third hall master will pick you? Song Wenhao looked at him and said with a sneer. Hoo-hoo, similarly you are a Song family's descendant, but Song Minja, you're simply a piece of trash. Just this bit of skill, you also dare to show off your incompetence in front of Brother Wenhao? What a joke. The Song family actually let you come and make up the numbers. When Song Wenhao opened his mouth, there were immediately many people who concurred, helping to reprove Song Minja together. Song Wenhao was popular and would definitely be an important person in the future. Getting on his good terms at this time would be equivalent to climbing up a large tree. Song Minja was Song Wenhao's cousin. In this generation, he had a mediocre aptitude and barely managed to be sent over. However, in the eyes of the Song family, he was merely playing the character of accompanying the crown prince to study. It was impossible to be selected. Normally, Song Wenhao looked down on this cousin and had no lack of disparaging him in the family. Big brother, I don't have the intention of displaying my slight skill before an expert. I just felt bored from waiting. So why not practice fire-controlling technique to pass the time? Song Minja said. Pa! Song Wenhao gave him a backhanded slap and shouted coldly, learn to talk back. Huh. Those who can come here, which one isn't stronger than you? With your paltry skills, go back home if you want to be a disgrace. You coming here is losing face for the Song family. Song Minja covered his face, but his eyes were very stubborn. He did not feel that he did anything wrong. Practicing fire-controlling technique to pass the time was wrong too? When Song Wenhao saw that Song Minja was not convinced, he was even more furious. Bang! He kicked Song Minja's chest again, directly sending him flying with a kick. Presumptuous thing, you dare to look at me using this sort of eyes? This young master will beat you, this disobedient thing, to death. Creak! Right at this time, the pill refining room's door was suddenly opened. Yi Yuan brought Cui Tong and the rest and walked in slowly. Third hall master is here. The group of geniuses were surprised and hurriedly stood in line. Even Song Wenhao also reigned in his arrogance and stood there respectfully. Song Minja struggled to his feet and did not say anything. He just stood at one side quietly. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces. All the geniuses felt short on breath, nervous to the extreme. They did not know why. This person in front of them clearly had a similar cultivation realm as them. But when they faced Yi Yuan, they had a feeling of being seen through. For you guys to be able to come here, it means that you guys are all elite disciples in your families. However, being selected by your families doesn't mean being selected by me too. This hall master has my own standards for choosing people. Now you all practice by yourselves. Let this hall master take a look at your strength first. Yi Yuan said coolly. Many people were immediately raring to go as soon as they heard it. Just as Yi Yuan said, those who could come here were all elites. They naturally wanted to display their strength in front of Yi Yuan, in hopes of being able to become Yi Yuan's disciple. That was true great inheritance. Who's first? Yi Yuan said. I'll go first. Song Wenhao came forward on his own accord and was the first one to step out of the ranks. Many people wanted to compete to be the first too, but seeing that Song Wenhao had made a move, they consciously backed out. The first one to take the stage naturally had an advantage. First impressions were the most lasting. The earlier someone displayed their skills, the earlier it could capture people's eyes. Especially someone like Song Wenhao, the moment he made his move, it would seem dull and disinteresting afterward. The chances of being selected would clearly be much lower too. Of course, this was also established on the foundation of strength. If one did not have strength but took the stage first, there could only be the result of being beaten. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, okay. You'll refine a grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Song Wenhao smiled proudly and said, Third hall master. The foundation establishment heavenly pill is too simple. It can't demonstrate my strength at all. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said with displeasure, are you testing this hall master? Or is it this hall master who's testing you? When Song Wenhao saw that Yi Yuan got angry, he could not help being alarmed inwardly, and hurriedly said with embarrassment, It's naturally third hall master who's testing this disciple. Okay, the foundation establishment heavenly pill it is. When Song Wenhao made his move, he was indeed strong, immediately attracting a furor of exclamations. To him, Grade 1 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill was simply child's play. It was too easy. Very soon, the Heavenly Pill came out of the furnace. Without the slightest surprise, middle 9th grade, to a Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist, being able to refine the Grade 1 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill to middle 9th grade was a very impressive thing in itself. After coming down, Song Wenhao had a proud look on his face. He believed that this heavenly pill could absolutely move Yi Yuan. Unless he was blind. Of course, Yi Yuan appeared very calm. Song Wenhao was not very surprised. To really talk about geniuses, Yi Yuan was the most freakish one. Being able to refine true grade heavenly pills at this age, this was a monster. However, Song Wenhao would not be unduly humble either. In his view, Yi Yuan just had a better background than him. Following this, the various major families' genius disciples displayed their strength one after another. Yi Yuan did not make them refine other heavenly pills either. It was all Grade 1 Foundation Establishment heavenly pill. Only after spending a full 3 days' time did Yi Yuan finish watching all of these people. However, when Song Minja was refining, Yi Yuan paid special attention and secretly nodded his head in his heart. Actually, the things that happened here, Yi Yuan had long perceived it at a glance. In reality, making them wait here was a part of the assessment in itself. Yi Yuan had an impression of every person present. After everyone finished refining, all the geniuses looked at Yi Yuan with looks of anticipation, while Song Wenhao was brimming with confidence. Now, whoever I point to, stand over there. Yi Yuan slowly extended his hand and pointed at Song Wenhao first. Song Wenhao revealed a smile like it was as expected, and stepped out of the ranks to stand at one side. The others cast envious looks towards him one after another. You too. Yi Yuan pointed one by one. Many of those he pointed at were the top geniuses of the various major families. Even if some people were not as good as Song Wenhao, they were about the same too. Yi Yuan pointed at more than 150 people in one go before stopping. Those who were pointed at were all beside themselves with joy, while those who were not pointed at had dejected faces because they lost a golden opportunity. You all can go back already, Yi Yuan said to the 150 over people indifferently. Song Wenhao was taken aback and said, What? What did you say? Yi Yuan raised his volume a little as he said coolly, I said, you all can go back already. The rest will become my disciples. As he said, Yi Yuan pointed in Song Minja that direction. He was kept. Song Wenhao opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief as he said, Third Hall Master, are you mistaken? This bunch of trash is going to become your disciples. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, What did you say? Song Wenhao suddenly raised his voice and said furiously, Third Hall Master, you hold great power and authority, but us noble family disciples aren't easy to bully either. Were you messing with us noble family descendants by having our family send us over? I really don't know what kind of benchmark you're using to assess, eliminating us geniuses and leaving behind these trash? Hoo-hoo? I, Song Wenhao, am not convinced. I'm not convinced either. I'm not convinced. This group of geniuses was all stubborn and unruly people. If there was really a justifiable reason to eliminate them, then forget it. Yet, Yi Yuan picked a bunch of fellows who were not outstanding, and he eliminated all of these outstanding ones instead. How could they be willing to agree? Even Song Minja themselves also had blank faces, making neither head nor tail of it. In reality, they also agreed with Song Wenhao's point of view in their hearts, thinking that Yi Yuan was intentionally making fun of these noble families. Otherwise, how could these characters who were accompanying the crown prince to study, possibly be chosen? Yi Yuan had clearly long anticipated these people's reactions and said indifferently, This hall master naturally knows that you guys are not convinced. However, this hall master will make you all convinced. Starting from today onward, all of you can come here every day too and receive my guidance and cultivate according to my requirements.
3 months later, you guys will undergo a showdown. If you all can win and slap this Hall Master's face, this Hall Master naturally welcomes you to stay. Song Wenhao's gaze turned sharp and he said with a sneer, Third Hall Master, this is what you said. I, Song Wenhao, am definitely slapping this face. Third Hall Master, I hope that you don't go back on your word. Dueling with this bunch of trash, this young master can win them lying down. What could change in 3 months? Moreover, they were even able to receive the same guidance. With their talent, they would only pull further and further away from those trash. How could they possibly be surpassed? Yi Yuan just smiled and said, You all rest assured. This Hall Master is naturally a man of his word. When the time comes, not only will you guys stay, this Hall Master will even apologize to you guys. Song Wenhao smiled coldly and said, Then what are we still waiting for? Let's start. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, The first lesson that I'm teaching you all is cultivating grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of upper 9th grade. Now let's start. What? Grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill? Third Hall Master, you aren't joking, right? Grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, what's there to cultivate? Song Wenhao was taken aback and immediately questioned. Yi Yuan said coolly, You just need to do it. Why are there so many questions? If you don't want to, you can leave right now. Song Wenhao's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Humph? Isn't it just upper 9th grade? This young master has already reached middle 9th grade. Isn't it half a step away from upper 9th grade? Hence, the group of geniuses started practicing by themselves. They did not feel that grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill had any use, but they could only follow accordingly. In Song Wenhao's view, with his talent and strength, reaching upper 9th grade would just be easily achieved. But he was wrong. Before upper 9th grade, it could be achieved by relying on talent. However, upper 9th grade required hard work plus talent. He tried 10 times and failed, 100 times and still failed. Hence, he started getting irritated and impatient. But, the more so, the more he could not refine an upper 9th grade. In fact, the quality even showed regression. What the bloody hell? Your father has refined for half a month. What's the use of spending time on this kind of meaningless thing every day? Song Wenhao knocked all the things on the table off with a smack as he said impatiently. In reality, it was not just him who felt annoyed and impatient. Those few people that Yi Yuan pointed out would more or less appear somewhat agitated and restless. In their view, being able to reach 9th grade was already enough. Wasting time on this kind of meaningless thing was not worth it at all. Their refinement was also intermittent and half-hearted. Low-level basic heavenly pills were worthless in their eyes. However, most of Yi Yuan's attention was on Song Minjia. This boy's temperament was level-headed. He treated each pill refinement very seriously and never rested too. A person should not underestimate this point. To a heavenly alchemist, it was a tremendous consumption of energy and willpower. Without the support of strong willpower, it was simply impossible to do it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan perceived from him practicing the fire-controlling technique previously that his foundation was very solid. The disparity between Song Minjia and Song Wenhao was actually just affinity. In terms of affinity, Song Wenhao shook Song Minjia off by several streets. But in terms of perseverance, in terms of foundation, in terms of temperament, Song Minjia shook Song Wenhao off by more than a dozen streets. However, in Yi Yuan's view, the latter was the prerequisite to becoming a powerful heavenly alchemist. Therefore, he was very optimistic about Song Minjia. Song Minjia had clearly realized it too. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Therefore, he was pushing himself frantically. Song Minjia's talent was poor, which was also just relative to Song Wenhao. Actually, Song Minjia's foundation was very solid. His grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill already reached peak 8th grade too. There was only a step away from 9th grade as well. And a short half a month later, he finally crossed 9th grade, this threshold as well. In reality, in this half a month, Yi Yuan had been continuously giving guidance to the geniuses present too, including the Song Wenhao that he looked down upon the most. But with regards to the refining technique of the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, these so-called geniuses would not take it in at all. Instead, it was this bunch of so-called trash who accepted it unconditionally. In this half a month, each of them made tremendous improvements.
Of course, this bit of improvement was utterly not worth mentioning in the view of Song Wenhao and the rest.
Seeing Song Wenhao flew off the handle, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Pick it up."
Song Wenhao said with a cold snort. Based on what?
Third Hall Master, you're clearly targeting us.
What's there to refine about the lousy foundation establishment Heavenly Pill?
Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he said in a cold voice, "This Hall Master will say it again, pick it up for me."
A powerful aura pressured Song Wenhao until his expression changed abruptly. Similarly, being a greater sublime heavenly stratum, the feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was actually like that of a ferocious beast. Too terrifying. I'll pick it up.
After Song Wenhao picked it up, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Get lost." Song Wenhao's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, "What? What did you say?"
Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "You don't deserve to be here.
Right now, immediately, at once, get lost."
In Yi Yuan's view, with this kind of temperament, it was simply impossible to have any accomplishments in alchemy.
What could high affinity show?
Moreover, affinity in itself could be changed. Song Wenhao's gaze turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "Third Hall Master, I think that you're forcing our Song family to break away from Heavenly South Pill Hall." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Just the likes of you can decide the direction of the Song family too? If you're still not scramming, this Hall Master will send you out personally."
Song Wenhao's eyes were spewing fire and he shouted coldly, "I'll go then. Either way, it's useless to stay here too."
2.5 months later. I, Song Wenhao, will definitely make you apologize to my face. You think that by relying on this bunch of trash, you can win against me?
Finished talking, Song Wenhao turned right around and left. In the pill refining room, it was silent. There was only the sound of flames bursting forth.
Song Minjia and the rest were still immersed in pill refining at this time and were completely oblivious to what was happening here. To Yi Yuan, this was merely a small interlude. Song Wenhao was nothing more than a clown jumping around, falling short of Yi Yuan's standard. Time flew by quickly. 3 months' period ended very soon. On this day, the various noble families' patriarchs arrived one after another. After Song Wenhao went out, Yi Yuan's criteria for selecting people also immediately shocked all of the noble families.
Today, they naturally had to come and take a look as well.
This is simply nonsense. This third hall master drove all of our noble family's most elite disciples back. Those who remained are all some guys that aren't of any use. What the hell is this? In my view, he did it on purpose.
He has never thought of leaving behind the true grade heavenly pill inheritance at all.
He's deceiving the 2 hall masters and also wants to fool us, these noble families. In the main hall, there was a noisy clamor. Many family heads expressed strong displeasure with Yi Yuan's actions. Even Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu, 2 people, their expressions were very ugly too. They both had a feeling of being fooled. But luckily, the Song family and Yun family both left 3 people behind. However, the Song family's and Yun family's strongest juniors, Song Wenhao and Yun Yuan, were both rejected by Yi Yuan. Without this duel, they would naturally make noise. But Yi Yuan gave Song Wenhao and Yun Yuan a chance. They naturally had to wait for a while. They also wanted to see what kind of miraculous means this third hall master had to be able to make those trash surpass the top disciples. The door to the pill refining room opened. Cui Tong walked out and said, "Gentlemen, please come in." The big shots entered in a single file, somewhat impatient to slap Yi Yuan's face. They did not believe that the geniuses they exhausted resources to groom actually could not compare to Yi Yuan's 3 months of teaching.
Moreover, they even enjoyed the same treatment.
Song Tianyang looked at Yi Yuan and said with an unfriendly expression, "Third hall master, you wanted to strip my Song family of the elder position. We've accepted it. But now, shouldn't you give us an explanation?"
Yun Baiyu also said, "We know that the true grade heavenly pill is extremely precious. But if third hall master wants to use this kind of method to hammer us now, the Yun family won't sit passively and await destruction either."
With these 2 great families' patriarchs taking the lead, the other family heads expressed indignation one after another. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, calm down. You'll know after seeing it. Since you all came, let's get started then." Song Wenhao, you go first. Song Wenhao had a stomach full of anger and was just about to give vent to it.
Seeing Yi Yuan mention him, he smiled coldly and said, as it should be. Wonder if I can choose my opponent myself or not.
Yi Yuan nodded his head and said indifferently, the people that I've selected, you can choose at will. Song Wenhao waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, no need.
I'll pick my brilliant cousin, Song Minjia. I know that you think the most highly of him in this group of people.
Today, I'm going to trample him underfoot in front of everyone. I'll let Third Hall Master see how blind you were. Yi Yuan did not care either and smiled broadly as he said, Song Minjia, come. Yes. Song Minjia gave a bow and stepped forward. Song Wenhao looked at Song Minjia and said disdainfully, Song Minjia, do you really think that you can turn into a phoenix from a hen and transform from a swallow into a phoenix? Today, this young master will make you see that you're still a hen on the ground. Song Minjia's face showed some fear. He knew how big his improvement in these 3 months was. But what Yi Yuan made them practice was all grade 1 basic heavenly pills. Other heavenly pills, they totally never touched them. As a Song family's descendant, Song Minjia naturally knew Song Wenhao's strength. Really making him face off against Song Wenhao, he was still lacking confidence in his heart. What kind of eyesight did Song Tianyong and the rest of the family heads have?
Seeing Song Minjia's expression, they already determined the victor of this match in their hearts.
Originally, alchemy was not something that could be learned quickly within a short period of time too. Wanting to make Song Minjia beat the proud son of heaven, Song Wenhao, in a short 3 months' time, how was that possible?
Each and every one of these family heads, they were sneering to no end in their hearts. They were waiting for the moment Yi Yuan gets his face slapped.
What was even more damnable was that Yi Yuan even gave the choosing rights of the heavenly pill to the other party. Song Wenhao laughed loudly and said, my good younger brother, you wouldn't be naive enough to think that I'll pick the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, right?
Relax, I won't be so stupid.
Want to compete, we naturally have to fight with real swords and spears. Competing in grade 2 heavenly pills. No matter how good you refine grade 1 heavenly pills, what's the bloody use? I choose the greater sublime creation pill. Hearing this, the corners of Song Tianyong's mouth curled slightly. This greater sublime creation pill was precisely what Yi Yuan brought out to awe everyone back then. The heavenly imperial pill that made Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun directly break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum.
Why was Song Wenhao called a genius?
Precisely because he could already refine heavenly imperial pills at a young age. Peak grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Although the grade of the heavenly imperial pills that he refined still had much room for improvement, being able to refine it was already worthy of flaunting in itself. Heavenly imperial pills were not what everyone could refine. Many family heads were secretly sneering.
No wonder Song Wenhao, this boy, was able to be regarded highly by Song Tianyong.
This heavenly pill is chosen brilliantly.
You look at Song Minjia's expression and you'll know that he definitely can't do it.
Hoo-hoo. Making Song Minjia refine a heavenly imperial pill within 3 months. How is this possible? With this, I want to see how Yi Yuan gets through this. These family heads had already prepared a belly full of taunting and jeering, preparing to gift it to Yi Yuan.
Even the factions that followed Zhao Sun and Wu Jian were quite unhappy with Yi Yuan now too.
This method of squelching families was very low level.
Song Minjia's expression was very ugly. He could not resist looking at Yi Yuan and said flusteredly, Master Yi, Yi Yuan smiled and said, no need to have any pressure. You just refine as per normal.
Song Minjia was at the very most a middle-level grade 2 heavenly alchemist. He did not even reach high level. Therefore, refining a heavenly imperial pill was something rubbish talk.
He also did not think that by refining grade 1 basic heavenly pills, he would be able to refine heavenly imperial pills. Song Minjia knew that Yi Yuan had very high hopes for him, so the pressure of him was even greater.
If he lost, Master Ye's face would really be utterly lost.
He was often compared to Song Wenhao by others in the Song family and treated as a negative example.
Now, he finally managed to win recognition from Yi Yuan, so he did not want to lose face for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan's comforting still calmed him down slightly. He always felt that Yi Yuan had a deep meaning in making him refine grade 1 basic heavenly pills. When the refinement started, Song Minja tossed these things to the back of his head very quickly.
His seriousness toward pill refinement was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan picked him. Compared to Song Wenhao, Song Minja's disposition was far better. Although he was shouldering tremendous pressure, he could enter the zone very quickly and would not be crushed by the pressure. In fact, he would even turn pressure into drive.
Seeing Song Minja's somewhat bustling appearance, Song Tianyang suddenly said, "Third Hall Master, is this the explanation that you're giving us? It's really nothing much."
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Continue watching." Without reaching the last second, who can know the result?
With regards to Yi Yuan's words, everyone still responded with cold smiles. Stubborn and reluctant to admit mistakes was talking about the current Yi Yuan, right? With Song Minja's flustered appearance, could he refine a heavenly imperial pill? What a joke! Right now, they felt that with the 2 Hall Masters making Yi Yuan into 3rd Hall Master, it was a complete mistake.
Song Wenhao, Greater Sublime Creation Pill, lower 2nd grade. Along with Cui Tong's announcement, everyone marveled in admiration.
Compared to Yi Yuan's true grade, this was naturally nothing. But this result was sufficient to overpower his peers.
Song Wenhao, this boy grew stronger again.
Really well-deserving of being Heavenly South's number 2 genius. His potential isn't the slightest bit worse than Jiang Li.
That Song Minja probably already refined it into a ruin pill, right? Hoo-hoo, 3rd Hall Master is really going to get his face slapped with this.
After the heavyweights marveled with admiration, there were mocking voices about Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan get deflated was what they wanted to do most right now. Even Song Minja himself also turned ashen pale after he saw this result. He felt that he was probably unable to surpass it.
After all, he had never refined heavenly imperial pills prior to this. Being able to persevere on this time was a miracle in itself. While Song Wenhao had a proud look and said with a cold smile, "Reckless and blind thing.
Just the likes of you dare to contend for glory with this young master too? You'll be going to get it after returning to the family clan this time." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Hasn't Song Minja not opened the furnace yet?
What are each and every one of you getting excited for?"
Song Tianyang could not help laughing as he said, "Is there still a need to open the furnace? With how Minja looked, being able to persevere is already a miracle."
There's a 90% chance that the heavenly pill in this furnace has become a ruined pill already.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't there still that 10% possibility? Song Minja, open the furnace." Song Minja opened the furnace with a flustered mood. Boom! The moment the medicine cauldron opened, a heavenly pill appeared before everyone very quickly. The countenances of the big shots instantly changed. Song Wenhao's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "How is this possible? It actually formed into a pill." Song Tianyang had a blank look too as he said, "Minja's refinement clearly had no methodology to speak of, and yet his refinement can form a pill like this too?" Song Wenhao gave a cold snort and said, "It's useless even if it forms into a pill too.
With just the likes of this trash, he can only refine a lower grade 1-2.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Cui Tong, examine the pill." Cui Tong complied and put the Greater Sublime Creation pill on the Cloud Mount Mother Stone and said, "Song Minja, Greater Sublime Creation pill, middle 3rd grade."
This sentence was seemingly like a sledgehammer abruptly smashing onto everyone's hearts.
All of the family heads were collectively turned to stone at this instant.
Not only did the Song Minja who had never refined a heavenly imperial pill before refine it, it even directly reached middle 3rd grade. This was just a short 3 months. How could such a miraculous thing occur?
Could it be that this 3rd Hall Master cast magic on him?
This is impossible. How can this trash possibly refine an upper 3rd grade heavenly imperial pill?
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it. Song Wenhao felt that he was being deceived.
How could this kind of thing possibly happen?
3 months ago, Song Minja was clearly a trash that he looked down upon.
3 months later, Yi Yuan actually turned stone to gold, trampling him, this Heavenly South's number 1 genius, ruthlessly underfoot. He could not help looking towards Song Minja and discovered that the latter had a blank face too, with pleasant surprise mixed in it. Clearly, even he himself did not quite dare to believe it. Song Tianyang looked at Yi Yuan with a dull look and said, T3rd Hall Master. Why in the world is it like this?
Yi Yuan had a look of it being natural and right on his face as he said coolly, no rush, continue watching. Who's next? I'll go.
Yun Yuan came forward of his own accord and stepped forward.
His gaze swept over that group of people, finally landing on a youth in a yellow shirt.
I chose him. Yun Yuan pointed to the youth in the yellow shirt and said, Yun Yuan actually picked the worst one in the Lin family, Lin Zhaoyuan. He's lowering his status by doing so. Third Hall Master didn't say that they can't choose like this either. Since it's within the permissible scope of the rules, what's wrong with it? I don't believe that this bunch of brats can overturn the heavens. The group of family heads clearly could not accept this reality, because the thing that happened before their eyes was too subverting. A fellow with mediocre talent became a top genius in a blink of an eye. And all these just happened in a short 3 months' time.
Then what was with all the hard work that they put in previously?
Wouldn't it become a joke? Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, Can. Lin Zhaoyuan, you come. Yes. Lin Zhaoyuan complied and stepped out of the ranks. Very soon, the two people entered a pill refining state.
Yun Yuan was unable to refine heavenly imperial pills, but his strength already infinitely approached the standard of a heavenly imperial pill. Therefore, the difficulty of the grade 2 heavenly pill that he chose was also extremely high. This Lin Zhaoyuan's talent was even worse than Song Minjia according to these family heads' understanding.
Among these 200 over people, he could basically rank in the top 10 from the bottom. No matter how impressive such a fellow was, it was also impossible to win, right? But Yi Yuan knew that Yun Yuan had kicked an iron plate. If Song Minjia's strength was ranked first place among the people that he chose, then this Lin Zhaoyuan was the one who made the greatest improvement.
Although this boy's talent was not as good as Song Minjia's, his disposition was even more tenacious than Song Minjia's. In these 3 months, Lin Zhaoyuan virtually practiced like he went mad. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, Lin Zhaoyuan's improvement was extremely terrifying.
One should say that among the people he selected, Lin Zhaoyuan's current strength could absolutely rank in the top 3.
Therefore, the result went without saying. Yun Yuan's final result was middle 6th grade,
while Lin Zhaoyuan reached a terrifying upper 8th grade. It was only a step away from 9th grade, which was also to say that he was actually not far from Heavenly Imperial Pills too. In fact, if he was lucky, he would be able to refine Heavenly Imperial Pills too. This result blew the minds of all the family heads once again. Top 10 from the bottom defeated the second place from the top.
3 months. Only 3 months.
Next, those so-called geniuses that were rejected by Yi Yuan engaged in battle one after another.
It was just that, no matter who the opponent they picked, the final result was each so-called genius being defeated. These over 50 people that Yi Yuan selected, their strengths were equally terrifying.
The more the family heads watched, the more they felt a chill in their hearts. The more they watched, the more they quaked in their boots. These 3 months of transformation could simply be said to be turning the whole world upside down.
Those disciples who were not being valued in their families collectively performed an astonishing great reversal 3 months later, trampling each and every one of those so-called genius disciples underfoot.
Toward the end, they even somewhat could not bear to continue watching anymore. Too tragic to behold.
This was also to say that the geniuses that they spent so many years and expended countless effort and resources to nurture were all trash. The blow was tremendous.
Or should they say, Yi Yuan's means were too miraculous and could turn a bunch of trash into geniuses? They had no choice but to be convinced.
T3rd Hall Master, since they all could make such a big improvement within 3 months, then the others' improvement should be even greater. See, can't you take them in? Song Tianyang said, lacking in confidence.
Yi Yuan shook his head and said, It's no use. During these 3 months, this Hall Master didn't discriminate against one and show partiality to the other.
What I taught them was completely the same.
But you all saw it too. The result is like this. Of course, I won't rule out that among them, someone can strive harder after knowing humiliation and can meet my requirements. But right now, you all take them back. Buzz.
Song Wenhao only felt like he was struck by lightning, his head going blank at once. Take them back. What he, a proud son of heaven, obtained in the end was this.
Sweeping a glance over, those so-called proud sons of heaven were all extremely ashamed. Clearly, what Yi Yuan said was right. In these 3 months, what Yi Yuan taught them was the same. But the result was different. The people that Yi Yuan pointed to all soared to the heavens in one bound. The people that he did not point to were all knocked down to the mortal world. It was this miraculous. Without this battle, no one would believe this at all.
But now no one doubted Yi Yuan's eyesight anymore.
Thud. Song Wenhao directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan and said in grief and indignation, "Third Hall Master, Wenhao earnestly begs you to take me in. From today onward, I'll definitely turn over a new leaf and listen to Lord Hall Master's teachings respectfully." No one felt surprised by Song Wenhao's behavior. Yi Yuan already used his strength to prove to everyone that he was right. Song Tianyang secretly commended this. Song Wenhao putting down his pride might not be a bad thing. However, Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head as he said, "Rivers and mountains may be changed, but it's hard to alter a man's nature."
I'm not saying that nature can't be changed, but it's just that how can it be so easy? Go back. What you have to do is not to put down your pride, but it is to temper your disposition. Otherwise, it will be hard to make great accomplishments.
Yi Yuan had seen far too much walking from an ant until today.
Some people would gain enlightenment overnight after experiencing a setback. But this sort of person was like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a qilin, being very rare. The tempering of disposition was a drawn-out process.
In fact, it was even more arduous and drawn-out than cultivation.
He saw bitter remorse in Song Wenhao's eyes. But bitter remorse could not make him grow. It could only be said to be a start.
What Song Wenhao had to do was not to cultivate here, but it was for him to go out to the secular world and have a trial. With his character, even if Yi Yuan let him stay here, he would still become restless after a year or two. There was no way for such a person to become a truly powerful heavenly alchemist.
Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the family heads' faces and said indifferently, "You all feel that I picked these people to deliberately sing a different tune to you, to suppress you all?
You all are thinking too much. On the path of alchemy, while talent is important, the talent that I understand is different from the talent that you all understand. Only a firm heart can reach the great beyond. On the path of alchemy, there are no shortcuts, only bitter cultivation. Each alchemy path titan is an ascetic. The first mover is not necessarily the first to reach. One step at a time is the right way." The words made everyone's countenances change visibly.
Even a powerhouse like Song Tianyang revealed a pondering look too.
The alchemy Dao understanding of peak powerhouses like them was clearly not what these juniors could compare to.
Yi Yuan's words contained the maxim of great Dao and touched them deeply. And they also seemed to have understood why Yi Yuan chose Song Minjia they all and not Song Wenhao and the others. Suddenly, they also understood why the two hall masters counted on Yi Yuan so much.
Zhao Sun previously said that he had to ask Yi Yuan for direction. Song Tianyang and the rest just treated it as a joke for them to push Yi Yuan into the spotlight. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao was likely even above them, these grade 4 heavenly alchemists. Otherwise, how could he refine true grade heavenly pills?
Song Tianyang cupped his fists and gave a bow to Yi Yuan, saying, "Many thanks for Third Hall Master's advice." Song Tianyang received the teachings. "Many thanks for Third Hall Master's advice." The family heads cupped his fists and bowed one after another.
After this battle, Yi Yuan established absolute authority in Heavenly South Pill Hall. Even the Song and Yun two families submitted to Yi Yuan completely too. After Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu two people went back, they chose to enter close seclusion at the same time.
Half a year later, the two people exited seclusion and both broke through to peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist.
After the two people exited seclusion, they came to Heavenly South Pill Hall straight away to pay respects to Yi Yuan.
Originally, when they learned that Min Nanshan broke through to become a peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, they did not say it out loud, but they naturally felt sour in their hearts. The three great families had always been competing in secret. They were naturally unwilling to be beaten.
Who knew that in merely a short half a year's time, they actually both broke through. And the cause of the breakthrough was naturally those words by Yi Yuan. The two of them were wholeheartedly convinced by Yi Yuan. In this half a year's time, Yi Yuan and Cui Tong and the rest also established a complete reward and punishment system for Heavenly South Pill Hall. And the highest reward was true grade Heavenly Pills. The effects of grade 2 Heavenly Imperial Pills were not worse than grade 3 Heavenly Pills to begin with. Even to limitless sublime Heavenly Stratum powerhouses it was extremely useful too, let alone talk about the true grade Heavenly Pills with horrifying medicinal effects. This reward and punishment system made Heavenly South Pill Hall's cohesiveness reach an unprecedented height. The allure of true-grade Heavenly Pills was irresistible. As for Song Minja, this batch of people, their strength advanced by leaps and bounds too. These few people's backgrounds were not bad. Their qualifications were extremely good in the first place. Coupled with Yi Yuan's teaching, wanting to not fly would be difficult too. In this more than half a year, Iron Core and the Min family had been waiting to watch a good show the whole time. Who would have expected that they failed to see a good show? Instead, they became more and more marginalized. On Iron Core's side, he suffered overwhelming suppression from Heavenly South Pill Hall, virtually cutting off his supply of Heavenly Pills. The Min family, although Min Nanshan reached peak grade 4, there was simply no way for him to resist the entire Heavenly South Pill Hall by himself. The Min family's influence was being weakened bit by bit. After all, the Heavenly South Pill Hall occupied more than 90% of the land of Heavenly South's situation. No one dared to risk universal condemnation and offend the Heavenly South Pill Hall. Min Nanshan could be said to have exhausted his mind and body in this nearly 1 year but was powerless to turn the tables. The Min family's situation became even worse half a year ago when Yi Yuan obtained acknowledgments from everyone. I didn't expect that this boy actually had such means to run the Heavenly South Pill Hall as solid as a metal bucket from top to bottom. Ironcore gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "The current Heavenly South Pill Hall is even stronger than Zhao Sun's era. I really didn't expect that a measly little grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist can actually do this." Min Nanshan's eyes held some regret. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not have stood up back then to be the bird who took the lead. With regards to Iron Core, this fellow, he was full of unhappiness too. If not for this guy's instigation, he might not have done so back then either. If the Min family stayed in Heavenly South Pill Hall too, with the Min family's strength, they could definitely have scaled new heights. Now, his Min family was declining rapidly, while Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu caught up from behind and broke through to become peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists. Except there were no ifs in this world. At this point now, the two of them were grasshoppers on the same rope. They were in it together. A hint of cruelty flashed across Iron Core's eyes, and he said, "All this is because of that punk. As long as he dies, everything will return to how it was in the past." Min Nanshan snorted coldly and said, "That boy keeps hiding in Heavenly South Pill Hall. Experts are plentiful like clouds there. So how to do it?" A hint of cunningness was revealed in Ironcore's eyes, and he said with a smile, "He'll leave very soon. The 1-year period is almost up. I think that he should be departing for the Thistle South Sea region very soon. This is our only chance." Paying respects to Third Hall Master. At Calm South City, when Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun saw Yi Yuan, they bowed respectfully. Yi Yuan handed the Heavenly South Pill Hall's affairs over to the Song and Yun, two families, as well as Cui Tong to manage while he set off for Thistle South Sea region. He entered the transmission array in Heavenly South City and arrived at Calm South City and was setting out to sea from here. Presently, Yi Yuan's status was extraordinary. Calm South City naturally did not dare to be neglectful. It was just that, when they saw Yi Yuan alone coming out, they were still a little surprised. "Master Yi, you're actually setting out to sea alone this time?" Huang Haoyan said in surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The sea race views humans as the enemy. If I bring people over, wouldn't it be delivering lambs into the tiger's maws?" Huang Haoyan said, "But if you go over like this and the Black Flood Dragon King has the intention of harming you, what to do about it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How can harming me be that easy?" Huang Haoyan's gaze flickered and he gritted his teeth and said, "Master Yi, although Haoyan's strength is lacking, I'm willing to accompany you. If anything really happens, even delaying for a short while is good too. If something really happens, how can you block for a short while? All right, I have a score in my heart. You guys don't need to send me off anymore." Yi Yuan waved his hand, and his figure leaped. already being half a mile away.
Huang Haoyan's brows furrowed slightly and said, Peiyan, do you feel that Master Yi is behaving a little strangely? Su Peiyan nodded and said, he's indeed a little strange. Let's follow and take a look, Huang Haoyan said.
Leaving calm South City, Yi Yuan headed south all the way, his speed extremely fast. Huang Haoyan, these two limitless sublime heavenly stratums, actually could not quite catch up. But as soon as they chased after, the two people found it even more odd. Yi Yuan did not walk on the main road but headed to a remote place. The more he walked, the fewer the people. Suddenly, the two of their expressions changed. In the mountain range's dense woods, 8 figures suddenly dashed out, blocking Yi Yuan's path.
Huang Haoyan's expression changed wildly and he cried out in surprise, it's Deputy City Lord Iron Core and Min Nanshan.
What gall they have to actually want to kill Master Yi.
No way.
I have to go save him.
He was just about to act but was held back by Su Peiyun. Huang Haoyan said anxiously, Peiyun, what are you doing?
Those are 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses.
Iron Core and Min Nanshan are even peak Jade Sovereign Heaven mighty experts. Su Peiyun's face fell and she berated, shut up for me.
You know that those are 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven experts too. What can you do to change the situation?
Huang Haoyan said with a cold snort, this life of mine was saved by Master Yi.
What's wrong with returning it to him? Su Peiyun had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations and whispered, Are you stupid?
Why did Master Yi specifically go to a remote area along the way?
Why didn't he stop in calm South City at all and directly set out to sea?
Huang Haoyan was taken aback. Finally, he was no longer agitated and said in surprise, you're saying that Master Yi did it on purpose?
He knows that Iron Core and Min Nanshan want to kill him, and he deliberately lured them you? He has a contingency plan. Su Peiyun rolled her eyes at him and said, Who is Master Yi? He could repel the entire Thistle South Sea race by himself. So how could he stumble at this sort of thing? Let's watch first. If it really doesn't work, it won't be too late to take action then. Over there. Iron Core looked at Yi Yuan with a smug face as he smiled and said, Yi Yuan? Didn't expect that we'd meet here, right?
A faintly perceptible smile hung on Yi Yuan's face and he said, if I say that I thought of it?
Iron Core was taken aback and laughed loudly and said, Boy, death is knocking at the door and you're still forcing yourself to be calm? It's no use, you must die today.
Min Nanshan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a dead person as he said coldly, Yi Yuan, you caused my Min family to live a life worse than death. Today, it's time for retribution.
These two people had also heard about it. Yi Yuan was not easy to deal with. Therefore, they were very careful directly bringing 6 Jade Sovereign Heaven experts. It was to make sure that there was no danger of anything going wrong.
Mobilizing 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to deal with a greater sublime heavenly stratum, it was an act probably unprecedented in the land of Heavenly South. Furthermore, none of these 8 was a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven expert.
These people were middle Jade Sovereign Heavens at the worst too. Iron Core and Min Nanshan themselves were grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven superpowerhouses. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he smiled and said, Let me guess. From Heavenly South Pill Hall, only Cui Tong, Wu Dao, and Ji Chun, these 3 elders, know that I came out, as well as Song Tianyong and Yun Baiyu. Song Tianyong and Yun Baiyu have long already broken away from you guys. Cui Tong enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect, while Wu Dao is an alchemy fanatic and is disdainful to be associated with you guys, which is also to say that your source of information is Ji Chun. Yi Yuan took his time to analyze. Iron Core and Min Nanshan, two people's expressions changed wildly. Could it be that this boy knew about it a long time ago? But if he knew, why would he still walk right into the trap?
Yi Yuan guessed it completely right. Ji Chun was originally the inside man that Iron Core planted in Heavenly South Pill Hall.
It was just that this layer of relationship was very secretive. No one knew about it at all.
There were some who knew that Yi Yuan would be going out to sea.
But no one knew the specifics of when Yi Yuan would leave. This time, Yi Yuan came out very low-key. There were only those few people who knew.
As long as he analyzed it a little, he would know. Iron Core smiled coldly and said, so what if you know?
Could it be that you, by yourself, can escape from our hands? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Who told you that I came alone? When Ironcore and the rest heard that, their expressions changed wildly. However, they sensed carefully. There was no aura of any powerhouses in the vicinity at all.
Ironcore could not help turning angry from embarrassment and said, "Punk, you were messing with us?"
But Min Nanshan smiled coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, I'll give you the chance. Call your men out." Yi Yuan looked at the two and still smiled calmly as he said, "Do you all think that I only know that it's Ji Chun after I saw you guys? I think that you guys are mistaken. Ironcore, do you know why I specially chose to go to remote places after I went out of the city?
Do you know why I left Heavenly South City by myself?" The more Yi Yuan said, the more alarmed Ironcore 2 people became.
Yeah, all these did not make sense.
Yi Yuan smiled as he continued, "If I say that I deliberately leaked the news to make you all pursue me, will you all believe me or not? If I say that your men are actually my men, will you be very angry?" "Bullshit. Ji Chun is the city lord's man. He absolutely won't betray me," Ironcore said angrily.
Yi Yuan still smiled as he said, "That's in the past. Now he's my man already."
In this 1 year, the transformation that Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly South Pill Hall could be said to be turning it upside down.
In the wake of Yi Yuan running the Heavenly South Pill Hall solid as a metal bucket, all kinds of problems also gradually surfaced. Ji Chun was one of them.
Actually, how could Ironcore be the only one who planted chess pieces in Heavenly South Pill Hall?
3 great families as well as those major and minor noble families, even the various major city lords, which one did not want to get a share of the loot in Heavenly South Pill Hall. But what Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly South Pill Hall was what others could never give. Yi Yuan had long detected Ji Chun's abnormality, but he did not execute Ji Chun. Instead, he guided Ji Chun on cultivation.
Because he discovered that Ji Chun was someone who yearned for Dao too.
He had always been waiting for Ji Chun to come out himself. Sure enough, not long ago, Ji Chun confided to Yi Yuan, "Ironcore, don't talk nonsense with him anymore. Do it," Min Nanshan said in a solemn voice. No idea why. Yi Yuan was clearly all alone right now, but he was very uneasy in his heart.
Ironcore had clearly sensed this uneasiness too. His expression turned dark as he said, "Humph.
Even if Ji Chun betrayed me, you'll find it hard to escape death today too. Go to hell." At virtually the same time, 8 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses attacked at the same time.
The commotion was shocking to the extreme. However, Yi Yuan did not show the slightest fear under the besiegement of 8 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses.
He took out a small and exquisite conch and recited a spell. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A water curtain suddenly descended, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. More than a dozen figures actually appeared out of thin air.
Each and every one of these people had odd forms. They were clearly sea creatures. True spirit sea race.
These dozen over powerhouses were actually all Jade Sovereign Heavens too. Bang! Bang!
Bang!
A series of intense tremors rippled in the void. The attacks of the 8 great Jade Sovereign Heavens were actually disrupted in an instant. Hee, it's so fun. Big brother Yi Yuan. Thank you for bringing me out to play.
A crisp and tender voice sounded out. Who could it be if not little dragon girl Jingfei?
The small conch in Yi Yuan's hands was given to him before little dragon girl left. This little conch was the derivative body of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and was used to transmit information. Of course, it could be used to teleport in Yi Yuan's hands too. Just now, Yi Yuan activated the small conch and directly teleported the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over. While little dragon girl used the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to bring these people and teleported over together. Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said unhappily, "Somebody wants to kill me right now. But you actually think that it's fun?"
Little dragon girl smiled and said, "Of course."
You take a look at the expressions on their faces. It's really fun to the max. Shock and horror were written all over the faces of the 8 great Jade Sovereign Heavens. Jade Sovereign Heavens powerhouses were able to fly, but they could not shuttle through the void. This kind of instant teleportation means was simply unimaginable. But Yi Yuan actually summoned so many Jade Sovereign Heaven seafolk in an instant. So how could they not be surprised? Yi Yuan, you actually dare to collude with the sea race and have evil designs on our heavenly south. Ironcore's expression changed wildly and he asked.
Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool as he smiled and said, "Did you turn stupid from being the city lord?
If I had evil designs on Heavenly South, wouldn't I just not need to do anything when the sea race invaded back then?
Did I have to make it so troublesome like now?
Are you not aware of what I've done in this 1 year? Me increasing Heavenly South alchemy path strength. What benefits are there to the sea race?" Ironcore gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Who knows what the hell you're thinking?" Yi Yuan shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Looks like there's nothing to discuss with a fool like you." Ironcore sneered and said, "Even if there's the sea race helping you, what can you do to me? This city lord is a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. They can't keep me behind. However, with this incident today, this city lord wants to see how you'll continue staying on in Heavenly South City."
Grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven, this was virtually Rainclear Continent's apex strength already.
In ordinary battles, wanting to kill Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heavens was seriously too difficult. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a faint smile, "Wanna leave? I'm afraid that it won't be easy. Did you forget? When Little Dragon Girl and I joined forces, our strength was even stronger than you. This Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Back then, when Yi Yuan joined forces with Little Dragon Girl, they beat Ironcore until he knelt down and begged for mercy by relying on the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. This scene left a huge shadow in Ironcore's heart.
At present, Yi Yuan and Little Dragon Girl joining as one again. It would be equivalent to a powerhouse who surpassed Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven appeared once more.
How could he, Ironcore, not be alarmed?
"Retreat!" Ironcore bellowed loudly, his figure turning into an afterimage and flew into the distance. He only thinking of running now.
It's too late.
Water source canopy.
Just as Ironcore acted, Little Dragon Girl moved too. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch suddenly activated. An enormous cubic water curtain covered the entire sky. In an instant, everyone was enveloped inside. Ironcore's figure had just moved, but felt like he had fallen into a quagmire. His speed unable to pick up at all. But, as soon as this water curtain descended, those sea race powerhouses seemed to have been injected with stimulants, becoming even more excited. Sure enough, they were much more comfortable in the water. "Big brother, my power alone isn't enough to trap them. Come and help me," Little Dragon Girl shouted.
Yi Yuan had long prepared, directly pressing a palm on the back of Little Dragon Girl.
The berserk true dragon power rushed in. The range of the water source canopy directly doubled. But the resistance felt by Ironcore and his group increased several times. This water source canopy was equivalent to a giant cage. Furthermore, it enhanced the Sea Folk's condition to 120% but weakened the conditions of Heavenly South powerhouses, increasing one's strength and reducing the opponent's strength. This was simply a huge trump card.
Seeing this kind of power, even Yi Yuan could not resist marveling too. This Emerald Sea Divine Conch had endless wonders.
While on the sea race powerhouses this side, they were incomparably shocked too. Among the sea race powerhouses, Yi Yuan was very familiar with one of them. It was precisely that moronic black shark general. The black shark exclaimed, "TSK, TSK, I really didn't expect that you, a human, actually possess a true dragon power several times stronger than that of the princess. Simply unimaginable."
He did not exclaim with amazement because of this water source canopy, but exclaimed for Yi Yuan's true dragon power.
Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was even lower than Little Dragon Girl's. In the end, the moment he inputted his true dragon power, the canopy suddenly doubled in size.
They had never seen before such a vigorous true dragon power.
"You moron, stop talking rubbish already. Why haven't you quickly made a move?" Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not have a good impression of this idiot. "You!" The black shark glared and was about to fly off the handle. "My goodness, Uncle Black Shark. My strength is limited and can't hold on for too long. Why don't you hurry up?" The moment Little Dragon Girl spoke up, the black shark immediately reined back his temper. The moment the black shark made his move, it was immediately earth-shattering.
In this water curtain, with the augmentation of true dragon power, he seemed to have returned to his mother's womb. That sort of power was simply endless.
Numbers, strength, both parties were not on the same level at all.
The battle also progressed extremely smoothly. After several exchanges, Ironcore's side was beaten until they did not have the slightest strength to fight back.
Yi Yuan, we're all humans. Do you really want to exterminate everyone? In the water curtain came Min Nanshan's desperate yell. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Know that we're of the same species now?
If I didn't have a backup plan, would you guys show mercy to me today?
What's the point of saying these on your deathbed? Moron, don't need to show mercy, kill."
Heh, all right.
The black shark moron was excited from killing and did not haggle over Yi Yuan's term of address either.
The sea race was warlike to begin with. The shark clan was even warriors among warriors.
Killing Heavenly South's Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was incomparably delightful to him. Under the joined forces of more than a dozen people, the Heavenly South side had little strength to fight back. In less than an hour, the Heavenly South side's powerhouses only had the Iron Core and Min Nanshan, who were lingering on with their last breath of life remaining.
Yi Yuan, I was wrong.
I was really wrong.
Spare me. I'll definitely slog like an animal for you in the future and repay your kindness for not killing me. In the water curtain came Ironcore's pleading voice.
That voice was practically crying. From that time he knelt and begged for mercy. One could tell that Ironcore's desire to live was still very strong. Yi Yuan, as long as you let me off, my Min family will follow your lead in the future. Min Nanshan did not want to die too as he shouted. Right. Yi Yuan, my people are not the slightest bit weaker than the Min family. As long as you spare my life, it's all yours, Ironcore hurriedly said. Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred and he said coolly, hand over your origin divinity brands and I can spare you guys from death.
He needed a powerful force currently. 2 Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven's forces were definitely a big help.
Although these 2 people had poor character, as long as he grasped the origin divinity brand, he could take their lives with one thought. The 2 of them would hesitate to take action out of fear of damages and naturally would not dare to rebel. When Ironcore and Min Nanshan heard that, their expressions could not help changing.
Handing over the origin divinity brand was equivalent to handing over life and death to Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan could kill them with just one thought. This was no different from being a slave.
But if they did not hand it over, they were very clear that they would become corpses in a short while.
You guys only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Seeing the 2 hesitate, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ironcore's expression changed wildly and he said, I'll give.
Min Nanshan also said, I'll give too. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said coolly, Moron, stop.
The black shark was excited from killing and said unhappily, your father is a Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, but you're actually ordering me about. Do you take yourself to be the dragon son?
But little dragon girl said, Big brother is in possession of purebred dragon blood. Those big brothers of mine are far worse than him.
All right, Uncle Black Shark, stop. This lass obeyed Yi Yuan's every word now. The black shark was helpless and could only stop. Ironcore's expression flickered indeterminately and he finally still gritted his teeth and forced a wisp of Origin Divinity brand out.
Yi Yuan kept the Origin Divinity brand and merged it into his own Chaos Origin Divinity, and immediately felt a feeling of controlling Ironcore's life and death.
He only needed a thought to determine Ironcore's life and death now. Handing over the Origin Divinity brand, the 2 people's expressions were like their wives had died.
No matter what, they were big shots of a region too. Now, they were actually relegated to being another person's slave. Yi Yuan said coolly, the 2 of you don't need to have this expression either. Becoming my servant might be a case of good fortune to you guys. As long as you guys perform well, helping you all step into Saint's sovereign heaven in the future is nothing difficult.
Ha! What high-sounding sentiments. Do you think that Saint's sovereign heaven powerhouses are all cabbages? Yi Yuan's voice had just faded when the black shark said mockingly.
But Ironcore and Min Nanshan, 2 people trembled all over, their eyes revealing rays of brilliant light. If someone else said this, they would naturally feel that it was bullshit. But Yi Yuan was different.
He was the man who could refine true-grade heavenly pills. That's right. His current realm was very low, but his future potential was immense.
Once he became a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, helping them step into that dreamlike realm might not be impossible.
What the hell do you know? How can Master's strength be what you can surmise? Master, rest assured. Ironcore will definitely perform well from now on and absolutely won't let you down. Ironcore shot the black shark a glare and said respectfully.
Min Nanshan is willing to pledge loyalty to Master. The black shark had a dumbfounded look, not knowing why these two people suddenly changed so much. Could it be that these two Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were really silly enough to think that Saint Sovereign Heaven was so easy to reach? If that was the case, how could the Saint Sovereign Heavens on this rain-clear continent be so scarce?
Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, since that's the case, the two of you go back then. How you should act, I believe that you guys are very clear.
Got it. Got it, the two people hurriedly said.
At this time Yi Yuan suddenly looked in Huang Haoyan two people's direction and beckoned his hands at them. The two were taken aback only then, knowing that their whereabouts had long already been seen through by Yi Yuan.
Master Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, no need to explain. I know your intentions. The two of you follow them back to Heavenly South City. If they have any ill intent, use this to inform me. As he was talking, Yi Yuan handed a small conch to them. Seeing Yi Yuan's line-up, Huang Haoyan two people were long already dumbstruck with amazement. Only when they saw the sea folk did they know that their worries were simply unnecessary.
A greater sublime heavenly stratum actually took two grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in as servants. This sort of thing was too fantastical.
But Yi Yuan did it.
However, Yi Yuan was clearly still worried about them. So he sent two supervisors over.
With the two of them around, Ironcore and Min Nanshan naturally could not stir any waves. As long as Huang Haoyan informed Yi Yuan through the small conch, Yi Yuan could disintegrate the two of their souls from thousands of miles away.
In the deep sea, a huge palace was suspended in the center. All around them were unfathomable grand arrays surrounding.
Thistle South Dragon Palace. When Yi Yuan entered the Dragon Palace, he discovered that something was not quite right.
The palace was full of songs and dance with a bevy of young girls. It was very lively. Yi Yuan did not feel that he had this charm to make Black Flood Dragon King come up with such a grand array to entertain him.
Jingfei, could it be that there's some distinguished guest in the Dragon Palace? Yi Yuan asked. Jingfei smiled mysteriously and said, Hee. You come with me and you'll know in a bit.
Yi Yuan was speechless. Judging from this girl's sly expression, he knew that she was probably holding in some bad idea.
Following little dragon girl, Yi Yuan walked all the way to a great hall. Upon entering the hall, a banquet was already being held inside. As soon as Yi Yuan appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention.
In the center of the great hall, on the throne, a powerhouse with a dragon head and human body was sitting upright. His face was completely black.
Presumably, this was the legendary Black Flood Dragon King. This Black Flood Dragon King gave Yi Yuan a vague and illusory feeling, similar to the black-robed old man back then. It was just that Black Flood Dragon King's illusory feeling was not as strong as the old man's. Clearly, he had not truly stepped into the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven yet.
Royal Father, Royal Mother, I'm back. Little dragon girl left Yi Yuan and scurried into Black Flood Dragon King's arms in a step.
Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, You lass, you abducted all of my generals. Where did you run to and cause trouble again? Little dragon girl was indifferent and said smilingly, Hee. There were bad guys who wanted to kill Big Brother, so I went to help Big Brother? Oh? Right. He's the Big Brother that I told you about. He's amazing. Probably none of these Big Brothers present are more impressive than him.
Yi Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, countless gazes shooting towards him.
In this great hall there were many young men. One look and it was clear that they had noble statuses. They were most likely sea-race powerhouses. This girl's one sentence drew huge aggro to him. Yi Yuan looked at little dragon girl, only to see her wink at him. It was as if she was saying, That's right. I did it on purpose.
At the left-hand side position, a youth said with a disdainful look, a mere greater sublime heavenly stratum, and he's even a human.
This young master can crush him to death with just one hand. Younger sister Jingfei, stop joking.
However, his words to little dragon girl were rather polite.
Big brother Ruichin, Jingfei isn't joking. Big brother Yi Yuan is really very, very amazing. You're not his match, Jingfei said with a sincere look.
That innocent face shattered Ruichen's self-esteem at once. Who was he, Ruichen? He was from the Xianxia region's royal clan. His main body was an octopus and his status was noble. His strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the dragon race. Today, he was actually being looked down upon by a little girl. He suddenly stood up, walked in front of Yi Yuan, and said with a sneer, "Lowly human, do you dare to accept this young master's challenge? If you don't dare, immediately scram back onto land." Yi Yuan had a helpless look as he said coolly, "Can I refuse?" He was naturally not afraid. It was just that he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. This young man was clearly that sort of guy who had his eyes growing on top of his head. There was no need to try and gain backface with him. But Ruichen clearly had no intention of letting Yi Yuan off and said with a cold smile, "Of course, you can refuse. But you'll need to crawl under my crotch." "Ha ha ha? Yeah, just go under Ruichen's crotch and that's it. Relax. This dragon's son will be your guarantor. If he dares to make things difficult for you, this dragon's son will be the first to not let him off. Come, crawl." Ruichen's words immediately aroused echoing of the others at the banquet. Clearly, they all thought that Yi Yuan was scared. Little dragon girl's words could not be believed at all. That made sense. This girl rarely spoke any truths. It was also not impossible to randomly find a human to adjust the atmosphere. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He did not want to cause trouble, but it did not mean that he was scared of trouble. "Why? Looking at your appearance, it seems like you're very unconvinced? Do you really think that just because younger sister Jingfei is calling you as her big brother, you really have the qualifications to be on equal footing with this young master? You're merely a lowly human," Ruichen said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan grinned and all of a sudden sword light flashed. Whoosh! Ruichen's expression changed wildly only to feel an extremely dangerous sensation well up in his heart. Swoosh! In virtually an instant, Ruichen returned to his original form and spat out a cloud of black ink. The entire space suddenly became black. Then, 8 tentacles suddenly emerged from the darkness, wanting to deal with Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all, directly deploying the all-encompassing sacred tree's 2 streaks of sword light. "Break for me!" Yi Yuan shouted coldly. That black space actually directly had a large hole opened up. Ruichen spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood with a cough, directly being smashed flying out. His 8 tentacles were directly all cut off. The whole place was deathly silent. From Yi Yuan attacking to Ruichen spitting black ink, then to Yi Yuan shattering the space, the whole process was merely one breath of time. This was also to say that Ruichen did not even last a single breath of time. Furthermore, Yi Yuan only used one hand from beginning to end. Yi Yuan looked at the Ruichen lying on the ground and said coolly, "Didn't you say that you could crush me to death with just one hand? Now you used 8 hands, but I only used one hand." Ruichen lied on the ground, quivering nonstop. Very soon, the tentacles that were chopped off actually grew back again, and he recovered to his human form. However, he looked at Yi Yuan with a fearful look and said, "P-punk, you sneak attacked me just now." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh? It was a sneak attack? Alright, let's have an upright and above-board battle then. The loser will crawl under the other party's crotch. How about it?" Ruichen's expression changed wildly, and he actually did not dare to play along. He was only being stubborn just now. Just based on that sword earlier, Yi Yuan's strength was God knows how many times stronger than him. His darkness ink was his ultimate trump card, but it was broken by Yi Yuan in a single breath. How large the gap between the two could be seen. This human punk is actually a transformation powerhouse. Ruichen actually couldn't last a single move under his hands. With this, Ruichen's face is utterly lost. He actually lost to a human. It was only at this time did those young powerhouses come back to their senses. Each and every one of them was extremely amazed. They discovered that this human boy was really very strong. Even a hint of surprise flashed across in Black Flood Dragon King's eyes too. How could he not know what little dragon girl was thinking? But he did not stop it. He really wanted to see just how strong this human who stopped the sea war was. Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not disappoint him. Yi Yuan's strength far surpassed those in the same rank. Furthermore, he clearly saw it just now.
There were 8 leaves on Yi Yuan's Great Tao Transformation sapling, but Yi Yuan only used 2. This showed that Yi Yuan still had a lot of strength to spare. This boy was remarkable. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces and he said coolly, "Refusing earlier wasn't because I was scared, but that I couldn't be bothered to stoop to his level. Just now, Jingfei said that I'm stronger than you all, but you guys didn't seem to be convinced. Since I've already taken action, this Yi doesn't mind telling you all this. What she said is completely right. With all due respect, everyone here is all trash." The moment these words came out, the faces of the young powerhouses present were full of indignation. This boy actually dared to slight all of them. Ha, what high-sounding sentiments. Do you think that having defeating Ruachin, you have the qualifications to be cocky here? Boy, don't be arrogant.
Big brother Mukin, this punk has scolded even you. Could it be that you can tolerate it?
Yi Yuan making a move earlier already shocked the vast majority of the people.
They naturally did not dare to challenge Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that everyone was scared of Yi Yuan.
Among these people, there were some whose strength already reached middle limitless sublime heaven.
Furthermore, there were a few among them whose bloodline power was extremely strong and did not fear Yi Yuan at all.
At this time, that person called Mukin finally stepped forward. Boy, do you think that only you alone comprehended Great Tao Transformation? My sea race territory isn't the place where it is your turn, a human's turn, to come and act wildly yet. This dragon son will challenge you right now, Mukin said with a cold smile. Mukin possessed the dragon race bloodline too, but he belonged to the coiling dragon clan. His strength was considered to be top-notch among this large group of people. To dare say this, Mukin was clearly a powerhouse who comprehended Great Tao Transformation too.
However, what did Yi Yuan have to fear?
Oh? Whether it's my turn or not, it's not said using the mouth, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan pointed his fingers. 2 transformed swords turned into 2 rays of flowing light, stabbing straight for Mukin. Mukin snorted coldly. An additional chain appeared in his hands. This chain emitted an aura that made people feel heart palpitations. It was actually transformed out of lightning.
Lightning chain.
Mukin shook the lightning chain gently, directly shaking Yi Yuan's 2 flying swords away. His cultivation realm was far higher than Yi Yuan and he was a transformation powerhouse too. Wanting to block the 2 flying swords was naturally a cinch. Following that, he swept his chain, and it actually wrapped over toward Yi Yuan.
Heh, this punk really doesn't know how the word death is written to actually dare fight with Mukin.
Mukin is strong enough to rank in the top 20 in our 7 great royal clans' junior generation. Ignorant human. Think that he's impressive for comprehending Great Tao Transformation?
Mukin's lightning chain is an extremely profound application of lightning rule. So how can it be what a mere human can compare to? Seeing Yi Yuan attack, the group of young powerhouses all had disdainful faces.
Similarly, a transformation powerhouse, but Yi Yuan was a major cultivation realm lower. This was tantamount to seeking death. However, these 2 people's commotion was huge. A single mishap and it would demolish the Great Hall. Black Flood Dragon King extended his hand and beckoned. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch came into his hand. Only to see him silently recite a spell. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch flew to the sky above the hall and emitted a light screen, covering Yi Yuan 2 people. A temporary ring was created just like that. However, before this light cover had formed, 8 flying swords arrived with a howl. The sword lights burst forth and actually directly severed the lightning chain. Mukin was directly blasted flying.
Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied again. They all did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually still hiding so much strength.
With the 8 transformed flying swords attacking, that attack power was simply akin to the distance between heaven and earth when compared to 2. In a couple of exchanges, Mukin was taken down. The temporary ring that Black Flood Dragon King set up actually ended up useless. A greater sublime heavenly stratum instantly defeating a middle limitless sublime heaven. This sort of thing simply subverted their understanding.
The people who were still mocking Yi Yuan earlier directly chose to shut up. Great Tao Transformation is naturally not invincible, but your Great Tao Transformation is a little too weak, Yi Yuan said coolly. Mukin's great Tao transformation was just a one-law transformation. Furthermore, it even stopped at the second form. It was not considered very impressible. This meant that his cultivation realm had gone up, but his power of rule still stayed at greater sublime heavenly stratum. Want to say that it was impressive, it was also considered impressive. But, compared to Yi Yuan, it was far too lacking. I already said it. Big brother Yi Yuan is very amazing. Big brother Yu Qing, do you want to fight with him? Seeing that Ma Cheng was defeated, Little Dragon Girl was watching the show and did not find that the problem caused was too big, and she said those words to another young man seated on the left-hand side. This young man had been drinking by himself all along and was not as agitated as the others. From beginning to end, it was as if everything here had nothing to do with him. Seeing Little Dragon Girl ask, he smiled and said, "Just a bunch of ants, that's all, not worthy of me taking action. Younger sister Jingfei, don't make trouble." These words did not show any regard for Yi Yuan at all. But Little Dragon Girl turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan, big brother Yu Qing is the most impressive one here. If you want to convince all of them, you'll have to beat him down. Why don't the two of you compete?" Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "You lass, that's about enough. It looks like you're asking for a beating again." Little Dragon Girl stuck her tongue out and said with a giggle, "Royal Father is here. I'm not scared of you." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "If you continue messing around, I'll be leaving." Little Dragon Girl was finally defeated and hurriedly said, "Big brother, don't go. I'll stop messing around, all right? I'm so bored in this dragon palace." This girl purely had the mentality of playing pranks. But each and every one of these C-race young powerhouses, they were all arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. They clearly knew that Jingfei was sowing discord, but they just could not resist provoking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to pay attention to this kind of provocation. Even if he was being looked down upon, he did not care either. With his current state of mind, why would he care about how others viewed him? It was just that they could look down on him, but they could not humiliate him. These young powerhouses' words were very nasty earlier. That was why Yi Yuan would be so domineering. This Yu Qing did not take part from beginning to end. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to haggle over it with him. As for looking down on people, that was your business, what had it got to do with me? Moreover, Yi Yuan had a million ways to kill a limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Seeing Little Dragon Girl's attitude, the rest were all dumbfounded. In fact, they were even more shocked than him defeating Mukin. Jingfei, this troublemaker, did not just cause trouble in the Thistle South Sea region. In these 7 great sea regions, which one had not been harmed by her before. This lass made light of even Black Flood Dragon King, and yet she was actually so obedient to a human youth? Goodness gracious! Was this young master hallucinating just now? Jingfei, this girl, actually also knows to be afraid of people? Strange. Peculiar. Could it be that the sun will rise from the west today? Yi Yuan ignored the other people's gazes and went straight up and said to Black Flood Dragon King coolly, "Black Flood Dragon King, your welcoming ceremony is really grand enough." With regards to Black Flood Dragon King's attitude of staying out of it just now, Yi Yuan could understand, but he was not happy. Therefore, he naturally did not have any good attitude. It was just that when the others saw his attitude, each and every one of them, they flew into a great rage. Impudent. A mere human actually dares to be disrespectful to the Dragon King. Who the hell do you think you dare to actually dare directly the Dragon Lord's name directly? When all of them on the right side and the left side heard this, they immediately scolded him. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, "Dragon Lord? Hoo-hoo. A Black Flood Dragon attaining Tao also dares to call himself Dragon Lord? In this vast ocean, there's probably no true dragon, right? This results in you all, these pseudo-dragons, to call yourselves as Dragon Lords." Although Yi Yuan was an ascender, he was an orthodox true dragon descendant. Before ascending, his bloodline power was cultivated to the extreme too. After ascending, his fleshy body similarly ascended to heavenly stratum. Hence, although he was a human, he was indeed a dragon race true spirit too. It was also precisely because of this that his true dragon power would be so vigorous. As for those present, regardless of whether it was the Black Flood Dragon clan or the Coiling Dragon clan, they were all pseudo-dragons. Compared to the purity of Yi Yuan's bloodline,
It was worlds apart. Speaking of bloodline power, the strongest among them was still little dragon girl Jingfei. It was just that Jingfei was likewise unbelievably weak in front of Yi Yuan. This was still under the circumstances that Yi Yuan was only greater sublime heavenly stratum. Once Yi Yuan broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, his true dragon power would be strengthened again. Black Flood Dragon King did not have much reaction to Yi Yuan's words, but Youqing's eyelids jumped. Clearly, these words had triggered him, even though Yi Yuan's words were not directed at him. Hoo-hoo! Such high-sounding sentiments. A mere human also dares to be presumptuous about my dragon race? Who the hell do you think you are? Yuqing said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan ignored him and still looked right at Black Flood Dragon King. Youqing's eyelids throbbed, fury looming between his eyebrows. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged. Previously, he did not care about Yi Yuan's words at all. That was because, in his eyes, Yi Yuan was just an ant and not worthy of him getting angry at all. But, pseudo-dragon, this term deeply triggered him. This was not just something that was his biggest taboo. It was also the thing that was the greatest taboo in the 7 great sea regions. Among the 7 great royal clans, there were 4 great royal clans that belonged to pseudo-dragons. Evolving into a true dragon one day was their greatest wish. Except, this step was far too difficult. Even if they stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven, they would not be able to achieve this step either. Yi Yuan's words were only spoken to ridicule Black Flood Dragon King, but he did not know that he had already committed a taboo. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care either. Punk, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Yuqing said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a sincere expression, sorry about it, looks like my words earlier hurt you. But what's wrong with what I said? You guys are just a bunch of pseudo-dragons. When Yuqing heard the first half of the sentence, the words were still gentle. But, when it reached the second half of the sentence, Yuqing immediately had a feeling of being played. He flew into a great rage and said in a solemn voice, boy, you're courting death here. How can my dragon clan's affairs be butted into by an outsider? Dragon Lord, don't blame this little nephew for being unbridled today. Yuqing was just about to fly off the handle when Black Flood Dragon King finally opened his mouth at this time. Honorable nephew Yuqing, he isn't an outsider. There's dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body too. Furthermore, it's extremely powerful, Black Flood Dragon King said with a bitter smile. What? How can he, a human, has the dragon race bloodline? What a joke. How strong can extremely powerful be? It couldn't be to the extent of being even stronger than younger sister Jingfei, right? I understand, this boy must have fused dragon race bloodline. To talk about pseudo-dragons, he's the real pseudo-dragon, right? Black Flood Dragon King's words made the crowd burst into an uproar again. Only then did many young powerhouses realize that it was not that the Black Flood Dragon King did not get angry, but that he could not get angry. But how could Yuqing be willing to believe it? He smiled coldly and said, extremely powerful? Hoo-hoo, how strong. I was wondering how much confidence you had. Turns out that what you're relying on is this. A human fusing with bloodline, it's merely blindly copying others and making yourself look foolish. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, how strong? At least stronger than you. Blindly copying others and making myself look foolish? Hoo-hoo. Copying you. Yi Yuan knew that his bloodline power was far stronger than Jingfei's. He did not know how strong his bloodline was, but it was definitely at least much stronger than these pseudo-dragons. He still had this bit of confidence. But these words became a joke when they landed in Youqing's ears. A human was flaunting his bloodline power in front of him, this member of the dragon race. What was this if not a joke? Stronger than me? Boy, you're really not scared of spraining your tongue from talking big. Since you say that, I want to see just how strong your bloodline power is. Yuqing gave a bow to Black Flood Dragon King and said, Dragon Lord, please bring up the Dragon Chi Stone. The moment little dragon girl heard, she immediately clapped her hands and said cheerfully, all right, all right. I also want to see how strong big brother Yi Yuan's Dragon Chi is. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard it and asked little dragon girl, what is the Dragon Chi Stone? He did not know much about the sea race and naturally did not know about the stuff here. Little Dragon Girl explained. Dragon Chi Stone is a stone that tests bloodline power. Our 7 Great Sea Regions dragon clans will all use it to test the Dragon Chi. A high Dragon Chi indicates that one has great potential and has the potential to become a true dragon. Of course, my Dragon Chi has already reached the 5th segment. It's about the same as father's.
Among all the big brothers present, no one is stronger than me. Talking towards the end, Little Dragon Girl unwittingly showed off a little.
It was precisely because her Dragon Chi was extremely strong. Hence, her position in the 7 seas was very aloof.
After all, this one had the potential to step into a true dragon.
If the 7 Great Sea Regions could produce a true dragon, that would absolutely be a great honor.
Therefore, even if this girlie was a troublemaker, everyone dared to get angry but did not dare to speak up as well.
In the sea race, these pseudo-dragons had an extreme, perverse pursuit for bloodline power. The goal that they strive lifelong toward was becoming a true dragon. It was just a pity that no one had ever succeeded. Seeing Yi Yuan's blank appearance, Yu Qing smiled coldly and said, "Boy, scared?
This Dragon Chi stone will reveal your true colors." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "How about this then?
Let's compete in this Dragon Chi. Whoever loses will kneel to the other person. How about it?" The moment Yu Qing heard those words, he sneered and said, "Compete then. Will I be scared of you? Speaking of which, this young master hasn't tested my Dragon Chi in a long time too." When he said this, Yu Qing had a haughty look. Clearly, he was very confident in his Dragon Chi. Among the powerhouses present, apart from Black Flood Dragon King and Little Dragon Girl, there was probably no one stronger than him. Sure enough, when he said that, many people used eyes like looking at a fool to look at Yi Yuan.
Hoo, this boy actually dares to compete in Dragon Chi with Yu Qing. Does his brains have holes? Yu Qing's Dragon Chi has already reached the 4th segment 100 years ago.
Now, it has at least reached the middle stage 4th segment too.
I admit that this boy is a genius in martial arts. But that's all. Can't even see through this point, and yet he actually dares to provoke Yu Qing.
Before Sister Jingfei was born, Yu Qing was publicly recognized as the most promising genius to become a true dragon. In the eyes of these people, Little Dragon Girl was already an extreme. Yu Qing was just slightly inferior to her.
Competing in Dragon Chi with Yu Qing, this was no different from committing suicide.
Very soon, a 2-person tall stone pillar was carried in by 2 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses.
This stone pillar was made of jade. He did not know what material it was made of either.
However, it made the bloodline within Yi Yuan's body have a feeling of boiling over. Dragon Chi Stone had 9 sections, representing the 9 segments of Dragon Chi. That appearance was like a 9-section whip that was erected. Yu Qing looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Boy, you first? Or am I going first?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You first then. If I go first, I reckon that you'll become embarrassed to do it." Yu Qing sneered and said, "Keep pretending. I'll see when you can pretend until."
As he said, he walked straight in front of the Dragon Chi stone.
Boom!
A vigorous true dragon power erupted in an instant.
The young powerhouses present let out a series of exclamations. Clearly, Yu Qing's true dragon power gave them a huge impact.
Yu Qing's true dragon power was climbing crazily.
His complexion was flushed almost totally red. Clearly, he had mustered up all of his strength and planned on squeezing out even the last trace of dragon power in his body. Bang! Yu Qing struck a palm onto the Dragon Chi stone. The Dragon Chi stone suddenly lit up. The first section was instantly lit.
Following that was the 2nd section and then the 3rd section.
When it reached the 4th section, the Dragon Chi stone's speed of lightening up clearly slowed down. However, it was still climbing little by little. Initial stage 4th segment. Middle stage 4th segment.
Late stage 4th segment.
At this time, Yu Qing's entire body was emitting waves of steaming heat. Ha! Yu Qing roared, and the 4th section was finally completely lit.
In the main hall came a series of exclamations.
Peak 4th segment. Yu Qing's growth during these 100 years is simply terrifying. My God! His Dragon Chi is actually only slightly worse than Little Dragon Girl. Hoo-hoo! This human brat.
He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Of course, he doesn't even know about the Dragon Chi Stone. So he probably completely doesn't know what peak fourth segment means, right? Yuqing looked at the Dragon Chi Stone that was being lit. A hint of a smile flashed across his face. Clearly, he was also very satisfied with this result. Someone like Little Dragon Girl, that was completely abnormal. Who could reach the level of fifth segment at the age of 100? Even the 7 Great Sea Regions kings could not achieve it either. Yuqing looked at Yi Yuan and smiled coldly as he said, "Boy, it's your turn. Punk, it's your turn. Don't blame me for not telling you. But in the 7 Great Sea Regions and among peers, there's only younger sister Jingfei who beats me slightly. I think that you don't need to test anymore either. Just directly kneel down and admit your mistake." Yuqing's eyes were full of contempt. He was very confident in his own bloodline power. He would surely become a true dragon existence in the future. Even if he was not as good as Jingfei, so what? Boy, stop hanging on. Unless you fuse true dragon's blood, otherwise it's impossible to beat me, Yuqing. And the blood of true dragon doesn't exist in the 7 Great Sea Regions at all, Mukin said with a look of excitement. Yuqing is also considered to have taken revenge for him in a disguised form like this. You've already lost. So why haven't you quickly knelt down? Kneel down. Kneel down. In their eyes, Yi Yuan already lost and needed to kneel down and admit his mistake. It was also not their fault for thinking this way, but no one among the young generation could achieve this step at all. True dragons, those were all extremely mysterious and powerful existences rarely seen in this world. Therefore, the so-called dragon race in the 7 Great Sea Regions, they were all pseudo-dragons. Even if a human fused with pseudo-dragon blood, their bloodline power would not be much stronger either. Hey, you all are also too overbearing. Big brother Yi Yuan hasn't been tested yet. And you all already determined that he lost? Big brother Yi Yuan, hurry up and test. Little Dragon Girl said in defense against the injustice. Yi Yuan arrived in front of the Dragon Chi Stone and slowly reached his hand out to press on top. Different from Yuqing, Yi Yuan did not burst forth a powerful dragon chi from his body. Everything was the same as usual. Haha? Boy, the Dragon Chi Stone isn't used like this. The way you are, the Dragon Chi Stone won't react at all. Boy, you wouldn't not have bloodline power in your body at all, right? I even thought how formidable this kid was. After messing around for half a day, he's good at bragging. Stop disgracing yourself. Quickly kneel down and admit your fault. Yi Yuan had not even triggered the Dragon Chi Stone, and it immediately attracted a wave of group ridiculing. To activate the Dragon Chi Stone, one must urge one's own Dragon Chi to the extreme, just like Yuqing who mustered up all of his strength. But Yi Yuan actually did not use his energy at all. How could it possibly make the Dragon Chi Stone have any reaction? But, in pace with Yi Yuan placing his hand on the Dragon Chi Stone, an abnormality suddenly occurred. First section. Second section. All the way until the 9th section, they all lit up. The entire Dragon Chi Stone erupted with a dazzling light. Compared to Yuqing's dim light earlier, Yi Yuan's light was purer and more dazzling. Everyone was stunned. Even Little Dragon Girl's mouth opened into a circle. A hint of surprise flashed across Black Flood Dragon King's eyes. It was also not known what he was thinking about. Yuqing's eyes became wide saucers and disbelief was written all over his face. How is this possible? Hang on. The Dragon Chi Stone must be broken. Yuqing muttered under his breath. He didn't even stimulate his bloodline power, so how did the Dragon Chi Stone directly reach the 9th segment? Something must be wrong with the Dragon Chi Stone. Dragon Lord, there's a problem with this Dragon Chi Stone, Mukin said. Black Flood Dragon King looked at him like looking at a fool and said coolly, if there's something wrong with the Dragon Chi Stone, what about Yuqing's test earlier? You say that there's a problem, so maybe you can go up and try too. Mukin was taken aback and immediately lost his temper. But he was still unable to accept it. What right did a human have to make the Dragon Chi Stone directly reach the 9th segment? What was even more damnable was that he actually did not stimulate his bloodline power. Could it be that the Dragon Chi Stone directly detected it? Inconceivable. Yi Yuan looked at the Dragon Chi Stone, a hint of a slight smile showing at the corners of his mouth as he said, Looks like my dragon race bloodline is still considered pretty good among heavenly stratum powerhouses. Yi Yuan had the confidence in surpassing Yu Qing. But he did not expect that his bloodline power was actually so strong, directly reaching the 9th segment. Furthermore, looking at this light, it seemed to have not given full expression to its views. Most likely, this dragon chi stone could not truly gauge his true dragon bloodline. This was normal too. After all, it was just used for testing by a bunch of pseudo-dragons and not genuine true dragons. Presumably, even if it was true dragons, there would definitely be distinctions in strength when it came to bloodline power too. Of course, no matter how weak a true dragon's bloodline power was, it was also far stronger than these pseudo-dragons. Yi Yuan thought that for his true dragon bloodline to be so strong, it should be related to becoming dragon ancestor back then. Dragons were born from heaven and earth and were where the essence of heaven and earth lay. Yi Yuan could obtain the recognition of heavenly Tao in the heavenspan world, this small kiliacosm, becoming the dragon progenitor. This was likely a form of recognition of the 33 heavens' heavenly Tao in itself. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Qing and said with a smile, "Sorry about it. Right now, apart from Jingfei, it seems like there's one more person whose bloodline is stronger than yours. Now, shouldn't it be time for you to kneel down?" Yu Qing's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, "There's a problem with this dragon chi stone. The strongest that has appeared in the 7 Great Sea regions was also merely just the 8th segment dragon chi. How can you, a human, possibly reach the 9th segment? The peak 9th segment that already infinitely approaches true dragon level. Don't tell me that what's flowing in your body is true dragon bloodline." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "If you say that there's a problem, you try it again." As he said, he took his palm away. Only then did the light on the dragon chi stone gradually dissipate. Yu Qing gave a cold snort and arrived in front of the dragon chi stone again. The dragon chi on his body surged once again, pressing a palm on the dragon chi stone. This time, he still exerted all of his strength. But the result was the same. Peak 4th segment. Yu Qing's expression changed, but he still refused to believe this fact. "Mukin, you come and try. There's absolutely a problem with this dragon chi stone," Yu Qing said in disbelief still. Mukin nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try it out." How can he, a human, possibly reach the peak 9th segment? Mukin arrived in front of the dragon chi stone and imitated Yu Qing, and then he also started testing. In the end, his dragon chi stopped at peak 3rd segment. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. If you don't believe it, you can still have the rest come and try." Yu Qing's expression was grim as water and pointed at another one to come up. But, no matter who it was, nobody surpassed the 4th segment again. "Me too. Me too." When little dragon girl saw everyone testing, she could not resist it too and came forward on her own accord. She skipped in front of the dragon chi stone and pressed her palm on it. The stone pillar was lit up once again. Peak 5th segment. Jingfei's dragon chi was actually a full segment stronger than Yu Qing. This naturally aroused another wave of exclamations. Little dragon girl looked at Yu Qing and said with a smile, "Big brother Yu Qing, this dragon chi stone is fine. I just tested my dragon chi a few years ago. It was the late stage 5th segment. Now it has improved a little bit." You must be willing to lose if you bet. Moreover, as a member of the dragon race, kneeling to a true dragon isn't considered an insult to you. Yu Qing's expression alternated between green and white. He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "I still don't believe it. Test again. I don't believe that you can still reach the peak 9th segment." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll let you give up on this." Finished saying, he pressed his hand on the dragon chi stone again. The dragon chi stone was instantly fully lit. Peak 9th segment. "With this, you have nothing to say, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone had tested once. Now Yi Yuan tested a second time. This showed that the bloodline power in Yi Yuan's body had truly reached the peak 9th segment. This was too terrifying. "I don't believe it. There must be something fishy going on." Yu Qing pointed at Yi Yuan and roared angrily. Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "Looks like you're planning on going back on your words?" Yu Qing snorted coldly and said, "Going back on my words? You're clearly playing tricks." It's simply impossible for there to be true dragons existing in the 7 great sea regions.
How can you, a mere human, possibly reach the peak 9th segment? Yi Yuan sighed and said, well, since you're going to act shamelessly, then I can only compel you to kneel. When Yu Qing heard, he could not help smiling coldly as he said, boy, you don't seem to have figured out the situation yet, right?
Do you really think that by defeating Mukin, you have the qualifications to challenge me? Testing dragon chi is one thing. Real combat strength is another thing altogether. Killing you doesn't need the slightest effort at all. Yi Yuan's smile was bright, and he slowly arrived in front of Yu Qing. While Yu Qing looked at Yi Yuan, a cold sneer on his face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan extended his hand and pressed on Yu Qing's head, courting death. But right at this time his body suddenly stiffened and he was actually unable to move a muscle. Then Yi Yuan suddenly pressed on his head. Under Yi Yuan's tremendous strength, Yu Qing could not help kneeling. Bang! Yi Yuan directly pressed his head on the ground. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, not understanding why this scene would happen. Yu Qing's strength could be rated as invincible among peers. But why did he not make a move just now? Yi Yuan patted his hand and said with a smile, Emin? It's still kowtowing like this, it's more satisfying. Yu Qing's head was touching the ground, and he had no way of lifting his head at all. He kept maintaining the posture of kowtowing. But his slightly trembling body currently showed the fury in his heart. Yi Yuan, you're dead for sure. Even if you fly up to the heaven and tunnel into the earth, I'll tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces too, Yu Qing said with an angry roar. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if I were you, I'd keep a low profile at this time. If I'm not happy, I can kill you with one sword now. Don't tell me that you have a noble background. Yi Yuan never ask about background when killing people. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Sure enough, one sentence and Yu Qing shut up. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one felt chills in their hearts. They all could tell that Yi Yuan had poisoned him. But no one could tell when Yi Yuan applied the poison, and how he applied the poison. No one expected that Yi Yuan actually still had such strange means. Jumping realms to battle, 9th segment Dragon Chi, a poison expert. Yi Yuan's identity became incomparably mysterious in their eyes. In fact, their faces even carried some awe and fear. Alright, this kind of occasion is very boring, I won't be taking part. Farewell. Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Hold on. Black Flood Dragon King hurriedly shouted. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a cold smile, why? Are you planning on standing up for him? Black Flood Dragon King smiled and said, this is about young people's dispute caused by personal feelings, so why would this king intervene? As long as there are no deaths caused, this king won't care. Making you stay, it's actually because I have something to ask. Yi Yuan frowned and said, what is it? Black Flood Dragon King said, actually, the 7 great sea regions' young powerhouses are gathering here because a mystic realm in my Thistle South Sea region is about to open soon. When the time comes, Jingfei will enter it too. Young friend Ye's skill is extraordinary. I want to invite you to accompany her and enter the mystic realm together. Turns out that this mystic realm was called Land of Dragon Slumber. Legends had it that it was the place where a true dragon fell. The rise of the Black Flood Dragon King was inextricably linked to this place. He obtained the dragon race's secret art in the Land of Dragon Slumber, attaining Tao in the end, and had half a foot stepped into the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven, dominating a region. However, each person could only enter this Land of Dragon Slumber once. If they entered a second time, they would be killed by some kind of mysterious power. The Black Flood Dragon King was unable to enter personally, but he was also worried about Jingfei's safety. That was why he entrusted Yi Yuan to enter and act as a bodyguard character. Hoo-hoo? Young friend Yi, don't blame me. This king had this idea, so I naturally had to understand your strength too. In these 7 great sea regions, everyone knows that Jingfei this last is my darling. If any accidents happen to her inside, I won't be able to forgive myself for life. Therefore, I hope that young friend Yi can lend a helping hand. Furthermore, since young friend Yi is in possession of a true dragon bloodline, perhaps you might obtain some massive lucky chances in the Land of Dragon Slumber. Black Flood Dragon King did not put on any airs and said sincerely,
Although Jingfei, this girl, liked to play pranks, she was actually very pure. She did not have much idea of right or wrong in her heart. She just purely felt that it was fun.
Ever since the last time, this girl became very dependent on him.
In this 1 year, the two of them transmitted their voices over thousands of miles, and they were already very familiar with each other.
Furthermore, subduing Iron Core and Min Nanshan this time, Jingfei made tremendous contributions too. Since that was the case, there was nothing wrong with accompanying her on a trip.
Furthermore, just as Black Flood Dragon King said, he might obtain some lucky chance inside. Who knew?
One had to know Black Flood Dragon King did not enter deep back then. He probably walked less than halfway in and already had such accomplishments.
This showed that the land of dragon slumber must be an extremely terrifying place.
The more dangerous the place, the more opportunities there were as well.
Black Flood Dragon King naturally knew that with Yi Yuan and Jingfei working together, it was virtually equivalent to a peak Jade Sovereign Heaven Mighty expert. After entering inside, protecting themselves should not be a problem.
Big brother Yi Yuan, accompany me to go inside.
It must be very fun in there. Jingfei lopped around Yi Yuan's neck and said coquettishly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Okay, I can accompany you to go inside, but you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I'll act alone." Jingfei planted a kiss on Yi Yuan's face and said joyfully, "Hee hee. Big brother Yi Yuan is the best." The banquet ended in unhappiness. Yu Qing was carried back by someone. He was hit by Yi Yuan's petrification powder. Within 3 hours, he would not be able to move at all. After going back, he naturally flew into a thunderous rage.
However, this expedition to the land of dragon slumber could not dispense with a bout of fierce fighting. After everyone left, in the bedroom palace, the mermaid queen said, "King, is it really okay to hand Jingfei over to that Yi Yuan?"
Black Flood Dragon King smiled and said, "You probably don't know this. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch has to submit in front of him too. It can be imagined how powerful the true dragon bloodline in his body is."
The Emerald Sea Divine Conch is the treasure that this king obtained in the land of dragon slumber.
The mermaid queen said in surprise, "How can he, a human, possibly has such a powerful true dragon bloodline?" Black Flood Dragon King shook his head and said, "He shouldn't be a pure human. Otherwise, his true dragon bloodline absolutely won't be so powerful. True dragons rarely appear in the 33 heavens. But this king feels that boy is likely a true dragon, because the aura on his body is very similar to the one I encountered in the land of dragon slumber back then."
The mermaid queen was shocked to the extreme in her heart.
A human was actually a true dragon. Most likely, no one would believe this sort of thing.
But Black Flood Dragon King would not lie to her. This sort of thing was too inconceivable. But at this time, Black Flood Dragon King's gaze turned cold and he said with a cold smile, "Heh, after he comes out of the land of dragon slumber, most likely, breaking through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum shouldn't be a problem.
At that time, this king will extract his dragon marrow, and stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven will absolutely be a cinch." Land of dragon slumber, it was an enormous karst cave at the bottom of the sea.
Standing in front of the karst cave, Yi Yuan felt that the blood in his body was boiling.
Yi Yuan attempted to suppress it, but could not do it at all. "Big brother Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Little dragon girl asked a little curiously.
"I feel that there seems to be something calling me in this land of dragon slumber," Yi Yuan said.
"Ha, do you really take yourself to be a true dragon? Land of dragon slumber has been sleeping here for at least 10,000 years. Why would it summon you?"
"Idiot," Yu Qing said with a cold smile on his face.
Brother Yu Qing, perhaps he really has a deep relationship with this land of dragon slumber.
Really enviable. Mukin similarly sneered as he said,
Hoo, he's demonstrating how he's different from the rest. We all can't feel the land of dragon slumber's summoning. Only he can feel it. How impressive. I've also never heard before that who in our 7 great sea regions have felt before the land of dragon slumber's calling.
Impressive.
Impressive.
Yi Yuan's words immediately drew laughter from the crowd. In their view, the land of dragon slumber was a dead place. How could it possibly summon Yi Yuan?
Especially Yu Qing, he was directly pressed to the ground by Yi Yuan a few days ago. This was simply unprecedented humiliation to him.
If he could, he would immediately kill Yi Yuan now. Actually, the ones who entered the land of dragon slumber this time were not just the 7 great royal clans. There were also many tribal powerhouses.
It was just that they did not have the qualifications to enter the banquet. That was all. These tribal powerhouses, some of them were quite strong, even reaching the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven already. Yu Qing was afraid of Yi Yuan's poison, but he had some Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses by his side too, which was sufficient to kill Yi Yuan. It was just that, in front of Black Flood Dragon King, it was not convenient for him to take action. Yu Qing already made up his mind. After entering the land of dragon slumber, the first thing he would do was to kill Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan ignored everyone's ridicule. The blood in his body was already somewhat going out of control. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan involuntarily moved closer to the land of dragon slumber. One step, another step.
It was not Yi Yuan taking the initiative, he could not help it. The calling from the depths of the land of dragon slumber was getting stronger and stronger. When Yu Qing saw this scene, he sneered even more as he said, "You guys look. This guy is planning on entering first in order to prove the summoning of the land of dragon slumber. Ha ha ha. Roar." Yu Qing's voice had yet to fade when a blood-red dragon chi rose up from Yi Yuan's body. The blood-red dragon chi condensed into a giant red dragon in the deep sea. Ha!
It was also at this moment that Yi Yuan roared, the aura on his body surging to the sky.
Everyone's laughter abruptly ceased, because Yi Yuan was about to break through.
In reality, he already reached peak greater sublime heavenly stratum when he broke through the last time and could break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum at any time.
However, Yi Yuan was afraid that his cultivation realm would be unstable, so he kept suppressing it and did not break through. Just now, all the blood in Yi Yuan's body seethed once again under that mysterious power's calling. His cultivation realm actually broke through involuntarily.
This sort of feeling was almost the same as when he sensed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch back then.
At that time, Yi Yuan was very confused too. He did not know why he had this kind of feeling with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But now he understood.
The Emerald Sea Divine Conch must have originated from the land of dragon slumber.
Hee. Little dragon girl let out a burst of silver bell-like laughter and said to Yu Qing, "Big brother Yu Qing, didn't you say that it's impossible for the land of dragon slumber to summon Big Brother Yi Yuan? Now, he hasn't even entered the land of dragon slumber and he directly broke through." Yu Qing's expression was livid, a look of disbelief on his face. How could this guy possibly break through directly? Furthermore, the blood dragon that was wandering continuously in the sky above the land of dragon slumber made it clear to all that Yi Yuan had indeed felt the calling of the land of dragon slumber.
This dragon chi was really so strong.
Could it be that he really felt the summoning of the land of dragon slumber? How is this possible?
The land of dragon slumber would actually take the initiative to summon a human?
What capability does this boy have to actually be able to get the land of dragon slumber's summoning?
The powerhouses who were still ridiculing Yi Yuan just now could not laugh anymore at this time.
Yi Yuan's breakthrough was like a resounding slap, slapping onto their faces. It turned out that Yi Yuan really felt the land of dragon slumber's summoning, and it was precisely because of this that the sea race powerhouses present were even more green with envy. Especially the dragon race powerhouses, they were even more jealous. This land of dragon slumber was the place where a true dragon slumbered in the legends. The greatest wish of the 7 great sea regions dragon race was to be able to evolve into a true dragon one day. But they had never obtained the land of dragon slumber's show of favor before.
Not only that, the powerhouses of the 7 great sea regions that died in the land of dragon slumber were beyond counting. But what right did a brat that came from the human race have to directly break through a major realm before even entering the land of dragon slumber?
When Black Flood Dragon King saw this scene, beyond the shock he was feeling, he was even more ecstatic in his heart.
The purer Yi Yuan's bloodline was, the greater his hopes of breaking through. Perhaps after he absorbed Yi Yuan's dragon marrow, he would be able to become a true dragon in the future, who knows?
Amen? The Black Flood Dragon King wants to harm me? Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Currently, the dragon chi in his body had fused into one with the mysterious power that came from the depths of the land of dragon slumber. Every detail here could not escape his perception.
The Black Flood Dragon King was the most powerful existence among these people, and he was also the clearest existence in Yi Yuan's perception. Therefore, this tiny hint of killing intent that Black Flood Dragon King revealed was caught by him keenly.
Ever since coming to Thistle South Dragon Palace, Black Flood Dragon King could be considered to have conducted himself rather kindly.
But Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually concealed his intentions so deeply.
If not for fusing with this mysterious power, he would not have been able to detect it. Humph! I hope that you don't make a move against me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind tearing down your Thistle South Dragon Palace. Yi Yuan snorted coldly in his heart. Black Flood Dragon King was Thistle South's strongest powerhouse, a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan was naturally not his match. But if Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, he might not be able to stop him either. At this time, earth-shaking changes were currently happening in Yi Yuan's small world. Sublime Realm 3 Heavens, Lesser Sublime Heavenly Stratum, Greater Sublime Heavenly Stratum, Limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum. It was actually the expanding and perfecting of the small world. When he was in the Heavenspan world, the Chaos Heavenspan canon that Yi Yuan created was completely based on the Heavenspan world. But only after walking out of the Heavenspan world did Yi Yuan realize what was called as a real heaven. The rules of the 33 heavens were complicated and profound to the extreme. Reaching limitless sublime heavenly stratum, Yi Yuan felt that his small world no longer had a limit.
Formless, limitless.
The so-called limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Heaven without limit, Tao without limit. Yi Yuan revolved according to the cultivation method of the wordless heavenly skill. The boundary of the chaos world became blurry. He could feel that his world was becoming more consolidated and stronger.
The wordless heavenly skill and my Chaos Heavenspan canon are of the same lineage, well deserving of being the cultivation method that could let Yen J. Drew roam the rain-clear continent unhindered.
Even if I don't use Great Tao transformation now, my strength is 2 to 3 times that of those in the same rank too, Yi Yuan said with joy. Roar!
The blood dragon circled around for a while, then tunneled back into Yi Yuan's body again.
Yi Yuan felt that his bloodline power was stronger than before. Hoo-hoo! It looks like young friend Yi is really fated with this land of dragon slumber. Congratulations, young friend Yi, for advancing to limitless sublime heavenly stratum.
Black Flood Dragon King was all smiles, a sincere look on his face as he came up to congratulate.
If it were before, Yi Yuan would definitely have a better impression.
But now he was full of disgust in his heart. But at this time it was clearly not the time to lose all decorum. Yi Yuan smiled too and said, "Many thanks, Black Flood Dragon King."
Black Flood Dragon King smiled and said, "This land of dragon slumber has been here for no idea how many years already. It's never been heard of that anyone could feel the summoning from inside. Young friend Yi really surprised this king."
"It's just, don't know what kind of summoning young friend Yi felt."
Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I just feel a mysterious power." Everyone naturally did not believe these words.
In reality, it was indeed a lie too.
It was indeed a mysterious power, but Yi Yuan felt that this mysterious power seemed to be calling him to go in.
Seemingly somewhat too impatient to wait. Of course, this was purely a feeling. Yi Yuan also did not know whether it was real or fake. In fact, this could be a kind of danger.
Yi Yuan had entered God knows how many mystic realms before. He naturally could not be naive enough to think that this land of dragon slumber was opened by him and that he could come and go as he pleased. This sort of mystic realm was often accompanied by great danger.
But right now, the expressions of Yu Qing and the rest were surprisingly ugly.
They could not quite maintain their face anymore.
Rumble?
Right at this time there was a tremor.
The seabed was shaking violently.
The entire sea region seemed like mountains were crying out and the sea was howling. Right then, the restrictions in front of the cave collapsed with a loud bang. An aura of a dragon slowly flowed out of the cave. There's no rule for the opening of the land of dragon slumber. But each time it opens, it will trigger a tsunami. Right now, a large area on land has already been submerged, Black Flood Dragon King explained.
Hee, the land of dragon slumber seems to be very fun. I'm going in first.
Little dragon girl giggled and did not wait for everyone to react either. and she already turned into a wisp of green smoke, burrowing into the cave.
Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed, and he said angrily, "This lass is really too worrisome.
The land of dragon slumber is filled with dangers. Does she really think that it's her own backyard? Young friend Yi, hurry up and go in. I'll entrust this girl to you."
Yi Yuan nodded slightly and also leaped and entered the land of dragon slumber.
Yu Qing and the rest were naturally not willing to fall behind others and followed after in succession.
Yi Yuan only felt a blur in front of him as if he had arrived in another world.
There was no sea water in the land of dragon slumber. The surrounding cliffs showed a red-black color, giving people a strange feeling.
Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings. There were actually no traces of little dragon girl anymore, and he could not help frowning slightly. This girl was too wild. Wanting to control her would really expend some effort. However, after entering the land of dragon slumber, that mysterious summoning seemed to have gotten stronger.
As if there was someone who kept calling softly in his ear. "Hurry up. I've been waiting a long time for you." This feeling was very magical. Yi Yuan forcibly suppressed the impulse to enter the depths and took out a small conch. It was precisely the Emerald Sea Divine Conch's clone body. Yi Yuan recited a spell. The small conch became bright and started flying. The urgent matter on hand was still finding little dragon girl first. As for this land of dragon slumber's secret, take it slowly. There was no rush. But right then, several figures suddenly dashed out, surrounding Yi Yuan.
Who could it be if not Yu Qin and the others?
There were even 3 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses following by his side. There was also Mukin and the rest nearby, and beside them there were many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses too.
Facing a group of sea folk, the current Yi Yuan immediately became a public enemy. There were no fewer than 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present.
"Heh? Boy, we meet again.
Now that we've entered the land of dragon slumber, I want to see how you can still be cocky.
That day you made me lose all face. Today, I want you to pay back 100-fold, Yu Qing said with a cold smile. Mukin also had a proud look as he said, "Punk, weren't you very arrogant?
Now, are you still arrogant?
Come over and kneel down for this young master. This young master can consider sparing you from death." "Idiot!" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said. The moment Mukin heard, he became furious and said in a cold voice, "Go, capture this punk for me. I want him alive. I want him to experience what's called a life worse than death." "Yes, Lord Dragon's son." The Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse that Mukin brought immediately responded, erupting with a powerful strength all over his body, and pouncing towards Yi Yuan.
Although Yi Yuan already broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, facing so many Jade Sovereign Heavens at the same time, it was clearly beyond his means.
However, he did not pay too much attention.
If he could not beat them, escaping was still not a problem.
But, just as he was about to activate his movement technique, an abnormality suddenly occurred.
A drop of scarlet liquid suddenly fell from the top of the cave, dripping onto that Jade Sovereign Heaven accurately.
Ah! That Jade Sovereign Heaven let out a tragic scream. Then, his body shriveled up rapidly. In virtually a blink of an eye, all the blood in his body seemed to have been drained, becoming a human jerky. This bizarre scene made the faces of everyone present change abruptly. That was a Jade Sovereign Heaven. In a blink of an eye, he became a human jerky.
What on earth was that strange liquid? Yi Yuan's brows also furrowed.
This scene was too coincidental. That drop of liquid dripped precisely onto the Jade Sovereign Heaven, who attacked him without any deviation. As if this was all planned. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Could it be that that mysterious power was protecting him?
What on earth was this guy summoning him for?
Yi Yuan suddenly felt like he had fallen into a pit. He understood that wanting to get away now probably could not be accomplished anymore. Entering the land of dragon slumber, he would have to follow the path set by that mysterious power. However, while he was shocked, Yi Yuan naturally would not show it. He looked at Mukin and said with a grin, "You only brought this one Jade Sovereign Heaven? TSK? This is called dying before achieving success, right? The journey has only just started. I find it very hard to imagine how you'll be walking the road at the back by yourself."
The corners of Mukin's mouth twitched slightly, his expression being ugly to the extreme.
He was not like Yu Qing, able to bring 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens by his side to protect him. He only brought one person, and the person died immediately. How aggravating. Just as Yi Yuan said, this land of dragon slumber was full of dangers. Relying on himself for the road at the back, it was a little too lacking in strength. At this time, Yi Yuan looked towards Yu Qing and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Why? Are you still planning on watching the show? Don't you want to kill me very much? Why aren't you attacking?" Yu Qing's brows furrowed slightly. He also felt that it was a little too coincidental. Hence, he did not act hastily. But at this time, he was cornered by Yi Yuan. His expression suddenly turned dark, and he said to the 3 limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses beside him, "The 3 of you, attack together." Yes, those 3 people answered without knowing the inner reason and went up. But, just as they pounced toward Yi Yuan, 3 drops of liquid hit them accurately. Another 3 human jerkies. The expressions of everyone present changed wildly. Why is it like this? Everyone's faces changed wildly, clearly frightened by this scene. What the freaking hell? Whoever attacked Yi Yuan would be directly finished off. What was there to play still? If the previous one was a coincidence, then what was the deal with these 3? Thinking back to that mysterious summoning that Yi Yuan talked about before entering, if they still did not understand what happened, then they would be a bunch of pigs. What the hell is this? Why would the land of dragon slumber protect this guy? Yu Qing was full of puzzlement. Based on what? What right does this guy have to be able to receive the land of dragon slumber's showing of favor? Mukin said with a reluctant look. These young powerhouses were all unreconciled to it, indignant, and had fear mixed in. They were originally planning on teaming up to deal with Yi Yuan, this outsider, after entering the land of dragon slumber. Who knew that he had arrived home? Based on what? Of course, it's based on the fact that my bloodline power is strong. I said it long ago, you all are pseudo-dragons. Now, are you guys still not convinced? Amen? Not convinced is all right, but it's useless. Yi Yuan smiled and said. One sentence choked the young powerhouses present until they were speechless. Yeah, the greatest probability was because Yi Yuan's bloodline power was strong. This place was the land of dragon slumber. Of course, it would regard people with strong bloodline power in a more favorable light. Ah! Help! There's a monster! Right at this time, a shrill scream suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Who could it be if not little dragon girl? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure suddenly turning into a streak of electricity dashing towards the depths, while the others exchanged glances and also followed after respectively. After a short time, in a narrow passageway, little dragon girl was fighting as she retreated. More than 10 blood-colored afterimages forced little dragon girl until she was teetering on her feet. One had to know, even without Yi Yuan's participation, little dragon girl's strength was sufficient to reach middle jade sovereign heaven too. But currently, under the pincer attack of more than 10 blood shadows, little dragon girl clearly could not hold on anymore. Seemingly perceiving Yi Yuan's approach, little dragon girl yelled, "Big brother Yi Yuan, quickly come and help. I almost can't hold on anymore." Yi Yuan's face fell and joined the battle with a flash. And right at this time, those over a dozen blood shadows seemed to have seen something terrifying, all retreating in an instant. When little dragon girl saw this scene, a pair of round eyes became wide saucers. When the others saw this scene, they became even more convinced of their previous judgment. Whoa, big brother Yi Yuan, you're really too incredible. They seem to be scared of you. Little dragon girl looked at Yi Yuan and said with a look of worship. But Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, "You lass, are your buttocks itching again?" Little dragon girl stuck her tongue out and said cheekily, "I was curious." Don't be angry. All right, big brother Yi Yuan. Got to admit, little dragon girl was very scared of Yi Yuan, while the others had long already had a taste of little dragon girl's fearlessness. Seeing this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. The scourge yielded to Yi Yuan. What on earth is going on? Yi Yuan asked in a solemn voice. Little dragon girl said, I discovered a blood-red fruit in front. It looks very impressive. I was just about to go and pluck it. In the end, these guys came out. It scared me to death. Blood-red fruit. Yi Yuan said with a frown. The moment this was said, the eyes of the others lit up.
Even a fool would also know that this blood-red fruit was not an ordinary item. And man, that fruit seems to be condensed out of blood, seemingly very impressive.
With one look, I felt that it was not ordinary and wanted to go and pluck it. In the end, these guys came out. But, I don't know why. The moment they saw you, it's like rats seeing a cat. All ran away. Little dragon girl said curiously.
Not far away, Yuqing and the rest were gnashing their teeth in hatred. What else could there be?
Because this land of dragon slumber was protecting Yi Yuan. The dangers here did not seem to be dangers to Yi Yuan at all. Come. Bring me to take a look, Yi Yuan said. Hence, little dragon girl brought Yi Yuan and went to a remote cave. Sure enough, a blood-red fruit was growing in the center of the cave, looking breathtaking.
One look and it was clear that it was not something simple.
That's vermilion spirit fruit, Yuqing said with a look of shock when he saw the fruit. It's actually the vermilion spirit fruit. That's a sacred relic of the dragon clan. A vermilion spirit fruit can directly increase a segment of bloodline power. Such a treasure can simply only come by with luck, but not by searching for it.
It was not up to these people to not exclaim in shock. Vermilion spirit fruit, it was equivalent to the promotion of bloodline.
A vermilion spirit fruit could let a dragon increase a segment of bloodline power unconditionally.
Nobody could resist this sort of temptation.
Swoosh! 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 Several figures rushed over at once when they saw the vermilion spirit fruit.
There was even a jade sovereign heavenly stratum among them.
Nothing could be done about it, treasures always moved people.
But right at this time, more than 10 blood shadows suddenly appeared. Each of these blood shadows was extremely powerful, instantly surrounding those few powerhouses.
Bang!
Bang! Bang!
An astonishing great battle immediately erupted in the cave.
The result was that after a moment, those few people were directly thrashed.
Big brother Yi Yuan. These blood shadows are so formidable. Why don't we join forces to deal with them? Little dragon girl said. The two of them joining hands was equivalent to a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. They naturally would not fear these blood shadows. However, Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, "No need. I'll go and pluck it."
Little dragon girl said in surprise, "Big brother Yi Yuan, your strength is too weak. Don't joke around." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who's joking with you?" As he said, Yi Yuan's figure drifted, directly arriving in front of the vermilion spirit fruit.
Those blood shadows directly dissipated without a trace, as if they had never appeared before. When little dragon girl saw this scene, a pair of round eyes stared like wide saucers again as she cried out in surprise. "What did you do, big brother Yi Yuan?" Each and every one of those blood shadows have an extremely strong, brutal air. They actually don't have any reaction to you at all.
Yi Yuan threw the vermilion spirit fruit to land of dragon slumber and said with a smile, "I didn't do anything. It's just that this land of dragon slumber seems to have chosen me. Therefore, freely pick the treasures here. Here, the vermilion spirit fruit." Little dragon girl shook her head hard and said, "I can't take it. The vermilion spirit fruit is too precious. Furthermore, you obtained it, I can't hog it on my own." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You lass, stop being courteous with me. Let me tell you, the treasures of this land of dragon slumber, as long as you want them, there's none that I can't get. Therefore, just take it." Little dragon girl said in surprise, "Big brother Yi Yuan, you're bragging.
Back then, my royal father narrowly escaped death here too, before he had today's position. What right do you have to dare say such a thing?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't believe me?"
Little dragon girl shook her head and said, "Don't believe you."
Yi Yuan extended his hand and beckoned as he said, "Come here."
Those blood shadows were immediately like small fries coming before Yi Yuan and kneeling down.
When little dragon girl saw this scene, her two eyes immediately shone.
"Do you believe it now?"
"I believe it."
"So, eat it. This thing doesn't have much effect on me."
"Okay." Little dragon girl nodded her head like a rattle drum, swallowing the vermilion spirit fruit in one bite. A good thing like the vermilion spirit fruit also had to depend on who used it. Yi Yuan's bloodline power was already the power of a true dragon to begin with. It naturally did not need the vermilion spirit fruit to grow stronger. Even if it could increase bloodline power after Yi Yuan ate it, it would be extremely limited too.
But to Little Dragon Girl or Yu Qing and the rest, the significance of this thing would be different.
Unconditionally promoting a segment of dragon chi to them, these pseudo-dragons who did not want it.
Seeing this scene, they were envious to the extreme. Swallowing the vermilion spirit fruit, the dragon chi on Little Dragon Girl's body erupted at once.
Originally, Little Dragon Girl's dragon chi already reached peak 5th segment. Now, it directly rose to peak 6th segment. Although there was no dragon chi stone here, the increase in Little Dragon Girl's dragon chi was visible to the naked eye. Yu Qing and the rest were green with envy. If the vermilion spirit fruit was eaten by him, wouldn't he be able to rival Little Dragon Girl?
But there were no ifs in this world. Now, not only could he not rival Little Dragon Girl, he became even further from her instead. Stop watching. Go and play by yourselves. If you follow us, you guys won't even have soup to drink, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile.
Yu Qing's face turned black, feeling as awful as having eaten a fly.
He really could not refute these words.
Consider yourself ruthless.
Who will emerge victorious is not yet known. Don't be complacent too early. Yu Qing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said,
Hoo-hoo. There's really no need to be complacent with a pseudo-dragon like you. I think that you're probably mistaken. Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Yu Qing gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, Go! The land of dragon slumber extended in all directions. There was naturally more than one path. What lucky chances you could obtain, it completely depended on the individual's luck and strength.
Primarily, what Yi Yuan said was right. They would really not even have soup to drink if they followed Yi Yuan.
Freaking hell, Yi Yuan was equivalent to being invincible here.
Big brother Yu Qing, are we dropping this matter just like this? I can't swallow this insult. Mukin said. But Yu Qing sneered and said, Do you really think that that boy is invincible?
Mukin said in surprise, Isn't that so? Yu Qing smiled and said, Of course not. As the saying goes, misfortune might be a blessing in disguise and vice versa.
Being favored by the land of dragon slumber, maybe the land of dragon slumber needs his life as the price. No, it should be said that this possibility is very high.
In a place like the land of dragon slumber, the more smooth sailing it is, the more one needs to be vigilant. Heh? This boy thinks that he's formidable, but he doesn't know that the mysterious power of this land of dragon slumber has already had its eye on him. The moment Mukin and the rest heard, they immediately revealed looks of enlightenment.
Brilliant.
When you said this, it really is true. The more smooth sailing he is now, the more likely something will happen to him at the back. Maybe his life has already been reserved by the land of dragon slumber.
Even if he wants to run, he can't run too. Mukin smacked his thigh and said with a loud laugh.
Yu Qing nodded and said with a smile, That's right. It's precisely so.
Therefore, let's just wait and watch the joke.
When everyone heard that, they all nodded their heads.
As the 7 Great Sea Region's #1 genius, Yu Qing was naturally not a stupid person. The problem that Yi Yuan was worried about, he could imagine it too.
All right. Finally managed to come in. We can't waste the opportunity. Now everyone acts on your own. Whoever has the last laugh is the real winner, Yu Qing said coolly.
He brought 3 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. The majority of the dangers here, he could handle it.
Hence, he was a little more confident than the rest.
Along the way, Yi Yuan brought Little Dragon Girl, walking and stopping, obtaining a lot of benefits.
Of course, these benefits were really nothing to Yi Yuan. Very soon, Little Dragon Girl's bloodline power rose rapidly, almost reaching peak 7th segment.
But the deeper in, the stronger the summoning of that mysterious power.
Yi Yuan knew that he was not far from that mysterious power. Hee. Big brother Yi Yuan, you're really too incredible.
The strange things in here all behave like they saw a ghost when they see you. Little Dragon Girl giggled.
Yi Yuan's face turned black. Did this girl know how to talk or not? But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred.
Countless green lights suddenly appeared around them. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he yelled coldly, Go away.
But this time, it failed.
Those green lights grew more and more, completely drowning the 2 people. By the time Yi Yuan came back to his senses, there was already no trace of Little Dragon Girl.
To be precise, he had arrived at an unknown place.
In this place, he could not see his fingers when he extended his hand. but the blood in his body completely started to feel aroused. I finally waited until you came. In the darkness, a voice suddenly came over, carrying a tiny hint of excitement. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "It was you who summoned me here?" "That's right. Who on earth are you? What's your goal of summoning me here?" Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. "You don't have to be afraid. I'm looking for you. It's just to have you bring me home." That voice said. "Bring you home? Where is your home?" Yi Yuan said with a frown. "My home is in Void Shrine illuminating heaven. I'm too lonely here. I miss home." That voice seemed extremely lonely. Yi Yuan discerned his sentimentality for home from his voice. "Why me?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. He already determined that this mysterious existence did not seem to have malice towards him. This also made his suspending heart relax. Of course, the premise was that he did not reject the other party. Yi Yuan could feel that going home was the other party's obsession. He picked Yi Yuan. But if he could not fulfill his wish, Yi Yuan did not dare guarantee what would happen. Maybe everyone who came here for the expedition would die. That voice said, "Because you're a true dragon's descendant. I've waited for several tens of thousands of years here, but have never come across with a true dragon before. If it's not a true dragon, it will be impossible to pass through the barrier of heavens and return to Void Shrine illuminating heaven." That last is pretty good, but clearly you're more suitable. Barrier of heavens? Yi Yuan asked in puzzlement. In reality, Yi Yuan only knew that this world was called 33 Heavens, but he completely did not know what the 33 Heavens was. He had already arrived in this world for a number of years. But the place that he learned about it was also limited to the Rainclear continent only. And the Rainclear continent seemed to only be a corner of Grand Bright Jade complete heaven too. There was an even more vast world outside. Just like Shuabufan, his cultivation realm was already high until the Rainclear continent could not keep him behind anymore. That place no longer had anywhere that was worth him being reluctant to leave. Therefore, it seemed inevitable that he went to an even more expansive region. It was just that wanting to walk out of the Rainclear continent was not an easy thing either. But now, this mysterious existence actually wanted him to pass through the barrier of heavens. This was much harder than going out of the Rainclear continent. It sounded like a huge challenge. The 33 heavens are the rulers of myriad worlds. It is heaven, not a world. Each heaven is an independent existence, each performing its own duties, dictating the rotation of myriad worlds. There's a clear distinction between heavens. The barrier of the heavens is a stretch of chaos isolating all the heavens. True dragons are born of chaos and can travel through the heavens, soaring across myriad worlds. When your realm reaches it, you'll naturally be able to cut through space. But right now, you're far too weak. That mysterious voice spoke with fervor and assurance, talking tirelessly about the secrets of the heavens. Only then did Yi Yuan know that the Rainclear continent was merely a tiny corner of the 33 heavens. That was all. The current him was still too weak. So that's how it is. But why should I promise you? Yi Yuan asked. Traveling through the heavens, this did not sound like some easy thing. One had to know going out of a measly little Rainclear continent was incomparably difficult, let alone talk about traversing the heavens. "I can make you become stronger," the mysterious voice said. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Do you have a mystic art to condense the divine soul?" Divine soul? You're talking about people of the lower realms, right? People of the lower realms, as long as they don't enter reincarnation, condensing the divine soul isn't considered a very profound method. It's just that your current realm is a little too low, so you can't execute it at all. Yi Yuan's eyes instantly erupted with a shocking light like the sun in the dark night. He finally saw hope. However, he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a solemn voice, "Words alone are no proof." That mysterious voice said, "This is easy. This divinity will impart you a soul race mystic art right now. After you cultivate it to the realm of major accomplishment, forget about condensing the divine soul. What's difficult about condensing origin divinities?" As he said, a set of mystic art actually appeared in Yi Yuan's mind. He could not help being greatly shocked. He actually did not have the slightest strength to fight back in front of this existence. A set of mystic art, he actually instilled it directly into Yi Yuan's consciousness. It could be seen how terrifying the other party's strength was.
He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and started studying this mystic art. Upon cultivating it, he could not help being even more shocked inwardly. How profound! What a powerful origin divinity mystic art!
This mystic art was called divine emergence.
This was a powerful mystic art that cultivated the origin divinity. When cultivated to the extreme, one could rely on the power of the origin divinity and confront heavenly stratum powerhouses head-on.
This kind of means was simply inconceivable.
Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity was undying and imperishable in the heavenspan world. But facing heavenly stratum powerhouses, his origin divinity was still too weak.
The origin divinity was similarly a weak link to heavenly stratum powerhouses. But if he successfully cultivated divine emergence, his origin divinity would become powerful to the extreme. Even if his physical body was destroyed, his origin divinity would still be able to exist independently and continue cultivating to become stronger. That mysterious voice said, speaking of which, chaos origin divinities are mostly naturally born. One such as yours, cultivating into chaos origin divinity postnatal, it's in the minority.
Your chaos origin divinity is extremely suitable to cultivate this divine emergence mystic art. With your talent, if you actually don't cultivate soul techniques, it's rather a waste.
Regardless of whether it was ascenders or native powerhouses, each person's origin divinity had its own attribute.
This attribute was closely related to how one broke through to heavenly stratum.
Some people's origin divinity was lightning attribute, some were fire attribute too, so on and so forth.
Chaos origin divinity was an extremely seldom seen existence among heavenly stratum powerhouses too. Therefore, when Jun Tian saw Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity back then, that was why he would be so surprised. The chaos origin divinity had no attributes, or should one say, it had well-rounded attributes, having extremely strong malleability.
For example, lightning attribute could only cultivate lightning soul techniques. When cultivating other methods, the effect would be greatly reduced.
But the chaos origin divinity would not. Chaos could develop myriad things. Regardless of which attribute soul technique, he could execute it.
Hence, heavenly stratum powerhouses that possessed the chaos origin divinity were actually most suited to walk the origin divinity path.
But origin divinity path cultivation methods and mystic arts were too rare in the rain-clear continent. Therefore, Yi Yuan had a treasure mountain, but he had no way of excavating it. Got to say, it was quite a regret. But if Yi Yuan successfully cultivated this divine emergence mystic art, it would be another trump card of his.
Obtaining the divine emergence mystic art, Yi Yuan behaved like he obtained a priceless treasure, and he started cultivating unconsciously.
Cultivation was timeless. No idea how long had passed either, and then Yi Yuan finally awake from cultivation. He only felt that his origin divinity was almost emerging from his body. His chaos origin divinity was actually several times stronger than before. What a powerful origin divinity mystic art.
I didn't expect that mastering the first level can make the origin divinity several times stronger.
Now, I only need a single thought, and I'll probably be able to effortlessly kill powerhouses at limitless sublime heavenly stratum and below, Yi Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that that mysterious voice actually did not respond, and he could not help being very curious. Senior, MN? I'm here.
Only hearing this voice, did Yi Yuan set his mind at ease?
That voice exclaimed in shock. You, boy, are really a genius in cultivating soul techniques.
You actually only used 1 month and mastered the first level.
If not for seeing that you possess true dragon's blood, I'd even think that you were born in the soul race. Back then, the soul race's #1 genius, Han Xianxia, also used 3 full years before successfully cultivating the first level.
In this 1 month, the mysterious voice had been in shock the whole time.
The progress of Yi Yuan's cultivation was seriously too fast. Yi Yuan did not know the origin of this divine emergence, but he was perfectly clear. The soul race had 3 great soul cannons. This divine emergence was one of them.
Back then, he killed a top powerhouse from the soul race before snatching away this secret cannon from the other party.
It took him 100 years to cultivate the first level of this divine emergence. And back then, he was already an apex character who commanded the 33 heavens.
But even so, it took him 100 years to just cultivate the first level. The profoundness of the soul canon could be seen, but Yi Yuan only used a month and finished cultivating the first level. This speed was simply even more terrifying than the soul race. The soul race's secret canon was cultivated by a half-human half-dragon fellow, and the speed was actually dozens of times faster than the soul race's number 1 genius. Got to say, this was a kind of irony. He naturally did not know that cultivating until this day, Yi Yuan's understanding of the divine soul path was extremely profound in the first place. Otherwise, how could Yi Yuan rely on his own strength and achieve the chaos origin divinity in a sealed heaven-span world? Many thanks to Senior for imparting the Tao. Regarding Senior's request, even if Yi Yuan's bones are ground to dust, I'll complete it too, Yi Yuan said sincerely. The divine emergence had a total of 7 levels. As long as he cultivated to the 3rd level, Yi Yuan would be able to perform a secret art in it, called Divinity Assembly. This technique was precisely the method to condense origin divinity. At that time, he should be able to truly revive Mu Lingxue. Yi Yuan killed all the way to the 33 heavens from the heaven-span world. It was for the sake of today. So how could he not be agitated? This mysterious powerhouse imparted to him this cultivation method. With Yi Yuan's disposition, he would naturally fulfill his wishes even if his bones were ground to dust. The mysterious powerhouse said, "Amen? It's good that you have this heart. This divinity is really a little tired and wants to go back home. This divinity, Mitian, will follow you in the future." Thump, thump. The sound of heartbeats suddenly entered Yi Yuan's ears. The darkness faded, and a heart appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Suddenly, the heart started to shrink, then shrunk again. Finally, it turned into a small and exquisite red crystal and flew toward Yi Yuan. "It's my dragon heart. It will be lodging in your body in the future. The dragon chi in the dragon heart will nourish your true dragon bloodline and be greatly beneficial to you. I hope that one day, you can bring me home." Mi Tian's voice transmitted out of the dragon heart. Finished saying, he did not wait for Yi Yuan to refuse either. The dragon heart flew straight between Yi Yuan's eyebrows and disappeared. Yi Yuan felt as if a round of spring rain was currently nourishing all the blood in his body. This feeling made him extremely refreshed. "Senior Mi Tian, rest assured. What Yi Yuan promised you, I'll definitely do it," Yi Yuan said firmly. Outside of the karst cave, the 7 Great Sea region's young powerhouses have already assembled. However, there were still many people who remained in the land of dragon slumber forever. Some rejoiced, some bemoaned. Some people died, but there were naturally some who attained Tao. "Congratulations, brother Yu Qing. You're probably the biggest winner among us apart from younger sister Jingfei," Mukin said to Yu Qing with a smile. "This is just something to be expected. The happiest thing is that guy won't be coming out again. See? What did I say? Feeling the calling of the land of dragon slumber and getting the protection of the land of dragon slumber might not be a good thing. Now it's indeed like this, right?" Yu Qing was very happy, really happy. Entering the land of dragon slumber this time, he obtained considerably lucky chances. His cultivation directly reaching the realm of grand completion, limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Not only that, he even obtained a dragon race mystic art that could let his bloodline power continuously improve. With this mystic art, he might become a true dragon in the future. Of course, what made him happiest was still that Yi Yuan did not come out. The land of dragon slumber's restrictions were already slowly recovering. It was about to recover like it was new soon. Those who had not come out yet were basically confirmed that they could not come out anymore. He was already very sure that that mysterious summoning was simply a huge trap. Yi Yuan must have already died inside after entering. This matter made him even happier than when he broke through his cultivation realm and obtained the dragon race mystic art. Ha ha ha! Brother Yu Qing indeed foretold with divine accuracy. That cocky guy has died inside. Mukin gave Yu Qing a big thumbs up as he said with a loud laugh. He was very happy too. Yu Qing said smugly, "Hoo-hoo. This guy thought that he was a genius, but he was an out-and-out moron. This was clearly a trap. He actually jumped in just like that. Humph. Big brother Yi Yuan won't die. He'll definitely come out."
Little dragon girl pouted and said unhappily. To talk about this land of dragon slumber trip, the biggest winner was none other than little dragon girl.
Her bloodline power already reached the terrifying peak 8th segment, being only half a step away from the 9th segment.
Apart from this, she even obtained many good things with Yi Yuan's help. These things could all increase bloodline power.
With these things, little dragon girl evolving to the realm of a true dragon was virtually a sure bet. Furthermore, little dragon girl's realm also directly jumped to grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum.
Her improvement was even greater than Yu Qing.
One had to know she rose up from lower limitless sublime heaven.
Those dragon race good stuff, Yi Yuan did not want a single one of them and gave it all to little dragon girl. Little dragon girl liked to play pranks, but it did not mean that she could not tell good from bad. She had a good impression of Yi Yuan to begin with. Now she was even more grateful to Yi Yuan.
So, when she saw Youqing's gloating appearance, she felt very unhappy.
Not far away, Black Flood Dragon King was also frowning slightly, his expression grim. He was very optimistic about Yi Yuan and felt that he definitely would not fall in the land of dragon slumber. Who knew that he really fell? If not for that, he could not enter the land of dragon slumber. He even wished to rush inside right now. Youqing's words made him inexplicably a little irritated. But right then, the restrictions of the land of dragon slumber were finally restored again. Youqing laughed loudly and said, "Young sister Jingfei, even if your big brother Yi Yuan isn't dead, it's impossible to come out anymore too. This restriction, even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses can't break it too. Do you think that he can come out? Ha ha ha."
In his excitement, Youqing burst out laughing.
Noisy.
Youqing was currently being pleased with himself when Black Flood Dragon King flung a slap over. Against a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven mighty expert, he did not even have time to react and was directly slapped flying.
Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one expected that Black Flood Dragon King would actually get so angry. Youqing clutched his face and said with a look of surprise, "Black Flood Dragon King, you dared to hit me?"
Black Flood Dragon King had a dark look and said, "Still dare to be noisy, this king will kill you right now."
"Can Jialan, that guy, do anything to this king?" Youqing's expression changed. Only then, knowing that Black Flood Dragon King had genuinely become enraged. It was just that, he did not understand why Black Flood Dragon King would suddenly get angry. Could it be because of Yi Yuan, that punk? But Yi Yuan was not considered as being respectful to Black Flood Dragon King either. In fact, he was a little domineering. So Black Flood Dragon King should have no reason to like him.
How baffling.
However, Black Flood Dragon King flying into a rage, he naturally did not dare to speak up anymore and could only suffer a quiet loss. He did not have the qualifications to challenge Black Flood Dragon King right now. Even if his royal father came, he would at most be about on par with Black Flood Dragon King too. You guys, quickly look." Right then, someone suddenly started yelling. That voice was as if he had seen a ghost. Black Flood Dragon King and Youqing both followed the voice and looked over, and could not help being dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually walked out of the land of dragon slumber with a swagger just like that. That restriction power seemed to be non-existent.
How is this possible? How did he do it?
Why didn't these restrictions kill him? He's actually not dead. Youqing had a look of shock, asking several questions in one breath. Except no one could answer him, because even Black Flood Dragon King did not know what happened either. The scene before their eyes had never happened in the land of dragon slumber before. Too inconceivable. The restrictions were already restored, and yet he could actually still come out. Wasn't he dead? How did he revive again? Damn it. This boy's life is really tenacious. When these young powerhouses saw Yi Yuan, beyond the shock, each and every one was incomparably disappointed.
No one expected that Yi Yuan could actually come back to life.
Black Flood Dragon King was in extreme shock too, but the fury on his face had long already vanished without a trace. What replaced it was joy. Yes, he was extremely happy. Yi Yuan being able to come out was the best thing for him. Furthermore, he could also excavate even more secrets from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Youqing's face like his father had died, and said with a smile, Looking at your expression, it seems like you are very disappointed that I could come out. But, seeing your expression like this, I'm very happy. Big brother Yi Yuan, they all said that you couldn't come out. But I knew that you'd definitely come out. Hehe. See, I guess correctly, right? Little dragon girl dashed into Yi Yuan's arms at once and raised her head as if showing off. Black Flood Dragon King also came up and said with a smile, "Just now, seeing that young friend Yi didn't come out." This king was very worried. Young friend Yi is indeed a lucky one. Although the father and daughter two people were pleasantly surprised, it was quite different on the inside. Little Dragon Girl was sincerely blessing him, but Black Flood Dragon King was hiding a dagger in his smile. Yi Yuan stroked Little Dragon Girl's head and flashed her a slight smile. Yi Yuan looked towards Yu Qing and said with a faint smile, "Since everyone came out, then we should also settle some scores." Yu Qing was taken aback and said with a cold smile, "Settle scores? Hoo-hoo. It's time to settle scores." In the land of dragon slumber, there was that mysterious power protecting you, letting you escape a calamity by a fluke. Now, I want to see who can still save you. Coming out of the land of dragon slumber, Yi Yuan's aura did not increase much. He was still a lower, limitless, sublime heaven, while his strength had skyrocketed. Let alone that those 3 jade sovereign heavenly stratums also had a sharp increase in strength. Wouldn't dealing with a mere Yi Yuan be easily accomplished? Before Yi Yuan said anything, Little Dragon Girl immediately said, "Big brother Yu Qing, if you dare to make a move against big brother Yi Yuan, I'll help him beat you." Little Dragon Girl's words made Yu Qing's expression change. This lass was not to be trifled with. Especially the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in her hand, it was simply a dreadful thing. Even 3 jade sovereign heavens attacking together was not a match as well. Yu Qing's face fell and he looked towards Black Flood Dragon King and said, "Dragon Lord, is your Thistle South Sea region really going to intervene in our personal grudge?" Black Flood Dragon King just said coolly, "You and Yi Yuan are both my Thistle South's guests. As long as you're in my Thistle South Sea region, you naturally can't attack. If you insist on making a move against him, then this king can only take action." Yu Qing's face turned black, immediately feeling that life was murky gray. He shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare and gritted his teeth and said, "Punk, consider yourself lucky. Let's go." Now that he had already made great gains, Yu Qing naturally did not have the need to continue staying here anymore. He brought his people and was just about to leave, but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Did I say that I let you go?" Yu Qing turned to look at Yi Yuan and could not help laughing as he said, "Why? What can you really do to me? Just based on your middling skills, do you really think that you're somebody of note?" Buzz. Yu Qing's voice had just faded when he felt as if his origin divinity was struck by a bolt of lightning. His origin divinity actually started to disintegrate under this bolt of lightning. His eyes started to turn slack, his consciousness gradually blurring. Finally, he fell softly to the ground. Dragon Son. Those 3 jade sovereign heavens turned pale with fright and hurriedly went up to check. But they discovered that Yu Qing had already breathed his last. One exchange and Yu Qing was dead. Yi Yuan was quite satisfied with the power of this heaven-illuminating divine lightning move. Many origin divinity mystic arts were recorded in the divine emergence, the power being extremely shocking. Yi Yuan was also just trying his hand against Yu Qing. He did not expect that the power was pretty good. A grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse was actually one-shot in an instant. At this time, Yi Yuan also deeply felt the power of this soul race mystic art. Origin Divinity Attack. What a powerful Origin Divinity Attack. Black Flood Dragon King's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. Regarding this scene earlier, even he did not react in time. A lower limitless sublime heaven actually used an Origin Divinity Attack to one-shot a grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum. This was not what ordinary Origin Divinity attacks could accomplish. Moreover, Yu Qing was not an ordinary person. Although Yu Qing was a pseudo-dragon, his Origin Divinity was still much stronger than the average human martial artist. But Yi Yuan still one-shot him. One of the Jade Sovereign Heavens suddenly raised his head and said angrily, "You dare to kill Dragon Son. Today you must die." In an instant, 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens arrived at the same time. Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit afraid and roared loudly, "Heaven illuminating divine lightning." 3 origin divinity attacks were launched at the same time. The lower limitless sublime heaven Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to attack 3 great jade sovereign heavens. Buzz! The 3 people only felt their heads become muddled. Their origin divinities were actually directly paralyzed. The origin divinity of a jade sovereign heaven was incomparably powerful. But Yi Yuan's heaven illuminating divine lightning still dazed them for a short time. At the same time, Yi Yuan's heaven-span mountain suddenly burst forth, turning into a streak of black smoke, smashing towards one of the jade sovereign heavens. Eft! That person spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, flying out backward. This scene struck deep terror in everyone. Yi Yuan's combat power refreshed their understanding over and over again. A lower limitless sublime heaven actually confronted 3 great jade sovereign heavens at the same time, and even seriously injured one. This guy is really too strong. Origin divinity attack being coupled with a heavenly spirit treasure, there's simply no weakness to exploit. It's also that the 3 of them are all jade sovereign heavens. Otherwise, that origin divinity attack would probably have been able to instantly kill 3 people. What kind of lucky chance did this guy obtain inside? No matter how weak a jade sovereign heaven was, it was a sovereign realm powerhouse too. They were on completely different levels from sublime realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan broke this law and actually severely wounded the other party. However, after this bout of attack, Yi Yuan appeared very weak too, his complexion a little pale. After all, it was jade sovereign heaven powerhouses. This bout of origin divinity attacks was still rather taxing for him. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Roar, roar, roar. More than 10 peak jade sovereign heaven water dragons suddenly rampaged, attacking the weakened Yi Yuan. The power of the Emerald Sea divine conch suddenly bloomed. Little dragon girl's expression changed wildly and she exclaimed, "Royal Father, why did you attack Big Brother Yi Yuan?" This attack was launched precisely by Black Flood Dragon King deploying the Emerald Sea divine conch. Black Flood Dragon King taking action, the power of the water dragon was not what little dragon girl could compare to. The strength of these water dragons was all peak jade sovereign heaven. Against more than 10 peak jade sovereign heaven water dragons, even if they encountered a half-step saint sovereign heaven, it would be a cinch too. But now it was actually used to deal with a limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Of course, Black Flood Dragon King did not attack with his full strength. If he exerted his full strength, he would be able to launch several half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven Super Water Dragons. That level of existence, even other royals would have to keep a wide berth too. It was also precisely by relying on the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch that Black Flood Dragon King showed completely no regard for the other royal clans in the 7 Great Sea regions. When those 3 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses saw this scene, they had wildly ecstatic expressions too. They did not expect that Black Flood Dragon King actually made a move to deal with Yi Yuan. This sudden turn of events was what everyone did not expect. Furthermore, it was even taking advantage of his predicament. It was just that at this time, no one detected that a hint of disdain showed at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. A dark red imprint suddenly lit up at his glabella. Those over a dozen water dragons already arrived in front of him, but suddenly turned around and pounced over toward the Black Flood Dragon King himself. When everyone saw the scene, they were immediately dumbfounded. What was going on? Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed too, suddenly bursting forth with a surge of dragon chi. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Black Flood Dragon King threw both fists out. A terrifying undulation smashed towards those water dragons. Rumble. Black Flood Dragon King fell back several thousand feet, his complexion becoming very pale. He looked toward Yi Yuan, eyes full of shock. What happened? Weren't these water dragons summoned by Black Flood Dragon King? Why did they attack him instead? He is a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven expert, but he was actually struck back several thousand feet by the water dragons that he summoned. This is simply something unheard of. I seem to have seen Yi Yuan use a spell just now. But isn't the Emerald Sea Divine Conch the Thistle South Royal Clan's lifeblood treasure? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. Ever since the Black Flood Dragon King obtained the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, he could be said to have shocked the 7 Great Sea regions. This kind of grand mist treasure was extremely rare in the 7 Great Sea regions too. But now, This thing was actually not listening to orders anymore. And the one who was the most shocked was none other than Black Flood Dragon King. He had already obtained the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for 10,000 years and had long already refined it into his own item. But just earlier, he actually lost control of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. He was unable to understand how Yi Yuan did it. Just now, Yi Yuan being weak made Black Flood Dragon King realize that it was the best opportunity to make a move and capture Yi Yuan. But who would have expected that Yi Yuan actually still had such a contingency move? The most important thing was that he examined his own heart and felt that he never showed any hostility all along. But that scene earlier, it was as if Yi Yuan had long expected it. Virtually right as he made a move, Yi Yuan took countermeasures. Why? Yi Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said with a smile that was not a smile, finally can't refrain from making a move? I even thought that you were planning on returning to the Dragon Palace before taking action. Only then did Black Flood Dragon King confirm that Yi Yuan really knew about it long ago, and took precautions in advance. His brows furrowed slightly and he said, "This king is certain that I've never shown hostility before. How did you know?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Still remember my breakthrough before entering the land of dragon slumber? Very unfortunately, I entered a state of emptiness at that time and became perfectly aware of everything here. At that time, I detected it." Black Flood Dragon King's face fell, secretly regretting it. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not have let Yi Yuan enter the land of dragon slumber. But back then, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. Even if he extracted the dragon marrow, he also did not dare guarantee that he would be able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Who would have thought that this sudden turn of events would actually occur? "Royal Father, Big Brother Yi Yuan is a good person. Why do you want to kill him?" Little dragon girl mumbled, her expression unhappy. Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, "At this point, there's nothing to hide anymore as well. Although this kind obtained considerable lucky chances in the land of dragon slumber, I still haven't been able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The dragon marrow in this boy's body is a great tonic to this king. As long as this king fuses with his dragon marrow, I'll naturally be able to pierce through this last layer of window pane paper." Only when everyone heard that did they come to a realization. Yi Yuan was also taken aback. He even thought that him ruining the sea war made Black Flood Dragon King bear hatred in his heart. He did not expect that he was actually eyeing the bloodline power in his body. "Boy, since you already know, you should have some awareness, right? Offer your dragon marrow, and this king can spare your life. In fact, I can even let you be an idle dragon king in the Thistle South Sea region and spend the second half of your life in comfort," Black Flood Dragon King said coolly. Although this scene earlier was very surprising, he was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven at any rate too. Even if he did not utilize the Emerald Sea Divine Conch just by relying on his own strength, he was terrifying to the extreme too. He naturally would not think that Yi Yuan could escape. Moreover, it was not just him alone who wanted to kill Yi Yuan here. Yi Yuan's gaze also turned slightly chilly. The dragon marrow was essential to the dragon race. Bloodline power was born from the dragon marrow. Without the dragon marrow, it would be equivalent to the martial artist losing their small world. Still cultivate what shit. Although it was not fatal, it would be tantamount to ruining the future of a martial artist. Not killing someone, but even scarier than killing someone. "Royal Father, how can you do this?" Little dragon girl said angrily. Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, "Jingfei, after Royal Father fuses with the dragon marrow and breaks through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, I'll be the 7 Great Sea Regions' true king. At that time, you'll be the 7 Seas Princess. I don't want to be whatever 7 Seas Princess. I only want Big Brother Yi Yuan." "You can't kill him," Little Dragon Girl said stubbornly. Black Flood Dragon King frowned and said, "That's not up to you. Black Shark, take her away." I'm not going. Little Dragon Girl had a stubborn look and was about to urge the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But she discovered that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was solid as a rock. She could not control it at all. She was still a little too weak in front of Black Flood Dragon King. Without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her being restrained by Black Shark was also within reason. Finished with these, Black Flood Dragon King looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Boy, Looks like you really obtained quite a lot in the land of dragon slumber, to actually be able to reverse control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But, even if this king doesn't use the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, do you think that you can escape? Boom! The moment Black Flood Dragon King's aura released, that terrifying pressure made the faces of everyone present change abruptly. He was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven expert. An expert of such realm was absolutely apex existences in the 7 Great Sea regions. They rarely made a move. Hence, these dragon sons could be considered to have broadened their horizons looking at one making a move. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said with a grin, "If you're using the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, I'll use it then." Black Flood Dragon King was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, "You want to use it? What do you base on to use it? I've refined the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for 12,000 years. It has long already fused into one with me." And just as he was talking, Yi Yuan already started forming seals. Black Flood Dragon King was currently talking by himself when suddenly, his expression changed. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually had an impulse to break free from his body. He suddenly discovered that he could not quite control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch anymore. In order to not get counter-controlled by Yi Yuan, he already hid the Emerald Sea Divine Conch inside his body just now. Damn it! You! How did you do it? Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed wildly. He desperately appealed to the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, but his control over it was still being lost bit by bit. Swoosh! Suddenly, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually flew out of the Black Flood Dragon King's body. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. How is this possible? Black Flood Dragon King is actually unable to control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter did that boy obtain in the land of dragon slumber? Snatched away. It's really snatched away. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch turned into a streak of light and actually flew straight toward Yi Yuan, suspending in front of him. Black Flood Dragon King's face was gloomy to the extreme, because he discovered that the connection between him and the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was completely severed. In these 10,000 years, it was still the first time that such a thing happened. Once this level of treasures was finished refining, then it would fuse into one with him. Unless he was killed, otherwise it would not be able to be stripped at all. But Yi Yuan actually did it. Yi Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said coolly, "The Emerald Sea Divine Conch originated from the land of dragon slumber to begin with. Letting you use it for so many years, it's also considered a blessing to you. Today, I'll take it back. It no longer belongs to you." As he said, Yi Yuan formed seals again. The imprint that Black Flood Dragon King left behind in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was actually directly wiped away. Black Flood Dragon King seemed to have suffered a serious injury, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, his mind already suffered damage. He looked at Yi Yuan with a pair of angry eyes almost, seemingly wanting to incinerate Yi Yuan. "Yi Yuan, I want you dead." Black Flood Dragon King's roar practically made the seabed boil. The powerhouses were all extremely shocked. Of course, what surprised them even more was that Yi Yuan actually really stripped away the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. The current Yi Yuan was like a ruler. The things that he bestowed upon you were all taken back. Black Flood Dragon King completely rampaged, the aura of half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven being released fully. It was only to see his dragon head open its gaping maws. A light ball spat out of his mouth. That's the Black Flood Dragon King's consummate skill that made him famous, Dragon Flame Bullet. It was said that back then, he used this move and defeated the Xianxia region's Black Mountain Dragon King by a hair's breadth. Looks like Black Flood Dragon King is genuinely enraged. Even if Yi Yuan controls the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, he can't escape death either. The strength of a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven is too terrifying. Yi Yuan wouldn't think that by taking in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, he'd be able to defeat a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, right? That's a powerful existence that has half a foot stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven. Seeing Black Flood Dragon King use his famed consummate skill, everyone immediately sentenced Yi Yuan to death. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, although it was not a real Saint Sovereign Heaven, their strength was also far from what one could mention in the same breath as Jade Sovereign Heavens. And Yi Yuan was just a lower, limitless, sublime heaven.
The two people's disparity was too great. The moment the dragon flame bullet appeared, the entire seabed was turned upside down. That terrifying pressure made everyone keep a wide berth. Yi Yuan was situated in the midst of the storm without the slightest fear as he said coolly, "Black Flood Dragon King, you've obtained the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for so many years and look to be infinitely glorious. But you're merely a pseudo-dragon and can't unleash the true power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch at all. Today, I'll let you witness the Emerald Sea Divine Conch's true power." All of a sudden, the true dragon power in Yi Yuan's body erupted. The entire seabed seemed to be transmitting out waves of dragon roars. The expressions of the dragon race members present suddenly changed in an instant. Under this pressure, they actually had an impulse to kneel down. In reality, some dragon race members with impure bloodlines were already kneeling on the ground and could not even raise their heads. Among them even included a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. And after the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was flooded with this dragon might, it became incomparably dazzling. It seemed to have come to life. Black Flood Dragon King's pupils constricted slightly, his eyes full of astonishment. He had never seen the Emerald Sea Divine Conch be so excited before despite being in his hands for so many years. Yes, excitement. Divine objects had spirits. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this level of heaven-defying treasure, was naturally spiritual. After all, having possessed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for so many years, Black Flood Dragon King could faintly feel the happiness of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch currently. That feeling was like the regret of a bright pearl being cast into darkness for so many years in his hands. At this time, it finally bloomed to its true colors. Emerald Sea Tide, heaven-defying torrent. Yi Yuan roared, and the torrent of the seabed actually turned the other way in an instant. At that moment, it was as if the entire ocean had become Yi Yuan's weapon. Under this torrent, Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could not stand firmly too and were directly swept away by the torrent. Only at this time did they understand what was called floodwaters surging. As the saying went, the water that could carry the boat was the same that could swallow it up. These true spirit seafolk were all kings in the water. They were like fish in the water. But now they currently felt as if they were in hell. That feeling of having no command over themselves made them feel at a loss on what to do. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed wildly. These astonishing floodwaters were actually not the slightest bit inferior to his power. He understood that this was not Yi Yuan's own strength, but the Emerald Sea Divine Conch's power. Yi Yuan's move that solved a major problem with little effort was used too breathtakingly. His bloodline power was the lever while the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was that fulcrum. Yi Yuan used this lever to move the power of the entire seabed. No matter how strong the Black Flood Dragon King's strength was, it was also impossible to be stronger than the entire ocean. He was insignificant in the ocean. "Dragon Flame Bullet, break for me." Facing such a shocking torrent, Black Flood Dragon King did not have other methods either and could only fight power with power. Fortunately, his strength was much stronger than Yi Yuan and he still had the power to fight. It was also thanks to Yi Yuan's cultivation realm being low. If he was Jade's sovereign heaven realm, this torrent could directly turn him into meat paste. Under the watchful gazes of everyone, the dragon flame bullet collided together with this astonishing torrent. Rumble! The violent explosion directly sank the seabed several hundred feet. The terrifying power directly blasted those sea race powerhouses flying, even if they had already evaded very far away. Black Flood Dragon King spurted fresh blood wildly from his mouth and was akin to being struck by lightning. How did he still have the demeanor of a king? Although Yi Yuan's complexion was a little pale too, it was not a serious problem. Clearly, Black Flood Dragon King was defeated. Is this the true power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? It's simply too terrifying. It's also that Yi Yuan is just limitless sublime heavenly stratum. If he reached Jade Sovereign Heaven, wouldn't he swept across the 7 great sea regions just by relying on this Emerald Sea Divine Conch? More than sweep across. Even if a Saint Sovereign Heaven runs into him, they will have to give a wide berth to, right? Even the Dragon Flame Bullet can't block the power of this torrent. It's too terrifying. The expressions of many sea race powerhouses were deathly pale too. Clearly, they were frightened by the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. They naturally would not think that this was Yi Yuan's own strength. But similarly, using the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, the power was completely different in the hands of Black Flood Dragon King compared to it being in the hands of Yi Yuan. This already indicated many problems to begin with. At least, the dragon might in Yi Yuan's body had obtained the true recognition of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Even if Black Flood Dragon King already refined it for 10,000 years, it was useless too. Yi Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said disdainfully, Emerald Sea Divine Conch is a high-grade Grand Mist treasure, its power being boundless. Unleashing its power with your bloodline power, it doesn't even reach 10%. It's simply a bright pearl that's cast into darkness in your hands. Furthermore, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch still has many brilliant uses, but you don't understand it at all. As if to confirm Yi Yuan's words, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch circled around Yi Yuan. It was as if it was a lively elf. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. Even a fool could also tell that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch really found its home now. Black Flood Dragon King's complexion was ashen, with indescribable despair on his face. He did not expect that he actually lost so thoroughly. Yi Yuan said coolly, I won't offend people unless I'm offended. Originally, I only came to Thistle South Sea region due to Jingfei's invitation. But you had impure motives. Then it can't be blamed on this Yi. Finished saying, Yi Yuan formed a seal with his hands again. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch erupted with a terrifying power once more. This time, it was the final hit. Leaving behind a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven enemy was not Yi Yuan's style. Don't! Big brother Yi Yuan. Right at this time, little dragon girl suddenly cried. Yi Yuan's movements suddenly turned stiff and he looked toward Jingfei. Little dragon girl wept as she yelled, Big brother Yi Yuan, I beg you. Please don't kill my royal father. He's the best royal father in the world. When Yi Yuan heard this, his brows could not help furrowing. Although this lass loved to play pranks, she was just not mature yet. Previously, when Black Flood Dragon King wanted to kill him, she even spoke up to stop him. Could be seen that her character was not bad. Now, Yi Yuan could not help feeling a little troubled. Yi Yuan was silent. Everyone looked at him with complicated expressions. Who could have thought that by making a trip to the land of dragon slumber, this measly little limitless sublime heavenly stratum could actually decide the life and death of the 7 great kings? After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said coolly, All right, I can spare his life. But death penalty can be spared, punishment can't be escaped. Black Flood Dragon King, cripple your own cultivation, and then I can let you off. From now on, you'll stay in this Thistle South Sea region and be an idle dragon king. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed and he scolded angrily. You might as well kill me. Yi Yuan said coolly. If you're not willing, then I can only do it myself. It was only to see him recite a spell. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch activated again. Boom! Hundreds of water dragons suddenly condensed in the deep sea. Each water dragon had the cultivation of Jade Sovereign Heaven. Hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, what kind of concept was that? Back then, when the Pill Alliance besieged the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, they merely mobilized around 100 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. But Yi Yuan directly summoned more than 100 water dragons. Bang! 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 100 water dragons bombarded Black Flood Dragon King wildly, making everyone's expression change from watching again. The torrent just now versus these 100 water dragons was 2 different kinds of impact. But without a doubt, they were both extremely strong. Furthermore, these over 100 water dragons were not completely disorderly. Their fighting method was far stronger than those that Black Flood Dragon King and Little Dragon Girl summoned. Too strong. Completely different levels. Black Flood Dragon King could only summon several water dragons of similar strength to his when he used the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But Yi Yuan summoned hundreds of water dragons that's even higher realm than him in one go. This is called disparity. That's right. Yi Yuan definitely has true dragon bloodline. I didn't expect that a true dragon bloodline actually appeared in my 7 great sea regions. The heavens of the 7 great sea regions are going to change. At this time, they all realized that the appearance of Yi Yuan, this true dragon, would make the 7 great sea regions arrangement undergo massive changes. If Yi Yuan had the intention to seek hegemony,
He could even dominate the 7 great sea regions now and become the king of the 7 seas.
Black Flood Dragon King was severely injured in the first place. Amidst the wild bombardment, he could still barely manage to hold on at the beginning.
But later on, he gave up completely. After a bout of indiscriminate bombardment, Black Flood Dragon King directly became a cripple. He sank to the bottom of the sea, his aura being feeble to the extreme.
Yi Yuan arrived in front of Black Flood Dragon King and said coolly, "You only had yourself to blame for this, can't blame me."
"Big brother Yi Yuan, must you do this?"
Little dragon girl said in tears. It was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing years in this girl's eyes. However, he still said cruelly, "This is my bottom line. If he isn't crippled, then we can only fall out and become enemies.
You should know. This incident wasn't started by me."
Black Shark and the rest were all silent like cicadas in winter at this time.
It was not that they did not want to take action, but that Yi Yuan was too powerful. The Yi Yuan who possessed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. His might was already sufficient to overthrow the entire Thistle South royal clan.
Pray tell, who could resist these hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heaven Water Dragons? Little dragon girl wept bitterly, but she nodded her head and said, "Okay."
Yi Yuan also did not expect that little dragon girl actually nodded her head at this time.
He even thought that he was going to fall out and become enemies with this girl because of Black Flood Dragon King.
However, even if he killed Black Flood Dragon King, he would not make things difficult for little dragon girl either.
Yi Yuan nodded slightly and did not talk rubbish either, directly going up and crippling Black Flood Dragon King's cultivation.
Seeing the king of the 7 seas become a cripple, the expressions of each and every one of the sea race powerhouses present changed slightly. That was one of the strongest 7 people in the 7 seas. But there were also some dragon sons that had a hint of smugness that flashed across their eyes. They knew that Yi Yuan's foundation was not in the sea and that he would definitely return to the shore. Therefore, in the wake of Black Flood Dragon King being crippled, Thistle South royal clan's decline already became inevitable.
Thistle South Sea region was the closest to land. It could be said to be the most prosperous sea region. The other sea regions had the intention of encroaching on it long ago. It was just that due to Black Flood Dragon King's might, they did not dare to take action all along.
But now, Black Flood Dragon King was already crippled.
The chance came now.
"Uncle Black Shark, carry royal father. Let's go back." Little dragon girl already stopped crying at this time and ordered Black Shark expressionlessly.
He did not see much hatred in Little Dragon Girl's eyes.
But he felt that Little Dragon Girl seemed to have matured at this instant.
Little Dragon Girl was playful, but she was not stupid.
She knew what the Thistle South royal clan had to face now that Black Flood Dragon King was crippled. Therefore, she had to become strong.
It was not calm and tranquil in the sea.
The 7 great royal clans' open and covert contentions had never ceased before. In the past, there was Black Flood Dragon King suppressing the others. Hence, Little Dragon Girl could live a carefree life.
But now her brothers, her mothers, all needed her to protect them. Right at this time, a streak of flowing light flew by.
The Emerald Sea Divine Conch stopped in front of her. Little Dragon Girl looked at Yi Yuan with some surprise, uncertain what it meant.
When the others saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly too. "Big brother Yi Yuan, you."
"The Emerald Sea Divine Conch is yours in the first place. I'm returning it to you now. With your current bloodline power, if you control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, your strength won't be weaker than Half-Step Saint Sovereign Heaven."
I've also left the method of controlling the Emerald Sea Divine Conch inside. With your intelligence, you should be able to learn it very quickly.
Talking until here, Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark and swept across the face of the numerous powerhouses and said, "From today onward, you're the Thistle South royal clan's new dragon lord." The expressions of those dragon sons concocting a scheme could not help changing drastically at this time.
They looked at Yi Yuan with incomprehensible expressions, not understanding why he would do this.
That was a grand missed treasure. Grand missed treasure, that was a treasure that Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses used. He actually casually gave it to Little Dragon Girl. Little Dragon Girl also looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise, as if she did not know him. She also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually returned the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to her. Before that, Little Dragon Girl had always believed that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was hers. But now she already understood the Emerald Sea Divine Conch simply belonged to the land of Dragon Slumber. And the land of Dragon Slumber's inheritance had already been completely acquired by Yi Yuan. Therefore, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch belonged to Yi Yuan. The power that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch unleashed in Yi Yuan's hands was much greater than unleashed in her hands. Yi Yuan possessing the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was equivalent to suddenly advancing a major cultivation realm and could even overpower Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Such a massive lucky chance, he actually did not want it. It was impossible for this kind of thing to happen to anyone. But Yi Yuan did it. She shook her head hard and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan, this is yours. I can't take it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Take it. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch belongs to the sea. It can only unleash its greatest power in the sea. Following me to land, it won't be able to even unleash half of its power. Therefore, it is better for it to follow you. Furthermore, without it, you won't be able to protect your royal father and royal mother, as well as your siblings. So, don't need to refuse me." Little dragon girl's eyes could not help becoming wet, nodding her head hard at Yi Yuan. "It's here." Yi Yuan looked at the two islands ahead and was absorbed in thought. Between the two islands was a glimpse of the sky. That appearance was clearly being split by someone with a sword. Currently, Yi Yuan was very far away from the island, but a sword energy that made the heart palpitate was faintly coming from there. A dragon head and human body sea folk was standing next to Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not the Black Flood Dragon King? More than a year had passed since the trip to the land of Dragon Slumber. Yi Yuan did not leave Thistle South Sea region right away, but held down the fort in the Dragon Palace for as long as a year, stabilizing the situation in Thistle South. Black Flood Dragon King hated Yi Yuan to the bones, but he had nothing to say about Yi Yuan's behavior and conduct. At present, he had already become a cripple and could only resign himself to fate. After staying for a long time, Yi Yuan's understanding of the sea race also became better. Not long ago, Yi Yuan learned from Black Shark that more than 10,000 years ago, a human powerhouse had once crossed the 7 great sea regions and set off for the south. At that time, it caused a mighty uproar in the 7 great sea regions. Actually, the 7 great sea regions back then were not like the current situation. They were under the rule of 3 Saint Sovereign Heavens. The appearance of that human powerhouse triggered a joint attack by the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. As a result, for great Saint Sovereign Heavens unfolded a grand battle in the stretch of sea region that Yi Yuan was standing at. The human powerhouse slew the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens here by himself with one sword. This island was cleaved apart by the human powerhouse's one sword slash. Ever since then, the 7 great sea regions had fallen into chaos. Only all the way until later 7 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens rose up did the 7 great sea regions recover to their current situation. That's right, it's here. That great battle caused a great sensation in the entire 7 great sea regions. Back then, I was just a lower limitless sublime heaven and had the fortune to witness that grand battle. That human powerhouse was too strong. Mentioning that person, Black Flood Dragon King still had lingering fear in his heart now. One had to know a human fighting with the sea race in the ocean was a great disadvantage to begin with. But that person suppressed the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens from beginning to end. That sort of power virtually made people despair. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered indeterminately. He thought of someone. Zhuo Bufan. Calculating from the time, it seemed to be precisely what happened after Zhuo Bufan's disappearance. There was a legend at that time that Zhuo Bufan walked toward the sea and left. It was just that people did not know whether it was real or fake story. But looking at it now, perhaps this really happened. Yi Yuan could not think of anyone who had this ability apart from Zhuo Bufan. To be able to overpower 3 great sea race Saint Sovereign Heavens with his power alone. Suddenly, Yi Yuan stepped forward and walked toward the island. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed, and he said, "You can't go. That sword energy is priming with the power of Great Tao. It has stayed on this island for more than 10,000 years and still hasn't decayed too much to this date. Even us, these half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, can't enter the center of the sword energy too. If you go, you'll die without a burial ground." Yi Yuan ignored him and continued advancing. The further he advanced, the more piercing cold the sword energy became. Swish! A wound was cut on Yi Yuan's face, fresh blood dripping down. However, Yi Yuan was oblivious and continued advancing. And the sword intent in his body actually involuntarily seeped out of his body, turning into a small seedling. When Black Flood Dragon King saw this scene, he could not help saying gloatingly, "Not listening to the advice of the elderly. Suffering is right ahead. How can the power of a saint sovereign heaven be what you can imagine? But it's best that you get hacked into minced meat by this sword intent."
Black Flood Dragon King was conflicted about Yi Yuan currently. He hoped for Yi Yuan to go and die from the bottom of his heart. But the present Thistle South Sea region's situation also indeed needed him to stabilize.
In his view, Yi Yuan's action was no different from seeking death. Even if he controlled the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to defeat him under this sword intent, he was still insignificant like an ant. In his sea of consciousness, Mi Tian said, "What a domineering sword energy. You can't get in." Clearly, he also felt this astonishing sword intent and woke up from his deep sleep. "I know," Yi Yuan said coolly.
"You'll die like this," Mi Tian said.
"I won't. I want to see until which point I can walk," Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan did not underestimate his own capability, but he was not conceited until he thought that he could compare to Zhuo Bufan currently. But, regarding this legendary figure, he indeed really wanted to broaden his knowledge. Walking until here, Yi Yuan basically already confirmed that this sword intent was indeed left behind by Zhuo Bufan, because this sword intent was somewhat similar to Luo Yunqing. Who Luo Yunqing admired the most and held in greatest esteem in his life was Zhuo Bufan. So he walked Zhuo Bufan's path too. It was just that Luo Yunqing's sword intent was far too lacking when compared to Zhuo Bufan. The sword energy became fiercer and fierce, and increasingly dense, virtually unavoidable. The wounds on Yi Yuan's body became more and more. He was carefully feeling the flow of the sword intent, feeling this unparalleled, domineering sword intent. Yi Yuan was greatly stirred. Zhuo Bufan was well-deserving of being an existence that could overwhelm Rainclear continent. Too strong.
Yi Yuan's sword intent was like a firefly compared to the bright moon in front of the sword intent. This sword intent was too pure, too sublime, too powerful. This kind of strength was an unreasonable strength. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, I would cut it with one sword. For more than 10,000 years, the sword intent condensed and did not scatter. It could be seen how powerful the sword intent was.
The further forward, the stronger the oppressive force. Sword intent was secondary, but Yi Yuan felt that astonishing will from the sword intent. This was the root of Zhuo Bufan's might. However, this also aroused Yi Yuan's pride.
At this moment, Yi Yuan completely entered a state of selflessness. His entire being was used to feel the sword intent.
This shocking sword intent dashed around on the island, seemingly disorderly and unsystematic. But Yi Yuan was similarly proficient in sword Dao. He could feel the faintly discernible rule undulation in it.
This was sword Dao. This was a world of swords.
How could it possibly be disorderly and unsystematic?
The 8 transformed swords fully bloomed at this moment.
They unfolded a frenzied exchange with Zhuo Bufan's sword intent. But Yi Yuan's hand was gripped on the branch.
The 9th transformed sword.
At this moment, Yi Yuan urged his sword Dao to the extreme. He was currently in a situation as if fighting with an invisible opponent, the battle situation fierce to the extreme. Far away, Black Flood Dragon King watched until his countenance changed visibly. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be strong to such an extent. Furthermore, the road that Yi Yuan covered currently already far exceeded ordinary Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This place was the 7 Great Sea region's legendary place. Every year, there were powerhouses and geniuses that came here to challenge the sword intent. But there were very few who could survive. In these 10,000 years, many genius powerhouses had sprung up in the sea race too. There was once a genius that had extremely high hopes of reaching Saint Sovereign Heaven. When he was at peak Jade Sovereign Heaven, he came to challenge the sword intent here. In the end, he fell at a place that was still 10,000 feet away from the island.
Stepping on the island and entering that fissure, that place was where the sword intent was at the height of its power. And currently, Yi Yuan was 15,000 feet away from the island. This result already made many Jade Sovereign Heavens perspire from embarrassment.
Roughly 15,000 feet. That should be his limit. Black Flood Dragon King looked at Yi Yuan and said with certainty.
Because he saw that Yi Yuan was currently already extremely strained. He practically could not advance anymore. This place was his bottleneck. Indeed, the sword intent at 15,000 feet already reached Yi Yuan's limit. But the current Yi Yuan was oblivious.
The wounds on his body gradually increased, but it was as if he could not feel it.
The current Yi Yuan was extremely excited. Dismantling moves on sight, it was like he was currently fighting with Bufan.
Resolving the other party's sword intent already became his joy. Even he also did not realize that he had already entered a state of sudden enlightenment. In this 1 year plus, although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, his sword Dao rule did not break through. The further behind, the more difficult it was to comprehend the power of rules.
Often, when it reached the late stage, the comprehension of rules would severely lag behind cultivation realm. At that time, one's potential would also be depleted.
Even wanting to break through cultivation realm a little was immensely difficult. But currently, his sword Dao rule already seemed ready to come out at his call, and was about to reach the 3rd level right away. Under the outside world's strong pressure, Yi Yuan's sword Dao rule became increasingly mellow. Boom! Suddenly, his sword Dao rule seemed to be floodwaters that broke the dam, suddenly gushing out. Sword Dao rule, 3rd level. However, the sword Dao rule that Yi Yuan comprehended was different from Zhuo Bufan's sword Dao rule.
Sword was a great Dao, all-encompassing.
Zhuo Bufan's sword was unparalleled and domineering. What it pursued was the extreme of strength.
His sword was pure to the extreme.
It was a kind of sword that forsaken everything, pressing forward in every endeavor. The gods blocked, kill gods. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. But what Yi Yuan comprehended was the profound meaning of the universe.
Deriving heaven and earth with the sword.
One sword, one world. Zhuo Bufan's sword seemed fearsome, but it had drawbacks too.
Once he encountered a truly powerful individual, his extreme strength would easily suffer a crushing defeat.
This was the so-called easy to break if overly tough. While Yi Yuan's sword Dao rule might not be so strong in terms of strength, but it won in being continuous without ceasing. It was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. Ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. Just like currently, the moment Yi Yuan's opening burst, it became unstoppable.
The sword energy at 15,000 feet was completely unable to stop him anymore.
Swoosh! His figure moved again, speeding toward between the 2 islands. When Black Flood Dragon King saw the scene, he was dumbfounded with shock. This guy actually comprehended it. This boy has such a shocking comprehension ability. What a powerful will.
Virtually at the same time, Black Flood Dragon King and Meteon exclaimed with admiration.
Gaining enlightenment on Dao at the moment between life and death, it was easy to talk about, but doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Since it was between life and death, a single misstep and it would be the outcome of perishing and Dao dissipating. Furthermore, those who were able to return from that sort of extreme state were in the minority. This kind of breakthrough method was okay once in a while, but too many attempts and it would definitely be the outcome of death. But to Yi Yuan, it was already pretty much run-of-the-mill. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's speed soared, entering 10,000 feet very quickly. 10,000 feet, this was already the limit for Jade Sovereign Heavens.
Even a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven like Black Flood Dragon King could at most just advance another 3,000 feet too. Yi Yuan's step was already a result that set the world on fire.
But Yi Yuan's footsteps did not stop.
He was still advancing. 9,000 feet,
8,000 feet,
5,000 feet, 3,000 feet,
1,000 feet. Although the speed got slower and slower, Yi Yuan still rushed to the 1,000 feet place in the end. Black Flood Dragon King opened his mouth wide, having disbelief written all over his face.
Just what kind of terrifying realm had this guy's sword Dao rule reached?
Yi Yuan's skin was long already flayed open and his flesh torn, fresh blood dripping.
But he did not care at all.
He continued to move towards the fissure step by step. The piercing cold sword energy was almost pulverizing him.
But he stubbornly held on. 800 feet, 700 feet, 100 feet, 90 feet, 10 feet. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, almost fainting away. He was already standing at the entrance of the crack, but the sword energy inside was too terrifying. One step away, but akin to heaven and earth. Yi Yuan believed that if he dared to take another step forward, he would surely be sliced into minced meat by the countless sword energy. Boy, you're already very strong. There's a gap of 2 major cultivation realms between you, Tian said. Man, I know. Yi Yuan nodded and said, you can't advance anymore. If you go further, I can't save you too. The brat who left behind this sword scar is too strong, Tian said. Men? I know. Yi Yuan nodded his head again and said very calmly. Only when he saw Yi Yuan had the intention to retreat did Tian set his mind at ease. However, the astonishment in his heart was hard to describe with words. That Saint Sovereign Heaven who left behind the sword scar absolutely had a stunning aptitude. But this young man in front of him was not the slightest bit worse. It was just that these were 2 geniuses of 2 eras, but they exchanged blows here in such a manner. Even he was unable to judge who was stronger and who was weaker too. However, he did not feel that Yi Yuan lost. On the contrary, Yi Yuan brought him too many pleasant surprises today. Right then, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively. Very soon, he returned to the Black Flood Dragon King's side. Swallowing a heavenly pill, he said coolly, "Do you feel that he can reach the other side of the sea?" Black Flood Dragon King was taken back and shook his head and said, "He's very strong, but the 7 great sea regions are just a small plot of land. There are still countless super powerhouses ahead. There are even existences stronger than Saint Sovereign Heaven. It's impossible for him to reach the other side of the sea." "No, he definitely can." The moment Black Flood Dragon King's voice fell, Yi Yuan immediately retorted. Black Flood Dragon King snickered and said, "You're not a sea folk. You don't know the terrors ahead. No matter how stronger you humans are, it's also impossible to cross the ocean and reach the other shore." Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Others can't. But he definitely can." "Of course, I definitely can as well. Perhaps we'll be able to meet in the future. This guy left an awful mess behind for me. When I see him in the future, I'll definitely seek an explanation from him." Black Flood Dragon King had a dumbfounded face, not knowing where this guy's confidence came from. Saint Sovereign Heavens were indeed the kings of the sea, but the sea was too vast. Existences stronger than Saint Sovereign Heavens still existed. This inexplicable confidence was really damnable. However, he also discerned that Yi Yuan also wanted to tread on the wave and leave in the future and reach the other shore. "Hoo-hoo. Go on. You go. Best that you die in the sea," Black Flood Dragon King said with a cold smile. He would never hide his hatred in front of Yi Yuan. He knew that hiding it was useless too. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "I'll definitely go. But I have a premonition that Jingfei that lass will leave in the future too. The 7 great sea regions are too small and can't trap her here." Yi Yuan had long discovered that Jingfei's talent flung the 7 great sea regions people off by too much. Before encountering him, Tian was already planning on designating Jingfei to take him home. It was just that his sudden appearance made Tian change his mind. Could be seen from this that Jingfei's worst result in the future would also be reaching the realm of a true dragon. 3 years later, little dragon girl Jingfei broke through to Jade's Sovereign Heaven in one stroke, shocking the 7 great sea regions. And her dragon chi also successfully evolved to 9th segment. Coupled with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her strength was absolutely by no means inferior to a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, or even stronger. On this day, Yi Yuan bid farewell and left. "Big brother Yi Yuan, thank you," little dragon girl said with a complicated expression. Yi Yuan garrisoned at Thistle South Sea region for 3 years, making the 6 great royal clans not dare to act rashly without careful consideration. To Yi Yuan, it was indeed doing everything that was humanly possible to help already. After all, Black Flood Dragon King being crippled, it was him who provoked Yi Yuan first to begin with. If it were somebody else, they might have directly slaughtered the entire Thistle South royal clan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't behave like a little grown-up, you're still a kid. Cultivate well. The 7 great sea regions are too small, the outside is your stage.
If you feel bored, come to Heavenly South City to look for me and play. The gluttonous bug in little dragon girl's heart seemed to have been lured out all of a sudden, and she said in surprise, "Big brother Yi Yuan, is what you're saying true?"
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course it's true.
Your current strength is enough to deter other royal clans. Even if you go out and play once in a while, they won't dare to make a move without careful consideration as well. Of course, if they really dare to act rashly without careful thought, I'll follow you back to destroy them."
Little dragon girl was beside herself with joy and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan is the best."
Yi Yuan looked at little dragon girl's appearance and nodded with a slight smile. This was how little dragon girl originally looked like. These few years had suffocated her badly. Looking at her appearance akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, Yi Yuan was rather relieved too.
Returning to land, before reaching South City, Yi Yuan already sensed that something was not right.
On the way, he had already been attacked by several waves of true spirits. Furthermore, the closer he got to South City, the more true spirits he encountered. Of course, these true spirits' cultivation realms were not high. They did not pose a big threat to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Could it be that some unforeseen event happened to this South City?
In this region, they were mostly invaded by the sea race. There would rarely be true spirits that dared to come out and riot.
Then where did these true spirits come from? With doubts in his mind, Yi Yuan could not help picking up the pace. Nearing South City, Yi Yuan could not help drawing a breath of cold air. Below the city walls, it was densely packed full of true spirits. The number was simply impossible to calculate. These true spirits surrounded South City tightly and launched attacks frenziedly.
South City's city protecting Grand Array was already in a precarious situation under the frenzied attacks.
Yi Yuan could even see Su Yi pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan on top of city walls. What in the world happened? South City is close to the sea. Why would there be so many true spirits? Logically speaking, there's only the Myriad Demons Mountain that has so many true spirits. Could it be that these true spirits all ran out of the Myriad Demons Mountain? Furthermore, South City is in such imminent danger. Why didn't Heavenly South City and the other 8 cities rush to the rescue? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being full of doubts. Quickly look.
There's a human there, kill him.
He's mine. You're not allowed to snatch. Kill.
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 Yi Yuan did not intentionally hide his figure. Very soon he was discovered by the true spirits at the back.
When they saw Yi Yuan, it was like seeing delicious food, rushing over one after another. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and sword energy swept. More than 10 true spirits were instantly killed. Yi Yuan did not use much strength to deal with these small fries. Below limitless sublime, he could practically instantly kill them. For a moment, tragic wails were continuous. The commotion at the rear attracted the attention of the true spirit army very quickly.
They were attacking the city with all their strength. There was no defense at the rear at all.
Yi Yuan's sudden appearance completely disrupted the true spirit army's siege.
Amen? What happened? Green Rock was currently commanding the army to attack the city when he suddenly discovered that there was chaos at the rear and his brows could not help furrowing together.
He was this true spirit army's commander. His original body was a green-furred Green Rock beast. His strength already reached lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. Seeing as the city protecting Grand Array was about to be breached, but then someone threw a wrench in the works halfway, it made him very angry. Straining his eyes and looking into the distance, he saw that a figure was currently pressing onward crazily.
His army could not stop that person at all. There were even some limitless sublime heavenly stratum commanders who were killed by him in one exchange too.
Humph!
Ignorant fool, just based on you alone, you want to save a city too?
All generals heed my order. Give up the siege, and kill that boy for me, Green Rock said with a loud roar. Roar! All true spirits got the order and immediately turned around and surrounded Yi Yuan. The sudden turn of events below the city made the expression of Su Yi, who was on top of city walls, change.
What happened?
Amen? There are reinforcements?
Why? Why is there only one person? Sui focused his eyes and looked and immediately discovered clues. But very soon he saw that there was only a single figure among the 10,000 beasts and could not help being disappointed. But very soon, his brows furrowed together and he muttered to himself, "Emin, why is this figure somewhat familiar?" Boom! Suddenly there was a huge earthquake. Hundreds of true spirits were directly crushed into meat paste. It turned out the Yuan brought out the Heavenspan mountain and directly suppressed them all. In such a densely packed situation, the Heavenspan mountain was seriously too useful. Boom! There was another huge earthquake. Several hundred true spirits were directly crushed again. The current Yi Yuan directly transformed into a celestial deity, lifting up the giant mountain and directly suppressing the enemies. How could those true spirits dare to approach? This giant mountain was too scary. It was just that once they retreated, they directly collided with the true spirits that rushed up from behind. The entire army immediately became a mess. However, a large empty space was immediately vacated around Yi Yuan. Su Yi's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "It's Third Hall Master. Is he going to rush in alone? Is he crazy?" When Green Rock saw the power of the Heavenspan mountain, not only was he not surprised, he had a look of wild elation instead. Heavenly Spirit treasure. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, this treasure would be his. But currently, inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Mi Tian was incredibly shocked. "Boy, where did you get this thing?" Mi Tian's voice practically changed pitches. The shock in his heart currently could be seen. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look and said, "This matter can't be explained in a few words. It was suppressed in the lower realm that I grew up in by some guy, but it was refined by me in the end. This item is merely a heavenly spirit treasure. You shouldn't be so surprised, right?" Heavenly spirit treasures were indeed exceptional treasures when placed in Rainclear continent. But Yi Yuan knew that he was unable to assess Mi Tian's realm at all. Hence, Mi Tian should not have any interest in this level of treasure. But Mi Tian's reaction made Yi Yuan realize that the origin of the Heavenspan mountain seemed to be extraordinary. Merely a heavenly spirit treasure? Hoo-hoo! This object shocked the 33 heavens back then. This power is unimaginable. This appearance now is merely a bright pearl that's covered in dust. That's all. Talk about this matter later. You'd best resolve the issue in front of you first, Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes, his heart itching like it was scratched by a cat. Back then, he felt that this Heavenspan mountain was somewhat extraordinary, because the wordless heavenly skills cultivation method was extremely formidable. He did not expect that it really had a huge background. But it was indeed not the time to get to the bottom of things now, because Green Rock was already here. "Boy, give the small mountain in your hand. I can spare your life." Green Rock looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan ignored him. Yi Yuan asked instead, "Where did you guys come from? Why did you besiege South City?" Green Rock snorted coldly and said, "Right now, it's this commander who's talking to you. It's not your turn to come and ask me. Looks like I still have to make a move before I can get an answer." Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said with a sigh. Green Rock's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Reckless and blind thing. A mere lower, limitless, sublime heaven also dares to be presumptuous in front of this commander. Kill for me." His subordinates, more than 10 grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum generals, received the order and attacked Yi Yuan one after another. Grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum was already a feudal king of a region in the land of heavenly south. More than 10 true spirits attacking together. The commotion was extremely shocking. Yi Yuan's expression did not change, muttering under his breath. The Heavenspan mountain suddenly turned into an afterimage, smashing towards one of them. Bang! It was only to hear a dull and loud bang. That true spirit spurted fresh blood wildly from his mouth, being already seriously injured. But at this time Yi Yuan's figure was like a ghost and actually disappeared under the siege of the others. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he could already unleash 70% to 80% of the Heavenspan mountain's power. The weight of the power was extraordinary. The usage of the Heavenspan mountain was just one thing: to be unreasonable.
No matter how your means were exceedingly formidable, I would only smash with a mountain.
Simple, crude, yet no solution.
After Yi Yuan was set off, the speed of the Heavenspan mountain was too fast. It was even faster than these grand completion, limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum true spirits. Unless a Jade Sovereign Heaven took action, it was virtually a fool's talk for someone in the same rank to want to deal with Yi Yuan.
Go!
Before everyone had time to react, Yi Yuan's figure appeared behind the few people bizarrely and launched the Heavenspan mountain once again. A true spirit was caught off guard and directly took a fierce blow to the back. This true spirit immediately sprawled on the ground, vomiting blood, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. When Green Rock saw this scene, his expression could not help changing wildly. Bizarre movement technique coupled with the unreasonable Heavenspan mountain, this simply had no solution.
These grand completion, limitless, sublime heaven lords joined forces. Not only are they unable to deal with him, but they are also beaten by him until there's one dead and one injured. Where did this human come from? How can he be so strong? The true spirit army was all dumbfounded with amazement, being frightened by Yi Yuan's shocking strength. Those who attacked just now were all grand completion, limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum true spirits. They actually could not even touch a single strand of hair of the other party.
On top of city walls, Sui was dumbfounded too.
How similarly was the scene to Yi Yuan single-handedly repelling the Thistle South army back then?
However, what was different was that the Yi Yuan at that time was just putting on an empty fort strategy to scare the other party away. But now, Yi Yuan was relying on his own strength to forcefully resist the 10,000 beast army. Currently, Yi Yuan's image was the same as the savior in the eyes of Calm South City's martial artists. Looking at the jubilant cheering happening on top of city walls, Sui frowned slightly. The real crux was that green-furred commander. He was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Without beating him, everything was off the table. Calm South City did not have Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses at all.
If the city protecting Grand Array broke, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering.
Therefore, he could not open the city gates and go out. That way, it would be equivalent to delivering the lives of the entire city into the hands of these true spirits. Still coming. Yi Yuan looked at Green Rock with strong provocation.
Green Rock flew into a great rage. Flicking his sleeves grandly, he said, "I'll step down for this commander. This commander is going to eradicate this boy with my own hands."
Only to see him extend his hand and beckon. The earth quaked. An enormous rock was actually summoned by him. Green Rock looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "This commander wants to see whether it is your giant mountain that's formidable, or my giant rock roar that's powerful. Go!" Green Rock was an earth attribute true spirit to begin with. He was the most adept in earth rule. Swoosh!
That chunk of giant rock that was akin to a small mountain actually smashed over toward Yi Yuan with incredible speed.
This scene was unbelievably spectacular. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, muttering spells under his breath again. The Heavenspan mountain immediately turned into a small mountain. Boom! Two small mountains collided, emitting an earth-shaking rumble.
The giant rock that Green Rock summoned immediately shattered into countless pieces, but the Heavenspan mountain was as steady as Mount Tai.
The most terrifying thing about this attack was not the giant mountain, but the strength of a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan felt a tremendous force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas transmitted over. He tasted sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. When the true spirit army saw this scene, they immediately started howling like mountains crying out and the sea howling. "Commander is mighty. Long live the commander. Commander, tear this boy to shreds and avenge the brothers. Ignorant human.
To actually dare oppose the commander, courting death."
When Green Rock saw the situation, he let out a burst of wild laughter and said, "Ha ha ha? Punk, know my prowess yet?
Strength is the kingly way.
Without strength, it's useless no matter how strong your treasure is.
This treasure is just a wanton waste of God's good gifts in your hands. Might as well give it to me." Yi Yuan pulled back the Heavenspan mountain and said disdainfully, "Is this the strength of a Jade Sovereign Heaven?"
"Nothing more than this. I'm just a lower, limitless, sublime heaven, being an entire cultivation realm lower than you. You merely hurt me a little, and became so proud of yourself.
Actually, it was not difficult for Yi Yuan to avoid that blow earlier.
But he did not dodge it. He wanted to test how strong the strength of a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven was.
Back then, Huangfu Cloud Think struck a palm on the heaven-span mountain and failed to take his life, let alone Green Rock.
The result of the test seemed to be pretty good. This bit of injury was virtually negligible to Yi Yuan. Green Rock's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Boy, I couldn't tell if you're shamelessly boasting. Just now was just the appetizer. Now, I'll let you taste something even more formidable."
Finished saying, he sucked with his palm. An even larger boulder was sucked up by him again.
Giant rock roar.
Go.
This time, Green Rock employed 80% of his strength. It could be seen that he had become genuinely enraged. However, this time, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of using the Heavenspan Mountain. When Green Rock saw this scene, he sneered even more coldly and said, "Reckless and blind thing, go and die for me."
However, right at this time, a cold light flashed.
An incomparably sharp sword light tore across the sky and landed on the huge rock. Poochie! That enormous boulder actually broke into two and fell with a loud bang. Green Rock's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "How is that possible?"
When he looked again, there was already an additional dragon-shaped long sword in Yi Yuan's hand, emitting a fleeting and ephemeral undulation. This kind of undulation gave Green Rock a feeling of heart palpitations.
Green Rock's eyes went wide and he said with a look of horror, "Gee, Grand Miss Treasure, how is this possible?" Yi Yuan looked at Green Rock and said with a smile, "Not bad. To actually even be able to recognize Grand Miss Treasure. Didn't you say that no matter how strong the treasure is, it's useless too? I can only say that's because your knowledge is too shallow. Or should I say, the treasures that you've encountered were not strong enough. That's all."
Grand Miss Treasure, Dragon Spring Sword.
It was naturally impossible for there to just be one Grand Miss Treasure in Mi Tian's hands. This Dragon Spring Sword was given to Yi Yuan by precisely Mi Tian. A Grand Miss Treasure, that was the treasure that even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses dreamed of. But now, it appeared in the hands of a limitless sublime heavenly stratum. How could he not be shocked? But very soon, his gaze changed from shock to greed.
A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing others greed.
In Green Rock's eyes, a limitless sublime heavenly stratum holding a Grand Miss Treasure. That was delivering a treasure to him. Ha ha ha. Great.
Really excellent.
Boy, this commander really wants to thank you. To actually deliver to me such a treasure, Green Rock said with a loud laugh.
This fleeting and ephemeral aura, even the Sui on top of city walls felt it too.
This kind of aura could only be given off by Grand Miss Treasures. Even if he had never seen one before, he guessed it too. Seeing his expression changed and he said, "Third Hall Master is too rash.
Taking such a treasure out, how can that green-furred commander let him off?"
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you have the ability, what's the harm in taking it?" Green Rock smiled coldly and said, "Boy, you're also underestimating Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses too much. Today, I'll let you experience what's called a Jade Sovereign Heaven." Roar! Green Rock suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared, his entire person turning into a four-legged green-furred beast. It was precisely the Green Rock beast. Boom! It was only to see Green Rock roar. The ground directly collapsed.
Yi Yuan only felt his body suddenly plummet as if imprisoned by something.
A terrifying gravity made him virtually unable to breathe.
Ha ha, how is it, boy? This is a 1,000-fold gravitational field. Powerhouses who are similarly Jade Sovereign Heaven can forget about escaping from my gravity cage too. Now, I want to see what use your treasure has.
Meteor rain.
Arise.
Amidst the loud laughter, the dust on the ground kicked up, condensing into rocks in the air. These rocks had all been transformed by the rule of Earth and were tough to the extreme. In the next instant, it was an earth-shattering blow. Ha ha ha! That boy thinks that Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses only have this bit of strength? 1,000-fold gravitational field, even if same rank martial artists see commander, they will avoid like the plague too.
This boy can't even move. How will he still use the treasure?
What a moron.
Commander has struck rich this time. That's a legendary grand mistreasure.
When the beasts saw Yi Yuan get caught in the gravity field, they already sentenced him to death. After all, no matter how strong the treasure was, if one could not use it, it was useless too. Even if you could use it in this thousandfold gravitational field, every movement and action was slow to the extreme. By the time your move was released, you would long be deader than dead. Boy, your grand missed treasure. This commander will accept it. Meteor rain, fall. Green Rock made a hand gesture of pressing down. The huge boulders that covered the sky directly smashed down. That commotion felt just like the sky had fallen down.
Regardless of whether or not it was the True Spirit Army or Com South City's powerhouses, each and every one of their faces changed abruptly when they saw it.
For Green Rock to be able to become the commander, his strength was indeed extraordinary. He was considered an extremely strong existence among Jade Sovereign Heavens too. It was likely that he had few rivals in the same rank.
When Sui saw the scene, he could not help sighing lightly. However, just as those huge boulders were about to fall to the ground, an abnormality suddenly occurred.
Boom!
Amidst the huge boulders, the phantom of an enormous dragon tore through the air, shattering the falling rocks to smithereens. And that giant dragon did not stop in the slightest, directly rushing out of the gravity field and flying straight for Green Rock.
Roar! The sound of a dragon roar cut across the firmament. This giant dragon phantom even carried an astonishing sword intent.
This was a huge dragon condensed out of sword energy.
Boom! Green Rock was caught off guard and was hit directly, being blasted flying out.
His defense was extremely strong, but currently his body was full of sword scars akin to being sliced thousands of times.
The power of this sword was too terrifying. It definitely reached the level of Jade Sovereign Heaven. The thousandfold gravity field collapsed on its own without being attacked. Green Rock looked at Yi Yuan with a look of horror, full of disbelief.
Not only did a limitless sublime heaven break his thousandfold gravity field, he even breached his defenses. How is this possible?
Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the fallen rocks and looked at him as he said coolly, "I said before, your knowledge is too shallow.
Grand mistreasures are conceived in chaos, carrying the spirit of heaven and earth with boundless power. It's not what heavenly spirit treasures can compare to at all.
Moreover, this grand mistreasure is almost tailor-made for me."
One had to know Yi Yuan could rely on the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to kill a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse like the Black Flood Dragon King in the sea. On land, although unable to borrow the power of the sea, dealing with a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven was still nothing difficult.
Moreover, this Dragon Spring Sword could combine his sword energy and dragon chi together, being ever-changing and having infinite power. This move earlier, Yi Yuan used sword energy and dragon chi at the same time, condensing dragon chi with sword energy, unleashing a formidable sword.
That illusion was a dragon, but it was also sword energy.
Defeating Green Rock was naturally within reason too.
The True Spirit Army that was still shouting just now was dead silent at this time. Their commander was actually defeated.
Even the thousandfold gravity field actually could not trap this limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Was this guy a freak?
Green Rock had a shocked expression on his face. He was frightened by Yi Yuan's words.
Indeed, he knew that Grand Mistreasure was a treasure superior to heavenly spirit treasures. But he had never seen before how strong Grand Mistreasures were.
A treasure like a Grand Mistreasure was virtually extinct on the entire Rainclear continent.
Even those few Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain did not have Grand Mistreasures too.
The power of that sword just now, he finally witnessed it. Of course, Yi Yuan actually released two powers of completely different natures from his body and even fused them into one.
This kind of thing was simply fantastical.
"Who the hell are you?" Green Rock said with a solemn expression.
"Right now, it's me asking you. You just have to answer."
"Where did you all come from?" Yi Yuan said coolly.
Green Rock's expression flickered indeterminately, but he still answered, "This commander came from the Myriad Demons Mountain and is under the command of Myriad Elephant King. Boy, if you know what's good for you, stop meddling in other people's business. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences of failure." Yi Yuan was shocked inwardly. This bunch of guys actually came from the Myriad Demons Mountain. If that was the case, then it would really be troublesome. There were seriously too many great demons in the myriad demons mountain.
It was rumored that there were even a number of Saint Sovereign Heaven-level overlords.
Whoosh! Yi Yuan waved the dragon's spring sword. A ray of sword light was released, smashing green rock flying again. I said it before. I ask and then you answer.
So don't talk nonsense. Keep being long-winded and I can't be bothered to ask you anymore either. I think that with so many true spirits, there will always be those who are willing to answer. Yi Yuan said coolly.
Green Rock's expression changed, gritting his teeth and nodding.
He could tell that Yi Yuan was not joking.
You came from Myriad Demons Mountain. Why would you attack Calm South City? Could it be that the northern cities have all fallen? Yi Yuan asked the thing that he was most concerned about. The great demons went all the way south and even fought to the sea already. Then the northern cities were probably in danger.
The vast majority of the northern cities have already been occupied by us.
Heavenly South City hasn't fallen yet, but they can't hold out for long either. This time, our 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven Kings went south together. There definitely won't be a single blade of grass that grows in the land of Heavenly South, Green Rock said in a solemn voice.
5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, this was a rather shocking lineup.
One had to know, in the entire land of Heavenly South, there was only Meng Frostwind, this one half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven.
With 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens joining forces, one had to say that it was a miracle for Heavenly South City to not be breached up till now.
The land of Heavenly South and Myriad Demons Mountain have always stayed out of each other's business. Why did you all invade Heavenly South? Yi Yuan said with a frown.
Stayed out of each other's business?
Hoo-hoo.
Meng Frostwind and the 5 kings entered a mystic realm together. In the end, he scammed the 5 kings at the critical juncture and snatched a treasure away. Now he's gone missing. Since we can't find him, then we came to destroy Heavenly South, Green Rock said. Yi Yuan was also dumbfounded with shock when he heard it. It turned out that this was all a problem caused by Meng Frostwind.
Speaking with which, Yi Yuan really had not met this city lord before. It turned out that he had been planning to enter the mystic realm all along.
However, making the entire Heavenly South become the scapegoat for the trouble that he caused, it was really too much.
At present, no need to look around, and Yi Yuan also knew that the land of Heavenly South would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. However, Yi Yuan guessed that what Meng Frostwind snatched away must be a treasure that was related to stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Otherwise, it was impossible for these 5 kings to be so enraged. A lucky chance to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven was too precious. Yi Yuan did not believe that Meng Frostwind did not know the consequences. But he still did it anyway. This kind of character really made people despise. But right now, being any more furious was to no avail either. It was best to resolve the problem at hand. What did Meng Frostwind snatch away? Yi Yuan asked. Green Rock was disdainful in his heart and wanted to say a few words of ridicule, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, it was swallowed back.
Grade 5 Heavenly Pill. Sacred Destiny Pill, Green Rock said. Yi Yuan was suddenly enlightened, thinking to himself that it was indeed like so.
However, he was a little surprised too. He did not expect that there were actually grade 5 heavenly pills in this mystic realm.
He had seen before this sacred destiny pill in Zhong Jianzhou's Jade Slip. It was a kind of grade 5 heavenly pill that could increase the chances of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. No wonder these half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were so crazy. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was half a step away from Saint Sovereign Heaven to begin with. With the help of a sacred destiny pill, their possibility of stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven would greatly increase. Yi Yuan kept the dragon spring sword and said coolly, "Come on, lead the way."
Green Rock was slightly taken aback and said, "Go?"
"Go where?" Yi Yuan said, "I want to meet the 5 kings." Green Rock was taken aback again and immediately snickered as he said, "You really want to repay Meng Frostwind's debt?
Can you repay it?
It's true that you're indeed formidable, but can you take out a sacred destiny pill? The 5 kings don't want anything. They just want the sacred destiny pill." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's not what you have to worry about. Just lead the way." In such a large-scale war, the transmission array must have already been broken by the True Spirit Army. He would definitely encounter large groups of true spirits along the way, so Yi Yuan must have a guide.
Otherwise, the number of true spirits was too many to kill. Green Rock sneered and said, since you want to court death, then this commander will grant your wish. Yi Yuan did not even enter South City and just brought Green Rock and left. This journey took a month on foot. However, Yi Yuan urged his speed to the extreme and set off for heavenly South City. Green Rock followed behind and was struck dumb with amazement in his heart. He already urged his speed to the extreme and actually could not quite keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. One had to know, Yi Yuan was not making use of any treasure to make progress. He was completely relying on his own strength to march forward. He even felt that if not for Yi Yuan deliberately maintaining the distance, he would have long been shaken off. This guy was really a freak. However, along the way, Yi Yuan's heart was similarly rising and falling like waves. Extremely shocked. He learned about the origin of the Heavenspan Mountain from Mitian. It turned out that the Heavenspan Mountain in his hands was just a part of an ultimate treasure. Furthermore, the Heavenspan Mountain was already severely damaged. That was why it dropped to a heavenly spirit treasure. This ultimate treasure was the chaos sacred treasure that shocked the 33 heavens back then. The Myriad Realms Mountain. The meaning was the mountain that suppressed myriad realms. Its power could be used to access heaven and penetrate the earth. Above heavenly spirit treasure was Grand Mist treasure. And Grand Mist treasures were divided into a total of 5 ranks. Rank 1 was the weakest. Rank 5 was the strongest. The Dragon Spring Sword was just a rank 1 Grand Mist treasure, while the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was a rank 2 Grand Mist treasure. The disparity between the two was extremely large in the first place. The power of a rank 5 Grand Mist treasure was simply unimaginable. Above Grand Mist treasure was Chaos Sacred treasure. Myriad Realms Mountain was personally forged by the Lord of Chaos that awed the 33 heavens. He traveled across all the heavens and myriad worlds, searched for countless precious materials, and forged 7 huge mountains. Each of these 7 enormous mountains was rank 5 Grand Mist treasures. Combining together, it would be a Chaos Sacred treasure. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful Chaos Sacred treasure. The Lord of Chaos was extremely powerful to begin with. Coupled with this Chaos Sacred treasure, he roamed the 33 heavens unhindered with few rivals. It was just that later on, no idea why, the Lord of Chaos vanished and the whereabouts of the Myriad Realms Mountain became a mystery. Mitian did not expect that one of them would actually land in Yi Yuan's hands. It was after a few twists and turns. The rank of the Heavenspan Mountain dropped again and again, becoming a heavenly spirit treasure that was less than trash. How strong the Lord of Chaos was, Yi Yuan was simply unable to imagine. To the current him, Saint Sovereign Heaven was already extremely powerful. But without a doubt, the background of the Heavenspan Mountain was huge. If I can gather the 7 giant mountains, wouldn't I be able to possess a Chaos Sacred treasure? Yi Yuan thought about it and was a little excited too. Hoo-hoo. That's easy for you to imagine. These 7 giant mountains have probably long already scattered across the heavens and myriad realms. How much ability do you have to traverse the heavens and myriad realms? Furthermore, disregarding other things, just this mountain in your hands, who knows how much Grand Mist energy is needed to restore it to a rank 5 Grand Mist treasure? Just based on your current bit of strength, don't even think about it. Mitian gave him a blow. However, Yi Yuan did not show signs of being discouraged and smiled instead as he said, "Heh, my luck has always been very good." The two people pushed on with their journey round the clock. A normally over 1-month journey, they only used half a month and arrived. Even Green Rock, this Jade Sovereign Heaven, was dead tired too. However, luckily Yi Yuan brought Green Rock along. He encountered far too many obstacles on this journey. Looking at Heavenly South City from afar, Yi Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Outside of Heavenly South City was densely covered with a true spirit army. The numbers too many to enumerate. Compared to Heavenly South City, South City was simply not worth mentioning. Terrific. These 5 guys probably moved the entire Myriad Demons Mountain over, right? However, seeing that Heavenly South City was not breached yet, Yi Yuan calmed down slightly. Stop. Green Rock, aren't you attacking South City? Why did you come back? Passing through the army, the two were stopped by a Jade Sovereign Heaven very soon. Green Rock had a black face as he said, "Zwiching, he's Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd Hall Master." He has a matter to discuss and wants to meet the 5 kings. Zuoqing gave Yi Yuan a glance and could not help laughing as he said, "A limitless sublime heavenly stratum wants to meet the 5 kings? Green Rock, you didn't eat the wrong medicine, right? 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens joining hands and can't breach Heavenly South City too?" Yi Yuan did not get angry but asked curiously instead. Logically speaking, 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens plus the scale of an army. Heavenly South City protecting Grand Array could not block for such a long time either. After all, there wasn't even a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven in Heavenly South City. Seeing Yi Yuan asked, Zuoqing's face could not help turning black. Clearly, he had been brooding over this too. Humph. Mengfrost Wind isn't around. Capturing Heavenly South City was an easy job originally. But who knew that 3 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens suddenly appeared in Heavenly South City? With their backs against the city protecting Grand Array, they fought several times with the 5 kings and actually managed to hold on. Zuoqing said gloomily, 3 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens? Yi Yuan's eyebrows shot up, and he smiled knowingly and said, "Looks like these guys didn't disappoint me." If he didn't guess wrongly, these 3 people should be Zhao Sun, Wu Jian, as well as Song Tianyang or Yun Baiyu as one of them. It seemed like his guidance played a role at the critical moment. The moment Zuoqing heard, he smiled coldly and said, "Didn't disappoint you? Brat, who the hell do you think you are? Saying it like these 3 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were groomed by you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Enough crap. I want to meet the 5 kings. Lead the way." Zuoqing's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "A mere limitless sublime heavenly stratum. What qualification do you have to meet the 5 kings?" "Greenrock, what are you doing? Why haven't you killed him yet?" Greenrock had a dark face and said nothing. He could not say that he was kidnapped over, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came to give the 5 kings good fortune. If you delay it, you won't be able to bear the crime." The moment Zuoqing heard, he was even more disdainful and said, "You? Give the 5 kings good fortune? Ha ha, what a joke. Greenrock not making a move doesn't mean this commander won't be making a move. Go and die for me." As he said, Zuoqing urged his palm to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly disappearing. Boom! At the same time, there was an earthquake. A giant mountain suddenly descended, directly crushing hundreds of true spirits to death. Originally, Yi Yuan's arrival was not conspicuous at all among this army of countless true spirits. But currently, everyone's eyes focused at one point. Zuoqing's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's movement technique was so fast that even he could not keep up. Furthermore, this guy actually still had such a treasure. Yi Yuan looked at Zuoqing and said coolly, "Still want to attack?" Zuoqing's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, no matter how fast your movement technique is, can you charge out of the army?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I didn't come to kill in the first place. Just now, this move was just to warn you. Of course, while you're at it, tell the 5 kings that someone is looking for them." Who is it to dare be insolent on this king's territory? Sure enough, right at this time, an angry roar sounded out. A brawny man with a tiger face and a human body arrived with a howl. Zuoqing said in a solemn voice, "Wild Lion King." This human said that he has an important matter and wants to meet the 5 kings. This lowly one didn't let him meet. So he let out his treasure and killed the children. A mere lower limitless sublime heaven, what important matter can you have to come and meet this king? Just kill and be done with it. Wild Lion King was furious and was about to attack Yi Yuan. This Wild Lion King clearly had an incomparably fiery temperament. He brimmed with imposing vigor when walking, his imposing momentum billowing to the sky. Even these true spirits were quite afraid of him. Yi Yuan was indifferent and just smiled and said, "I'm Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd Hall Master, Yi Yuan. I came to meet the 5 kings to give the 5 kings good fortune. Of course, if you guys don't want it, you can take action and kill me right now." Wild Lion King was taken aback and said, "Give us good fortune? Ha ha ha. What high-sounding sentiments. This king wants to hear what kind of good fortune you want to give us." "Saint Sovereign Heaven." Yi Yuan spat out 3 words nonchalantly. It was as if these 3 words were not worth money at all. "TCH? A mere limitless sublime heavenly stratum,
Your own cultivation is 108,000 miles away and you keep harping on about Saint Sovereign Heaven. Really shameless boasting. At this time, another figure appeared. It was a man with a sharp mouth and a hawkish face. Although his aura was different from Wild Lion, it was almost on par. Clearly, it was another king. Yi Yuan did not retort and said with a smile, "The other three kings, why don't you show yourselves together?" The sharp-mouthed man and Wild Lion could not help furrowing their brows, secretly startled in their hearts. This brat was merely limitless sublime heavenly stratum. He could actually detect the three of them. If it were before, Yi Yuan naturally would not be able to detect it. But ever since cultivating the first level of divine emergence, Yi Yuan's origin divinity skyrocketed. His divine sense also became much keener. Yi Yuan's eyes glanced in three directions of the true spirit army respectively. The sharp-mouthed man and Wild Lion King no longer had doubts. At this time, the true spirit army automatically opened up a path. Three powerful figures walked out. 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens all arrived. Wild Lion King, Myriad Elephant King, Heavenly Rat King, Bright Tiger King, as well as Giant Deer King. Brat, this king admits that you have some capability. But if you don't give a reason, this king is still going to kill you. Myriad Elephant King looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice. The three of them had actually long arrived, but they intentionally restrained their auras. They did not expect that Yi Yuan saw through it at a glance. Yi Yuan said indifferently, 5 kings, you sent a punitive expedition against Heavenly South. It's nothing more than because Meng Frostwind snatched away your lucky chance. But the few of you are clever people. Even if you all slaughter Heavenly South clean, Meng Frostwind won't come out either. But if he breaks through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, have you all thought about the consequences? Yi Yuan's words caused some chances in the expressions of the 5 kings. The 5 people destroyed Meng Frostwind's foundation. Once Meng Frostwind broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, the first thing would definitely be finding them for revenge. Although there were Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain too, they would not act for these 5 people. In reality, it was also not calm and tranquil in the Myriad Demons Mountain. If not because of Meng Frostwind, it would be run-of-the-mill for these 5 to send punitive expeditions against each other too. As long as Meng Frostwind did not go too overboard, the Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain would not make a move. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and struck while the iron was hot and said, "So, you guys attacking Heavenly South looks to be venting your anger. Actually, apart from infuriating Meng Frostwind even more, it doesn't serve any use." Heavenly Rat King smiled coldly and said, "So what? Could it be that you can really let us break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not now, but I can in the future." "Ha! In the future? After you break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and refine sacred destiny pills for us? Putting aside whether or not you can break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, even if you really broke through, we'd have long already become dead souls under Meng Frostwind's palm. Rather than that, better to kill to our heart's content now," Heavenly Rat King said with a sneer. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No need to wait until Saint Sovereign Heaven. As long as I break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, I'll be able to help you all step into Saint Sovereign Heaven." A doubtful expression immediately showed in the 5 people's eyes. Wasn't these words equivalent to drawing a biscuit to stave off hunger, and looking at the sea to quench one's thirst? Bright Tiger King said with a cold snort, "Brat, do you take the few of us to be fools? Your delaying tactic is a little too mediocre. Stop talking nonsense with this boy. Kill him and continue attacking the city." The other 4 people nodded in succession and were already prepared to make a move. Yi Yuan still had a calm expression as he pointed at a little tiger behind Bright Tiger King and asked, "This is your son?"